Hello and welcome back to the Elgato live stream here in the cybersphere, coming at you across lots of cables, tubes, the bits, the bobs, the kilobits, the megabits, all of the bits. Uh, yeah. How's it going, everybody? Super excited to be here on this Cyber Monday. I'm hearing something in my ear. The producer's telling me that I need to already wrap it up and introduce our guest. Okay. I think yep, I got it. Okay. Uh, well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Phil, and I am joined today by Jasmine, who's also going to be talking about all of our incredible Cyber Monday deals. Hello, Jasmine. Do you want to introduce
Hello,
yourself?
everyone. Can you guys hear me loud and clear? Happy Cyber Monday. Hello, Phil. Good morning, everyone in chat. For those of you guys who are new, my name is Jasmine. I am the Senior Community Specialist over at Elgato. I'll be joined today with Phil to talk all about our Cyber Monday deals today. Which deals are you guys most excited for? And what you guys buy over the weekend? Have you guys bought anything yet?
Yeah, because deals have been live this whole time, well, for the last couple days, in fact. So chat, if you picked up anything for up to 30, what is it, 30%? I think some deals even go up to 33%. If you picked up anything, what did you get? Let us know in the chat now. Because yeah, I just wanna see. And also, I think,
Yeah.
on a quick side note, while we wait for the answers to come in, I think Jasmine is the most, like, Cyber Monday of all of us, because I'm a real person. Jasmine here is a VTuber. I
Are
mean,
you saying
also a
I'm not
real
a real
person.
person, Phil?
No, you're a real person, but, you're, like, the in the cyber sphere uh, more than I am,
Okay,
let's put
okay,
it that way, you
okay.
know?
I see, I see. Yeah,
Alright,
she's very cyber, she's dressed for the occasion. True, true, true.
true.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see,
But
MP
alright,
Zinc,
I see
Wave 3,
Lushy. I see oh, okay, Wave 3. Oh, Zinka,
and
Wave
Wave
3 and
Micro
Wave
LP.
Micron LP. Let's freaking go. And I see Lushy got the Wave DX boom arm. Can't wait to set up and use. Please make sure you tag us on socials. We'd love to see these new setups, these upgrades that you guys get. Make sure you tag us on all our socials. Wave DX, awesome, awesome. Princess Pulses literally just purchased an Elgato Keylight and Facecam over the weekend for Black Friday. Let's go.
Very
Actually,
cool.
fun fact in case you guys are wondering, I am using Facecam to track my model right now. So this is Facecam with NVIDIA Broadcast. So it's pretty cool if I
Very
say so
nice.
myself, and it's on sale for up to 30%, guys. But yeah, I see. So I was like, oh wow, it's really nice. Yes, yes. And
Wave
what's
3
nice
is
is
such a good
also
buy.
a little tangent is that I love the oh my gosh, hon. I have two webcams next to each other. There you go, the privacy shutter here. So now
Oh,
I'm still in front of the webcam, but the privacy shutter's on, so you guys can never tell if I'm actually here or not, you know? I may just be here lurking.
yeah, you've got, like, what is it? One of those, like, night, you know, I'm blanking on the word. Chat, help me out here. A sleep mask, there it is, there you go. It's like
Yeah, a
the
little
sleep
sleep
mask that you
mask.
put on, a virtual one. A cyber sleep mask. We're gonna totally overdo it. Um,
Yeah, with that being said,
yeah.
let's go ahead and go over our Cyber Monday deals real quick. So that way, for those guys who are just tuning in and you guys didn't know, Cyber Monday is here. It's your last day to save up to 30% off, guys. Last day.
So,
So,
yeah,
Phil,
let's take a look and go through some of these incredible deals, and by this point, all of them are live, so if you were let's say you were watching the stream or you were here last week and you're like, some of the one that I wanted isn't, active yet," well, all of them are active now, so let's take a look at the deals that we have, and then we'll also do some more product deep dives. So, coming over here, first of all, when you go to elgato.com, you're going to see all of the products here right away. And at the top, you can select your region. Now, typically this will be auto selected, but if it doesn't select the right region, make sure that you go in here and select the region that you're currently in. Our team made it super easy to find the deals that you might be looking for. And yeah, so just make sure that you select your region. And then you can start scrolling down and you'll find everything here. So we're going to there's a lot of deals. So we're just going to kind of speed run through these, right? We've got Stream Deck Plus in white and in black for up to 20% off here. Obviously, a lot of the stuff I say is going to vary by region, right? So it might be slightly different in your region, but in the US, at least, that's where we're streaming from. It's going to be up to 20% off here. And you also get a free dial set. So when you select a Stream Deck Plus here, you can choose a dial set. You can do like a silver, blue, pink, red, whatever suits your fancy. And actually, when you select it, it'll automatically add it there. And then when you go add to cart, it'll just be in your cart like that. So yeah, you can get Stream Deck Plus there for just 160 USD. Moving on down, we've got just Stream Deck Mark II here, also in black and white, up to 20% off. Similar to the Stream Deck Plus dials, you can select the free faceplate here. So this is really cool. So again, you can just go through and like, oh, if you want the, like a retro classic faceplate here with kind of it's got like a kind of Game Boy-y look to it, then you can do that, or you can get a no signal one, right? So you can customize all of these. And then again, you'll add that to cart only from elgato.com. I want to just add that as well. If you do get it on Amazon or Best Buy or somewhere else in that deal, it doesn't work there, only on Elgato. Let's see here. We've got that's interesting. We've got a Stream Deck XL sale start on the 28th. I believe it's now past the 28th, so our website is maybe not all up to date there.
Oh,
Interesting. Okay. Maybe I need to actually refresh our website. This might be old information. Let's see. Oh, 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 there we go. Okay, I just needed to
nice.
refresh it. Okay, very cool. There we go. So if I keep going down here, let's see, we've got now, oh, and the order also changed. So now coming down here, we've got, let's see, prompter bundles here. We've got a mounted prompter bundle. So you can get a prompter and a master mount L here. So that way you have the prompter, you have the mount, you just have to bring your own camera. Then if you need lighting for that camera, you can save up to 22% on a key light. You can get it for 140. That's a really awesome deal. Key light, it's just a really, really good light. So, can't go wrong with that. Wi-Fi controlled. It comes with the mount. You can control it with Stream Deck. You can control it with your smartphone. You can control it with your computer. Uh, all the different methods. Then, so these are kind of our like highlight deals here, right? So we've got Stream Deck Plus in black, Stream Deck Mark II, the prompter, and the key light. Then coming down, this is where we kind of were. We've got Stream Deck XL here for up to 20% off as well. So you get 32 keys. This is incredible, and we'll be talking about what Stream Deck XL can do in a little bit here. Then there's, of course, Stream Deck Neo. So if you're looking for something that's, maybe fits into your budget a little bit more, then you've got Stream Deck Neo here for up to 20% off. Now, this is, again, also a fantastic deal. You can get it in black and white because it has 8 keys that are LCD keys. So it does everything the Stream Deck does. And you get 2 capacitive buttons on the left and the right side that switch pages, as well as an info display there. So you can put the page you're on, the time, stuff like that. Moving on here, we've got Stream Deck modules. So if you're more on the DIY and you want to build Stream Deck into some sort of project that you've got going on, then Stream Deck modules is for you. These are basically just the actual the internal parts without the housing around it. So all you have to do is, you can, 3D print something and then you can plop it in there. Or if you're building something out of wood, then you can get the modules for just a little bit cheaper because obviously you don't get all the casing around it. And of course, you can save up to, 20% on the 6-key version, the Stream Deck Mini there. You can save 23% on the 15-key version and 25 on the 32-key version. Then Stream Deck Mini itself is on sale for 17%. And we've got Stream Deck Pedal as well, up to 22%. Yeah, these are just, everything Stream Deck. If you've been looking at getting a Stream Deck, now is the time. Honestly, like now is the time to get a Stream Deck. Moving on though to mic mounts, this one we've been talking a little bit about favorite deals and stuff like that over the last couple live streams. This one to me still my favorite kind of combo deal here. First of all, you can get a Mic Arm Pro in either white or black for up to 22% off. And when you buy it from Elgato.com, you also get 50% off Voice Focus. Now, Voice Focus is this really cool machine learning powered noise suppression, but not only noise suppression, it also enhances your voice. In fact, I'm using it right now. So when you get the mic arm, you also get 50% off Voice Focus, which you can get from Elgato Marketplace. You can use it in any application that supports audio effects, and you can just Yeah, it like literally this bundle, like the mic arm, your mic is already closer to your mouth, and you can then add the voice focus VST on there and it'll sound so, so good. You can also get free hinge caps here with the white version. So if you want to customize your mic arm, your Wave Mic Arm Pro here, just select like dark green or you can do light blue, right? So you can see there's a little preview there as well. And you'll get those when you add it to cart. Of course, there's also the Wave Mic Arm LP, kind of the GOAT, the OG, right? In both black and white as well for just $70 or up to 30% off. That's also really good. Full metal construction. It's like mic arm LP, right? It's just a solid microphone arm, great cable routing, great construction. It looks really clean too. So up to 30% off on Wave Mic Arm LP. Then we come to these incredible bundles, right? Now, this is kind of like an audio overhaul. If you want to take your audio from like, say, audio setup 1.0 to 2.0, boom. These bundles here are gonna do that for you. You've got a couple different options, but all of them include everything you need. First up here, we have Wave Mic Arm LP. We've got Wave DX. In fact, that's what I'm using right now. So if you like the sound of this, then that's Wave DX. That's what you would get in this bundle. You get, of course, Stream Deck Plus, and you get the Stream Deck Plus XLR dock, which basically means that your Stream Deck Plus is not only a Stream Deck, but it's also the XLR interface that you connect your mic to. And so you just use one USB cable to your computer, the XLR cable to your mic, and there you go. You've got a fantastic audio setup and obviously control over everything. So you can get that. I don't even know what the percent is, but it goes from bigger number to smaller number. So, I mean, that's a pretty good deal right there. I'm not going to do I can't do the math, not that quick. Somebody in chat might be able to. It's let's see, 545 down to 379. Again, it seems like big number down to smaller number, question mark, and then the next thing is like better audio profit, something like that. But we also have this bundle in a couple different versions. So one is using the Wave Mic Arm Mark II here. So this is if you want a more traditional boom arm style microphone arm, then you can get that. Or you can also get the XLR bundle with the desk stand. And so that makes it a little bit more modular. So if you want to move it around, let's say you have a desk that, a mic arm can't clamp to, or you're just on the go a little bit more, then that's a fantastic bundle. So yeah, again, you get these bundles, you get kind of everything. Or if you don't have a microphone yet or this type of setup, then here you go. This is literally everything you need. It includes the mic, it includes the cable, the mic arm, the XLR interface, and the Stream Deck. You're pretty much good to go. Then, of course, if you're just looking for a microphone, we have Wave Neo here. This is a great microphone for just leveling up. Let's say you've got a headset mic, or you're just using the one that's built into your laptop, or maybe you've got the one that's on your webcam that's like super far away from you, and your friends always complain that it's so loud and they can hear all of the keyboard clicking and blah. Wave Neo. You can get it for 33% off. By the way, this includes voice focus as part of the Wavelink software. And so it just sounds really, really good. Don't take my word for it. Just go on YouTube and type in like Elgato voice focus, Wave Neo. You'll find examples there. It sounds so good. Not only that,
I
but
agree.
when you
I
buy
just
it at
wanna mention
elgato.com,
one thing
sorry,
about Wave
yeah.
Neo too. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was like, okay, so
I'm
for
on a
Wave
roll.
Neo, I also personally use it for was it my phone? So I do use it to stream via my mobile device, which is I believe Android Pixel Pro 7. Can't say it works for all mobile devices, but if you have an Android Pixel Pro 7, it works for that one. Bill might be able to talk a
It'll
little
also
bit
work
more
with
about that.
iPhone.
But
It'll also work with iPad. So if you've
perfect.
got
You
an
can just
iOS device,
plug it
yep.
directly in and it'll work and sound great. So that's
Yep.
something I do love using. I love my Wave Neo.
Yep. And last but not least, for the Wave Neo here, you can also choose a custom pop filter color. Again, when you buy it at elgato.com, if well, there's no reason not to pick one, so you might as well, right? There's blue, there's a green version, there's a gray, there's a lavender kind of purple, and then you also have a pink one. So you can just select it there and then make sure you hit add to cart and it'll be right there. Let's see what else we have. Oh, prompter, can't forget, of course. In fact, I'm using a prompter right now. If you couldn't tell, I am looking right at you when I talk to you. Like T. Lucas, voice focus is magic, but I can't prove it. Well, isn't that the best kind of magic when something is just so good you don't really know how it works, but Yeah, something like that. So yeah, we're using a prompter right now, prompter XL, of course, because we're in like a studio. But you get the same effect if you use the prompter, which is now also on sale, and you get a bundle. Either the prompter, let's see, the mic arm Mark II, or what is this? Mic arm LP bundle here. So you get a prompter and the Wave mic arm LP. This is really cool. If you guys didn't know this, yeah, you can put a prompter on a microphone arm and then just move it around. So let's say you have a smaller setup, kind of, yeah, I'm just gonna think of this microphone as a prompter for a second. I could just, record my thing, do my thing, blah, 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 and then move it out of the way when I'm done, and then pull it back when I need it. So, yeah, you can mount it on a Wave Mic Arm LP or a Wave Mic Arm Pro as well if you want to. I believe it even works on a Wave Mic Arm Mark II, the boom arm, except there it's a little bit, because of the boom, it's not as nice, but yeah. So you can get this bundle as well right now, and then there's also the bundle we talked about earlier, which is just the prompter mounted on a Master Mount L. So this is just your very standard. It clamps to your desk, and the prompter can go up and down. You can position it however you want it. Again, because it's a mic arm here on the Wave Mic Arm LP bundle, you do also get the bonus of getting that 50% off voice focus. So you'll get an email with a code after your purchase, and then you can get 50% off voice focus on Elgato Marketplace. Let's say you have all of the mounting hardware already and you're just like, I need a prompter. I don't need any of this bundle stuff. Then you can get prompter for up to 33% off for just 199 US, just by, adding it to cart right at elgato.com right now. Coming down to video, we've got some really nice deals on Facecam and Facecam Neo. So Facecam here up to 21% off. If you want to, you can go back and look at one of our earlier streams where I believe it was Burrito was demoing what Facecam Mark II looks like and how it works in Camera Hub. Kind of crazy that you can get a really, really high quality 1080p 60 camera for just $110. Plus, remember, it's not just the camera. You also get the Camera Hub software with that, which gives you a bunch of features like background blur if you have an NVIDIA RTX GPU. It gives you all of the controls. It gives you being able to save the settings right onto the camera because it has flash memory. So it's really, really nice. In fact, all of what I just said also applies to the Facecam Neo, which you can see on the right side here, where you can save up to 17%. So that's another 1080p 60 camera, really great quality there. Again, it comes with all of those same features in Camera Hub that I just mentioned, and you can get that for just $49.99. Uh, of course, doesn't matter how good your camera is. Frankly, you can't beat physics, and that means you do need lighting. And so if you were thinking about getting a light, well, you can get key light for up to 22% off. Again, it comes with a clamp mount that clamps to your desk. It's big. It gets super bright, probably brighter than you'll ever need it. It's Wi-Fi controlled, so you can use your phone. You can use Stream Deck. In fact, you can see it behind me right here, and there's another one right there. I believe those are even set to something like, oh boy, like 20%, 30%. It gets super bright. So yeah, in fact, I can actually just right here in Control Center from our demo system that I have, I can actually just go ahead and, turn those off. Look at that. Didn't even have to get up. And I'm like, "Ugh, I'm done for the day." Or, "Hey, I'm gonna start streaming. I should, excuse me, probably turn my lights on. And, oh, I should probably adjust the brightness here." Oh, you can't tell on that one, but yeah, I should probably adjust the brightness. Then you can do all of that without even needing to get up, from your chair. Uh,
I
of
also
course,
use it
if
as my room light. It's the only
there you
light I
go,
have in my
yeah.
room.
Yeah. Wait, it's controlled via the PC bar. So this is actually our Control Center app. It's just a very small, lightweight application that kind of always runs the background. You just click it, and you can see here, you can all of your Elgato lighting accessories that you have, like your key lights or the key light Neo that we have here connected via USB. These can all be controlled directly from Control Center. It just shows up here. Super simple, super easy. Of course, it also works with Stream Deck, and we have a Control Center app on your phone. So if you're on Android or iOS, you can also get the app there. If you're looking for a smaller light or something that's a little bit more on the go, then you can, of course, get Key Light Neo. This is a USB-powered light, which is kind of cool, right? It just plugs directly into your computer, or maybe you have a USB hub. It's controlled via USB as well. There's also controls right on the front of the light. So you have two presets that you can enable. So, for example, you could do one that's darker, one that's a little bit brighter, maybe change the color temp as well. You can adjust the brightness via the dial. It comes with a monitor style mount, like almost like a webcam style mount. So you can put it on your laptop, you can put it on your monitor. It's got a little bit of clear plastic at the front, so it almost over time kind of fades in, like you don't even see that it's blocking the bezel. Kind of cool. Yeah, you can save up to 33% on that. So remember how we said we're doing deals up to 30%? Yeah, we lied. It's actually 33%. It happens. All right, moving on. Of course, and this is like if you've got any camera that you've been using for like vlogging, like a nice Sony, a nice Canon, Panasonic, whatever it might be, and you're like, man, I wish I could also use this as a webcam, then Camlink can do that. Or let's say you've got an action cam laying around, like a GoPro or a DJI that, let's be honest, you might have used it for that action once, and then you're like, well, this is pretty cool, but it's kind of a hassle. But you can now use it as a webcam. You just plug the HDMI into the Camlink, and then you can get up to 4K 60 video. Uh, into something like Zoom, OBS, Slack, Discord, wherever you can use video. Camlink will turn your external video camera into a webcam. You can get that for up to 20% off. Oh boy. All right. I almost need to grab a drink here. We also have lots of deals on capture. In fact, I almost want to say I don't want to go over these because we have a really great video on the Elgato YouTube channel that Sean just put out, which actually walks through all the options here, but I'm just going to do it real quick. 4KX, or actually, this is HD60X here. 4K 60 HDR pass-through, 1080p 60 recording. In fact, I believe it's even 1080p 60 HDR recording. So this is just a great option if you've got a Nintendo Switch, a Switch 2, if you've got an Xbox Series X or even a Steam Deck, something like that. You can get up to 33% off. It's a great just all-rounder capture card for $120. If you do want to step it up, though, you do want 4K 60 recording in standard dynamic range, then you can get 4KS for up to 16% off. And finally, on the external side of things, we've got 4KX. This is the big bad. This will do like everything. So 4KX supports HDMI 2.1, so you can get that full 4K 120 HDR, VRR, ALLM, all the acronym pass through, and you can capture that video at up to either 1440p 60 HDR, or you can even capture 4K at 120 FPS in SDR. So basically, the device will take HDR video in, convert it down to SDR, but you still get that full frame rate, the full resolution. It looks really, really great for recordings. If you want to slow it down, zoom in, do some sort of crazy edit. Hey, let's bring back those MLG edits. You remember like 2010, 2012, that kind of thing where you had like all the different logos like Scuff and this and that and Allier. What happened to those? Is anyone still making those? Let's revive those. And you know how you do that? By getting 4KX right now for up to 20% off. All right, that was kind of smooth, right? You
That was
also,
smooth.
with all of the capture devices, get a ChatLink Pro for free. So why do you need ChatLink? Well, if you've got a Switch or a PlayStation and you've been trying to capture, for those of you who do, you might know that audio only goes out to one output, either headphones or HDMI, but not both at the same time. With ChatLink Pro, it basically splits the audio, so you can use it in your headphones and it'll go into the analog port of your computer or the capture card. So this is just a really nice accessory to have. And hey, guess what? This is a message for Lushy000. Hey, it's free. It's ChatLink Pro. It's free. Just add it to cart, when you get a capture card during Cyber Monday. Yeah, it's free. So yeah, you can get a ChatLink Pro when you get a capture card from Elgato.com. Lastly, on the capture card list, well, I wouldn't even say lastly. There's still a little bit more. We have 4K Pro. So this one does 8K 60 HDR pass through, 4K 60 HDR pass through. This one's a little bit special because it goes inside your computer, and because of that PCI connection, it also enables 4K 60 HDR capturing. So if you want the absolute best quality, right? If you're looking for 4K, 60 FPS smoothness, and with that 10-bit HDR, then you'll want to go with 4K Pro here. We have two more capture cards to talk about. We're almost done. You can save up to 31% on Game Capture Neo. This is a great entry-level capture card. If you're like, oh, I just want to, dabble in this. I've got some friends and I play games on my console and I want to share that with them over Discord, or, I want to try and record some games, but I'm not really sure if this is for me yet and I don't want to do a big investment. Well, hey, Game Capture Neo, you can get it for 31% off. This will pass through 4K 60 HDR, so you can still use all of your consoles and, get pretty darn good quality, right? Not 4K 120, but almost just 4K 60 with HDR, and it'll record that at 1080p 60. So that's what goes to your computer, and then you can record it or stream it out. Now for this one, we almost need like a scanline filter or something like that added to the stream right now because this is video capture. This one's 22% up to 22% off. Now, video capture is going to be your parents or your grandparents or maybe your best friend if you still got some old VHS tapes. So if you've got some VHS tapes or really anything that's, from the analog era where you basically have a composite output or, just like an S video output like you can see here, then this will take that video in and digitize it for you. If you got VHS, if you got like boy, just some like some old tapes, maybe that kind of thing. The maybe you got an old camcorder that still has something in it. Then you can do this. And this one's fun because like let's say you do have grandparents where you're like, oh, you're still looking for that stocking stuffer, stocking stuffing words present, or you're like just something for Christmas, you can get this and then be like, hey, let me take that wedding video, that family trip from like the 80s or something like that, let me digitize that and capture it forever, because I don't know if you know, but those old especially VHS tapes, the strips there can actually wear out over time. Not only do they wear out, but it actually can like be affected, like it's a magnetic strip on the tape there, and that can actually degrade. So that is a time limited thing. And if you still have some that aren't digital yet, you may want to get on that. So this is kind of cool there. You can get it for, I was almost going to say $67, but it's actually $69.99 for up to 22% off. I think that, Jasmine,
And
did I miss
okay,
anything?
you didn't mention any of the products, but for those of you guys who didn't see a deal on a product that is not discounted yet, you can actually take 20% off non-discounted items from, I guess today's the last day. Yeah, today's the last day, guys. So use code Black Friday. This is, of course, excluding Stream Deck Studio, Embrace, Prompt XL, and terms and conditions may apply. So if you click on that link on our website, then you guys will be able to get more information. But otherwise, you guys can save
What's the code?
20%
I think
off
the code is just
non-discounted items.
Black Friday? Yeah, it's literally just Black Friday. So let's say you're like, "Oh, I really wanted to get," I I don't know. What do we have? What do we have? If we go all the way to the top
Oh,
here, if we
actually,
go
Dark says,
yeah.
"I used this code for XLR cable." Valid.
That's awesome. Hey, actually, that's a really good point. Let's talk about that for a
Mm.
second. If you've ever wondered, like, I need a really high quality HDMI cable, and I just, there's a bunch of weird brands on Amazon that I can't pronounce the name of, or you want a USB cable that actually tells you how fast it is, right? It's got the speed literally on the cable. Guess what? You can just actually get those from Elgato.com. We actually have parts and accessories here. So if you just go to spare parts, we have a ton of stuff. Like check this out: ultra high speed HDMI cable, an XLR cable, 3.2 C to C cable. So that's going to be your 10 gig cable there. We've got all these additional pieces here that you might want, a bunch of different stuff, including individual face plates, old stand. I guess that's out of stock. So we kind of just put everything up here and, from what I can tell, the code should work for this. So if you've just been, or hey, you know what? Maybe you've got a webcam and you're like, I don't like the mount. Well, guess what? You could get an Elgato mount, just a better webcam mount because ours are really good. Um, yeah, so just go on Elgato. You can find it under spare parts. And yeah, check this out. We got USB cables here. We got USB extension cables. They're kind of meant for cam link, but hey, you can always this is literally like an adapter cable. It's a USB. Okay, I have to have a chat with our team, and this was actually an email thread. This is a C to A cable, not an A to C cable, but you get the point. You can see it there. Um, Facecam Pro cable. This is just a USB 3 cable here. So all sorts of stuff here, and it's got that Elgato quality. So if you've ever been looking for cables or just random kind of accessory stuff, take a look at our spare parts page because, yeah, we got about 6 or 7 different products. All right, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
and I
keep
also
doing
just
it.
linked it in chat as well for you guys. So that is a link. You can also just find it in our webpage as well. Just scroll all the way down. And we also have digital deals too, Phil. You want to go and scroll down to that because we have Wavecast that you can also get
Oh,
20%
that's right.
off
I did
using
forget
the same code
something.
Black Friday. And Voice Focus, we can get 50% off if you buy a qualifying mic arm.
Let's
We
see.
can
Will the
actually
internet
test Voice Focus right now real quick, huh, Phil? If maybe Chris or Brito or someone wants to like bring over like a bag of chips if there's any there.
So it is Cyber Monday, and what that means is that we've also got cyber deals. And so right now you can get Wavecast for up to 20% off on Elgato Marketplace. Now, Wavecast is a piece of software that if you have a dual PC setup and you're like, how do I get my audio from my gaming PC to my streaming PC? And I don't want to buy an expensive mixer with multiple cables and all that fun stuff. You can just get Wavecast here. It's a piece of software that you install on both computers, and then using your network, it will send the audio. It'll send the game audio from the gaming PC to the streaming PC, and vice versa. It'll actually send the microphone that you have connected to your streaming PC back to the gaming PC. So you basically solve all your audio problems just by installing a piece of software there. Super cool. Then there's also voice focus. Voice focus is, I'm currently using it right now. You can get up to 50% off if you're using, again, the mic arms, or if you get a mic arm. Voice focus is super cool. So, Mr. Producer, if we could go ahead and just turn it off for a second. Let me know when it is. All right, so voice focus is off, and you can hear, I'm like kind of, we got coughing in the background, and let's say I'm like, doing something with my shirt here, and I can like kind of type on my keyboard. Okay, that's not great. And now we'll go ahead and turn it back on. Mr. Producer is gonna, there we go. And now I'm gonna, do the same thing with my shirt there. I'm gonna type on the keyboard here. We got some coughing, some stuff going on. Now I don't have a real-time preview of the audio, but I'm pretty sure you guys in chat can let me know what that sounds like. And yeah, voice focus is really, really nice. Oh yeah, you might have also heard we are coming to you from a spaceship, in case you didn't know. That's a joke. That's actually just our AC. It's quite loud to make sure that we're nice and cool in here while we stream to you guys. It's kind of chill. Yeah, so that's voice focus, and you get that with, well, you get a 50% off code when you get a Elgato microphone arm. I believe it applies to any microphone arm, but again, best to check in your region, best to check on elgato.com. And yeah, Jasmine, anything to add to that?
No, but I do want to add that I just thought of a
Wait, I just
funny.
asked you.
Sorry, not on that. Not to add on there. Sorry, it's a different topic. Different topic. But I do want to say, you know, we do have some giveaways. A lot of giveaways happening throughout the stream, and we're giving away 2 voice focus codes, a Stream Deck Plus, and a Wave Micron LP. Sometime throughout the stream, there'll be one winner per giveaway. And with that being said, before we move on to our next topic, I do want to say we're about to start our giveaway for Voice Focus. A Voice
Ooh,
Focus code for one winner. And let me go and set this up. But while we set this up, for everyone in chat, how many Stream Decks does Elgato make? Like the variations, how many are there? I want you guys to type in chat. Type all the names too. I just want to see. Because we're gonna
and
be
no
talking about the
cheating.
Stream Deck family next. Yeah, no cheating. No
No,
cheating.
no
So
using AI to quickly, tell you that kind of information. No, you need
hey,
to
don't
go
give
through
them
the page and look it
ideas.
up yourself.
All right. While you guys do that, let me just set up this giveaway here because Bruno's gonna facepalm. Bruno's
It
gonna
should just be,
facepalm.
it should just be voice focus or
No,
cyber
it's not just gotta be voice focus.
or stream deck, or is it going to be the typed out 6 or 7? I don't know how many times do I have to bring that up until like I just leave?
So
Maybe
the
6 or
the
7 more times? Okay, it's actually it's
bro,
so bad. It's so my brain is rotten, okay? Like, I know this is Cyber Monday and all, maybe I've got too many augments going on, but it is so bad. My entire Burrito, who's in chat here, by the way, she absolutely ruined my Instagram, feed. It's all just jokes like that this whole time. That's why. I can't. I can't. Yeah, my overclocks are going too hard right now. It's, ay, ay, ay. Yeah, look at that. She even says I didn't do anything. Well, it's my Instagram. Well, when you send me a single reel and Instagram is like, well, here you go. Clearly you wanted to see only this. Maybe it's the algorithm. Stop with the
we're gonna
six,
have a
seven
little fun.
jokes. I will. It's
I still
bad.
don't understand that joke, honestly. I do not, but
It's
here we are.
and that's I think the point. There is nothing. It's just the internet, the culture, the people doing their thing. It's bad. So
Sweet.
yeah. What's the giveaway code? Or the keyword? Don't paste the code.
Do you want to take a guess? Cause
Uh I can't say it. I've said it enough. It's actually just cringe now.
Sounds like I hate typing that, by the way. All right. So for everyone on YouTube, by the way, if you guys are watching from YouTube, make sure you come over to Twitch. This is a Twitch only giveaway. So twitch.tv/Elgato. Once again, make sure to hit that follow button on Elgato. If you don't follow us and you end up being the winner, we will have to re-roll. So hit that follow button right now before you guys forget. Here are the terms. So, must be 18 plus, following the channel, present when the winner is drawn. You have 60 seconds to respond in chat to claim your prize, or we will re-roll. Ignore
This
the
is
open to
intense.
regions. This is open to anyone. That's only for like physical products. But for virtual or digital products, then that's open to everyone.
Okay,
Um,
so you still need to say the words. I'm not gonna say the words. I've said them enough, and I'm sure they're gonna come up even more. So, Jasmine, you get to do the honors. What is the keyword that they need to type in chat?
oh, okay. To type in chat, come to Twitch chat, you only need to type in 67. Haha! See, I'm not saying it the way the kids say it. I'm just saying 67 is a number. It's a number. You guys can take that as you will.
This is the lowest point that Elgato has ever gotten, become, been, has been, ever will be. Yep. We could have done something normal, like, just, hey, we're giving away voice focus. Let's do voice focus. But
Hey,
no.
it's a Monday. We're gonna meme for a bit. So everyone was talking about the 6-7 in chat. So I was like, you know what? I could do a hee hee ha ha moment. So here we go. Anyways, with that being said, I think we're ready to draw the winner, and then we can go ahead and talk about Stream Deck. So, you want to do the honors, Bill? Do you want to count down? Do you
Yeah,
want to count
one
down
more quick
from
thing, though. This
six,
is the
seven? No.
lowest Elgato that has ever Elgatoed. Yeah, should I give you a countdown?
Do it.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 3.5, 2, 1, 0. And the winner
All right.
is
Congrats to Crazy K, Crazy underscore K, who's been following us for 3 years, by the way.
wow,
If you
that's
are
really
in
cool.
chat, type anything in chat to claim your voice focus code.
Literally
You
could
got
be anything.
45
Could be like a
seconds.
period. Just say
Crazy
that
K,
you're here. Yeah,
they're
Phil,
here. They
I
have
am going
claimed their
cyber
prize.
psycho.
Congrats on winning a voice
Hey!
focus code. Let's go. So give
Crazy
us
K.
about
Oh,
give us
go
some
ahead,
time.
Jasmine.
I'll say we'll probably reach out to you after the stream ends today. Do you guys know today's stream is gonna be really long? It's gonna be 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific time. That's crazy.
Wait, what'd you say?
10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific time.
Dang, that's a long time to be. That's a yeah, long time to be live. No, but we're just gonna be talking about deals. We're gonna do product demos. We got Stream Deck coming up. So if you've been wondering about Stream Deck, then you will get to. Hang on, I just need to mute people. There we go. All right. Yeah, if you've been wondering about Stream Deck, then stick around because we're going to be taking a look at Stream Deck in just a bit here. If you've seen it before, maybe you'll learn something. If you've got it in your cart, again, oh, actually, should we do a quick tutorial video, Jasmine?
Yeah.
All right. Maybe we can go over back to the demo PC. So, I need to do this. All right. So check this out, right? This is in case you're wondering. All right, 3, 2, 1. Hi, my name is Phil, and I'm going to tell you how you can take advantage of an Elgato Cyber Monday deal. First, head over to elgato.com. That's elgato.com. Then, when you're on the website, find the product that you would like to purchase. Choose your free deal thing if there is one, and if there is one, after that, move your mouse over to Add to Cart. Click on Add to Cart. If there are other products already in your cart, just leave them there. You might as well purchase them as well. Then after that, go ahead and click on Checkout and follow the checkout procedure. I'm going to close that in case it doesn't, it's going to dox me. Anyways, that's how you can buy Elgato products on Cyber Monday. Thank you. All right, now that we got that out of the way,
All
uh,
right. Perfect. Let's go and talk about real quick our Stream Deck family, our Stream Deck line. So, Bill, I I do want to mention, I can go on a tangent for Stream Deck, but I'm gonna try not to because we do have a special
mhm.
guest coming up soon who will be going over how He personally uses Stream Deck, but let's go ahead and quickly go over all the Stream Decks that we currently have. We have, Stream Deck, was it Stream Deck Mark II, Stream Deck Mini, Stream Deck Plus. Also, just the really nice accessories that you guys can use too. Stream Deck XL, my favorite, by the way. Stream Deck Pedal. Oh gosh, on top of my head, what else?
There
that's
are
five.
Yeah, there are lots of different models. Also, a quick thing for the director, it seems I've lost chat, over. It seems I have lost chat. Um,
Stream Deck Neo,
alright, it looks like chat
Stream
is
Deck
back.
modules.
So, yeah, we have lots of different versions of Stream Deck, and I think what it comes down to, like, on a purely, like, overarching level, all of these devices that you see on screen currently, more or less do the exact same thing. If you press on a key all the way on the left side there on Stream Deck Mobile, a virtual key, if you press on a key on the Stream Deck Mark II here, which is this one, if you press on a key on the Stream Deck Plus here or on the module, or if you press the big pedal in the middle of Stream Deck Pedal, all of these keys they all do the same thing. If you put Discord mute on there, it's gonna mute. If you put open a website on there, it's gonna open the website. If you put on there like a weather, the we have a weather plugin to check the weather. All of those keys, well, okay, maybe not the Stream Deck pedal because you can't really see anything, but all of these keys can display the weather. And so what's really, really nice about this is Stream Deck gives you the freedom to choose which product is best for you in the application that you're going to use it in and the workflow that you're going to use it in. So, if you're heavy on audio and you want all that control all the time, a Stream Deck Plus is perfect for that. It's got 4 dials. Those dials, you can adjust audio, you can zoom in camera, you can quickly select things. If you are doing more graphic design, maybe you want to go with the Stream Deck Mark II because you can put all of your tools and like layer controls and stuff like that right on the keys. Maybe you're running more of a professional production, then you want to get the Stream Deck XL with its 32 keys. It's actually not on this picture, but it's got 32 keys, right? And so that's really the beauty of the Stream Deck ecosystem that it's not just well, I got the Stream Deck Mark II and I'm limited now to these like 15 keys that kind of do this one set of thing. It's these devices, they all do pretty much the same thing and they're all entirely expandable. Is that a word? And the way that you do that is through plugins. Think of plugins a little bit like apps on your phone. On your phone, if you want to do something, you download an app for it, right? If you want to call an Uber, you get an app for that. If you want to, uh, I don't know, browse Twitter, there's an app for that. If you want to watch a Twitch live stream, there's an app for that, right? And Stream Deck is much the same way. If you want to control Spotify, there is a plugin for that. If you want to control Discord, there's a plugin for that. And all of these are downloaded well, very soon they'll actually be downloaded right in the Stream Deck app, but you can also browse them today if you want to, just on Elgato Marketplace. At this point, I believe we have over 400, if not 500 different plugins. And there's kind of everything. If you just want to control system volume, of course, we're actually using OBS to live stream. So we've got a Stream Deck set up to change scenes. If you want to control OBS, you can do that. Discord, if you want to see your CPU usage. Here's a pretty cool one. Do you have speakers and do you have headphones and you kind of switch between them? There's literally just a plugin called Audio Switcher that toggles between two outputs. So, you could go from you're focusing on work, you've got, headphones on, that sort of thing, to all right, you just want to kick back, relax. You just tap a key and boom, now your audio is coming out through your speakers. Wind tools lets you see the ping. I mean, there's some really cool stuff here. You can just put the ping on a key. You want to see your ping? Put it on a key. There's so many incredible things that you can do with Stream Deck. And again, all of these plugins work with all of these devices. Do you kind of see where I'm going with this? Like there's a ton of stuff that you can do with it. And you're not really limited to just any one thing. Heck, there's even just dice. Like if you're playing a D&D campaign and you need a quick, D20, D6, D8, something like that, you can just put those all on different keys. And then, if you're playing virtually with friends, or even if you are the DM, you could do that in person with your friends if you just connect your Stream Deck up to a laptop. So there's a ton of different possibilities here. And again, for Cyber Monday, because it is Cyber Monday after all, a lot of the different Stream Deck models are on sale for up to, it's like 20% off here, right? So that Stream Deck Plus I was talking about here, that's up to 20%. The Stream Deck Mark II is up to 20%. And so in all of this, you might be thinking, okay, well, that's really cool and all, but isn't this stuff usually kind of hard to set up and program? And, do I need to know any code or anything? The simple answer to that is no. Once you've installed a plugin in the Stream Deck software, this is actually a live view of it here. I've got a Stream Deck Plus here. The setup is all drag and drop. On the right-hand side, you're gonna find all of the different plugins that you have installed. You can either just literally browse through them and go through them kind of one by one, or you can also just, search. So for example, if I wanted to mute in Discord, I could just go here, Discord, find mute, and then I literally just drag and drop it on there. Of course, I don't actually have, well, I guess I do have Discord running on here. So now I can simply tap a key on the Stream Deck Plus and it mutes and unmutes in Discord. In fact, let me see if I can show that here, right? You'll see here at the bottom, we're muted. And now if I press the Stream Deck Plus key, we're unmuted. And the really cool thing is because this is actually driven via real-time communication between Stream Deck and Discord, if I mute in Discord, the key also changes on Stream Deck. So this is not like hotkeys. This is not like, you're like, oh man, I'm muted and now it's the color changed, but it's actually unmuting and it's all reversed. Nope, this always stays in sync. And so you
I
can
also
just
wanna
go on
mention,
with
since we're still
this.
on this
Okay, go
topic
ahead.
here,
Yeah.
sorry to cut you off real quick, Phil, but I do wanna mention that if you guys are looking for, muting wise, stuff like that, right? These type of actions, I do recommend Stream Deck Pedal is what I use, and it is on sale too for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So if you guys haven't already, make sure to check it out. I do think that is a very amazing Stream Deck product. One of my favorites, especially when I use it to play Valorant and do in-game voice chat, for example, is how I'm able to just instantly like give comms out to my team whenever, there's a enemy coming, to our site and stuff like that. So, oh, I see that Ash says that they have one coming. That's perfect. Yes, and you can also use it for Discord too, which is so amazing if you're doing like collabs or gaming with friends. And for me, my student pedal profile I have like different profiles, right? One for collabs, one for gaming with friends, one for just Valorant in general. Discord works great here. You can do push to talk. You can, mute, you can toggle. Is amazing for voice chatting and just comms in game for general. So it's just I definitely recommend Stream Deck Pedal if you guys are looking for a little something to make things a little bit easier for you. Because if your hands are busy with WASD and your mouse, then
If
you
you're in
can
that gamer
use Stream Deck
position.
Pedal.
Yeah. Actually, a question to, is it Ashraf? What's the first thing you're gonna set up when your Stream Deck? I was it pedal? I don't know which point you were talking about, but when you get your Stream Deck, whichever model it might be, what's the first thing that you're setting up? In fact, for anyone here who's in chat, excuse me, if you bought a Stream Deck and it's either on the way or maybe you just are getting it, what's the first thing that you're gonna set up on it? Let us know.
I do
Um,
have a comment from chat too from
oh,
Cardboard. They said it's worth mentioning you can drag and drop icons. I have .bat files I trigger with my Stream Deck. They don't show up in the folder, but I can just drag the icon from desktop to the key. Hashtag not a
yep.
streamer.
Absolutely. Yeah. So in fact, even yeah, setting up exe shortcuts is incredibly easy. You can just drag them over from your desktop onto Stream Deck. And in most cases, there's a couple special ones. I think it's like when you have Steam games, because Steam games are interesting in the way they work. But essentially, in most cases, you can just drag and drop actions or files or apps right onto Stream Deck, and it'll just let them open up. Up Citizen mutes for Discord, Cartagena, OBS, Zoom, Cubase. Okay, got some audio in here. Very cool. Um, yep, I switched my monitor between HDMI analog with bat files and a multi-action. Okay, challenge for anyone out there who's a plugin developer. If you build a plugin that lets me switch my monitor inputs using, God, what's the protocol? There's like two different protocols that you can do, then I will love you for a long time because that is super cool. But yeah, so the other cool thing about Stream Deck is so it doesn't just trigger things, it can also just show stats. So for example, here, check this out. This is a real-time view of how many viewers we have. Or there's also the let's see, do we have vitals? Yeah, we have system vitals. So check this out. If I just on a Stream Deck key want to have well, we could do ping, right? So here we go. All right, we've got a Google ping, and then maybe I also just want, oh, I copied the wrong thing there. And let's see, maybe I want CPU usage, and then I also want, I don't know, let's do GPU usage. There we go. So check that out. Now you can just track it. And the really cool thing is there's a lot of setup you can do, of course. What I like to do personally, because like we've got an NVIDIA GPU in this system, is you can actually just go in here and change the color too. So like, okay, oh, that's a little bit intense. I wanted to actually make just the lined green. Where is that? Background. Oh, chart color. I think it's that. There we go. Now it's like, okay, I've got a NVIDIA GPU. Of course, I'm going to set this, maybe you've got AMD or maybe you've got Intel, right? I think in this case, we've also got an AMD CPU, or actually, no, it's an Intel CPU. So again, I'll just go in here, chart color, and again, because I like to kind of be on theme, blue. There we go. Isn't that really cool? Like, and now it just shows it. Of course, if I press the key, it'll actually also open Task Manager. So it still does something. So if I quickly need to get in here, then I can do that. But yeah, now my Stream Deck Plus is simply displaying stats on my system. So there's tons of different things that you can do um, with Stream Deck. Now, Jasmine, how are we doing on time? Because I do believe we have a
On
guest
time,
here.
yes, we do have a guest soon, but I do want to go over one quick mention real quick. And that is, I'm sure a lot of you guys are watching the stream. If you guys don't know what Stream Deck is, you guys are probably wondering, hey, with all these different types of Stream Decks, which one should I get as a first time Stream Deck buyer, you know? So
Hmm.
personally for me, and chat, you guys can chime in too if you guys would like for people who are looking to purchase a Stream Deck for the very first time on what you think they should get. So first off, there is Stream Deck Mobile. You do get 6 keys free if you want to test out the software first. But then if you're completely new and depending on your budget, I would say either Stream Deck Neo is a great, great start if you're trying to just get used to the ecosystem and just, just try and get into Stream Deck, use case scenarios, stuff like that. But otherwise, if you have a high budget, I would say Stream Deck Plus, personally. Especially if you want to use it for audio, for Photoshop, for there's a lot of different stuff you can use for Stream Deck Plus here. And they also have two accessories that you can purchase separately, which is a USB hub or XLR dock, for example. And I feel like Stream Deck Plus just has so many really great features that will get you started. And it's got eight keys that you can use, dials, a touch strip so you can swipe. You can swipe and you can activate actions on there as well. You would press on the touch strip there. Um, so yeah, you have four dials you use to control your audio, Photoshop. There's action trigger. There's action reel, which is really cool too. Like two of our, it's not really new anymore, but I'll say definitely newest feature for the dials aspect. So make sure to check that out
If
if you
you
guys don't know
played
about that
like,
yet.
like the GTA weapon wheel or like Horizon Zero Dawn, when
Mm,
you select your bow, it's a little bit like that. You literally can turn a dial, you select what action you want to do, and then you press the dial and it does that. So it's almost like a tool or item selection. It's so cool. There's so much stuff you can do with Stream Deck, and we're just kind of scratching the surface here. We haven't even talked about folders, multi-actions, and frankly, we're just also talking. Really, I should be showing you all of this, but it's just there's so much, and if we do that, we're
There's so
not going
much.
to
There's
have
gonna be
enough
more. We're
time.
gonna have
Yeah.
someone very soon. I think we gotta cut a little bit short here, but I do want to mention real quick. Someone says, "I need the hub, and it's basically the only thing not discounted." So
Ah,
reminder:
well,
20% off site wide for
actually,
non-discounted items. That's not Stream Deck Studio, Prompt XL, and Embrace. So you can use code Black Friday, and you will get that. You should get that for 20% off if it's in stock and
this
stuff like
is a
that. So
Cyber Monday news bulletin. Use code Black Friday on Elgato.com for any products that are not currently discounted. That's right, folks. I'll say it one
exactly.
more time. Use code Black Friday for 20% off on products that are not currently discounted. Only at Elgato.com for Cyber Monday.
Awesome. Thank you, Phil. With that being said, we're moving on to our next segment. And this is going to be a Stream Deck XL showcase by one of our amazing Elgato creators, Leah's. But first, we're going to go ahead and cut to a community clip by Modern Chaos. So let's go ahead and ship it.
Do you want to take a trip with me? I love flying the Airbus A320 in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, and my Elgato products make it even more fun. Hi, my name is Modern Chaot, your glitchly captain on this flight. And if you like airplanes like me, you know that immersion is everything. And that's why my cockpit relies on two handy Elgato products. First, the Elgato Wave Mic Arm Pro. Turbulences happen, especially on my chaotic flights, and this arm will keep my audio as steady as can be. It's clamped to the side of my desk, and it stays where I need it to be, whether it's in front of me while I'm streaming, or just in the right spot to make an announcement that you should be fastening your seatbelts and putting out your tray tables because we've got places to go, and you better get moving or else. And it doesn't take up too much space either. Plenty of space for me to put on my throttle and my side stick, and even a tablet with charts, so you and I don't get lost on our destination to... Hey, does anyone know where we're going? Now that we're in the air, how about I show you the other part to this, the Elgato Stream Deck Plus. I use a plugin called the Pilot's Deck to connect it to the sim. Instead of moving around the cockpit with my mouse, I simply turn the dials on my Stream Deck to set my altitude, my heading, vertical speed, and then select the key to enabling autopilot. And then I can use the keys to also trigger the fasten seatbelt sign. Have you fastened them yet? I swear to. Or, if it's a late night red eyed flight, I can simply change the cabin lights without a flash. With that being said, let's turn off the autopilot and get ready for landing. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, maybe that was a bit harsh, but hey, any landing you can walk away from, right? And make sure you pick up both the Elgato Wave Microphone Pro and the Stream Deck Plus on the onboard shop. Happy flying.
I love that video. Thank you so much, Modern Chaos, for putting that together. What a cool Stream Deck use case, and hopefully that gave you guys some ideas of some creative ways that you can bring Stream Deck into your setup. And also, they're in chat right now. Hello, everybody, go ahead and follow Modern Chaos. Thank you very much for that awesome demo. Speaking of demos, we're about to have a really cool Stream Deck XL demo from a special guest. Lias is joining me right now. Hello, Lias, how's it going? How are you
Hi,
doing? We met.
everybody.
Hi. Oh, I'm still Phil.
Hope
I'm Phil
everybody's
now.
doing. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, if I could get started here. My name is Lias. Hello, everybody. I'm a full-time content creator, specifically on YouTube, but also stream every single Monday and Friday at 7 p.m. Central. My top suggestion to anybody who asks me about getting into streaming will always be the Stream Deck, and that is because of how much time it saves me. It is a complete like it is I'm not kidding you when I say it is a complete life changer between when I first started streaming and afterwards. The amount of accessibility that I have with it, it is actually kind of crazy. It absolutely blew my mind. So that is what I want to talk to you about today, specifically the Stream Deck XL, which is my most used Stream Deck. It is currently 30% off, if you guys don't know.
Awesome.
It's
Take
an
it away.
XL, it's big, a lot of buttons. And for a guy like me, that is exactly what I want because let me just show you real quick. Let me just show you what it looks like for me. So right here, this is a cleaned up version. It did not look like this a few days ago. The way I used to have it is just it was just controlled chaos. I knew where everything was, but it was just messy. So I cleaned it up just for you guys. So going over the basics, the most common use that I have for it is just like just normal everyday use. I use it to control my cameras, to control the music, to change songs, increase volume, lower volume, easy stuff like that. But also, what I like is that you could group multiple different actions together. So, for example, right now, pretty good lighting system. Say I'm done for the day, lights off, just like that. If I need to get ready for a stream, lights on, easy peasy. It you could also have it set to multiple different lighting situations. For example, if it's 2 a.m., I don't want these bright lights, but I need to work. Just something a little bit more mellow. Let's get these lights back up. And of course, for easy stream accessibility, every time you don't want to go into the dashboard to change a setting or something, you got some pretty easy keys here. You can mark, you could set an ad, even change the category on a whim. Me, I am very much known for after a while, what if I just want to yap? What if I just want to play Marvel Rivals? I could just press a button, it instantly changes it, the category. Easy peasy. Also, it's good for clipping. Clipping not just both in stream, but also as you can see right here, this is what I use. This is the if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, you already have this setting pretty much enabled. You just press it, and it captures up to 5 minutes of whatever game you are capturing. It doesn't have to be on stream. It's just there. It's just there for a good, easy clip. Now, if I could go over to the more creative side of things, aside from just managing stuff on OBS, such as switching scenes, just stuff like that, I want to show you guys a little bit of what I've been working on recently to promote the Elgato Black Friday sale last Friday. I played Five Nights at Freddy's on the Stream Deck. And I did that by just basically setting up these advanced hotkeys and making sure that every single button is where the mouse would end up. So right here, I got left door, left light, right door, right light cameras, and each individual camera where it would just snap. And oh my god, I thought I thought this was going to make my gameplay a lot easier. It was not. I was gripping onto this thing for dear life on that stream, just going back and forth. I felt I'm not a guy who typically gets scared of video games. I've unfortunately gotten very, what's the word, numb to horror. But in those moments, in the at night 5, I was fighting for my life, just absolutely gripping onto this thing. Uh, but it was fun. It was a fun experience, a fun new way to play, and that is oftentimes how I like to play my games, especially on stream. I do a few of these. Let me switch over to here so I could show you guys. Every now and then, I will uh, these. I had timestamps, I promise. But every now and then, I will play a game and have something special going on. So, for example, this is me playing Dead by Daylight while playing Tetris at the exact same time. Tetris is on my screen. I have to play Tetris, make sure it doesn't cover up any important bits, make sure that I could still see what's going on. But the reason I was able to do something like this is because of an extension uh, in Stream Deck called Sammy, which is with the program of the same name. It basically lets you run a script. You just program it in whatever. Like the creative liberty you could take with it is absolutely amazing. But it is only with Stream Deck that I'm able to do stuff like that here because I could at the push of a key, it's just I could run the script, I could reset it, I could clear anything that I need, I could troubleshoot easy peasy. And another thing that I like to do, does anybody here like scary videos? This is a tradition in my channel. Every now and then, we will just, for the heck of it, especially around October, I will just watch. I'll just watch something a little creepy. Let me get this for you guys real quick here. I organized my Stream Deck. I did not organize my OBS. My apologies. Okay, here we go. So these types of videos, especially 3 a.m., because that's the best. That's the best time. If you've seen these kinds of videos, you already know the type of commentary that goes with it. A lot of times, you will see something like this, or like that, or like this, or like that. This is the perfect time for some of these to not work. Uh, I love having these types of arrows. Let me see. Let me show you so you guys could see what it looks like on OBS, or rather, sorry, on Stream Deck. Oh my gosh, it's not capturing it. I'm just gonna screen capture. It's fine. Okay, now it wants to capture it. But it basically just looks like this. I know there's a lot going on. Just pay attention to this spot right here. I could just at the press of an arrow, this red arrow right here specifically, I get all of these PNGs that I could just turn on and off, and I have them uh in the position that they are so that whenever something, not just in like scary videos, whenever I'm trying to like hype up something or bring attention to something just for like a funny joke, I already know where the arrow is gonna go and I just press it. And because the XL is extra large, I have all this space. So if I ever needed to add anything else, I could just put that in there real quick and I got it. Let's get rid of these arrows. Something else that I want to talk about is I'm specifically speaking as a maker for this part because I actually have made a few things for the Stream Deck. I've made a couple icon packs. Let me get them right here. I've made the Dead by Daylight icons and the Marble Rivals icon packs. Now, I'm not a graphic designer by any means, not at all. These were just a passion project that I decided to take upon myself on a weekend because I just really wanted to upgrade my setup. I wanted it to reflect my interests. I wanted it to be more myself. And of course, there are a ton of options already on there on the marketplace. You truly, there is something there for everybody. You can make your Stream Deck your own, however you want it. Make it as aesthetically pleasing to your liking. And that's kind of why I just had an urge to do this because I know other people like me like these games and they wanted something to reflect that. And so I went ahead and did this. And I like every now and then I'll it's just a matter of like because I know there is what's the word? There is a demand for a lot of these things and I know other people have mentioned to me that they would like specific other ones. But as I've told them as well, like it is actually kind of easy to be making stuff like this and also to upload it on the marketplace. They've made it even easier in the past year. So this is something I would encourage anybody like if there's something in on the Stream Deck that's not there, that's not currently available, but you have an idea of how to go about it, just go and do it. Easy as that. Just an attempt. And then lastly, what I want to show on my Stream Deck, it's not showing up again. Okay, there we go. It is this button right here. Now this is my subscriber count. And yes, I know like it's generally not a good idea to take a look at like metrics to constantly keep track of that. That's not the reason this one is here. This one is here because it's a reminder for myself whenever I'm working on a project and something's not going right and I'm just like feeling down, I'm not feeling good about it. It's a reminder of where I once was, where I am, and where I will be. So I dedicate this spot right here in the corner, bottom right corner of my Stream Deck, where it is the most visible for me, as a reminder of where I am and how I can improve in myself. And like I said, the places where I could go. And that is me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Leas, for giving us an overview. I'm sure chat has some questions. So if you have any questions for
Mhm.
Leas, now's a great time to ask them in the chat. Can be anything about, being a maker to, using Stream Deck, Excel, how, some of the use cases that you were sharing. Maybe you guys want to learn a little bit more. I did see some people asking how you were able to make the Five Nights at Freddy's one work, specifically like making the mouse click. So maybe we can even you could open those actions and
Mhm.
kind of show us what you were doing there. And maybe also tell us the plugins that you were using. But yeah, so thank you so much for going over everything. Do you want to start with maybe showing us a little bit more about the Five
Yeah.
Nights at Freddy's folder?
Yeah.
I guess you have.
Earlier today, I tried to like have it set up so that when I was talking about it, I could actually go through and press the button so you guys could see. Unfortunately, Five Nights at Freddy's is a very old game, and for some reason, it has its troubles being captured on OBS. So I was having a bit issues, and I just did not want to risk any more potential issues.
All
Uh,
good. Yeah, you can
but
just show
I
us the
could,
actions.
yeah. So let's see. I gotta remember because I'm looking at OBS. I have like three different monitors, all kind of showing the same exact thing right now. So I just kind of gotta have to find it. Okay. So like I said, stuff like this, left door. This is the super macro extension, which is basically just as it sounds. It's a macro. You just put in a shortcut, and it could record the shortcut right here. So right here we got the mouse position and left button. So whenever I press this key, it just does both of these. It snaps the mouse to this position. It simulates a left mouse button click, and then same thing for the lights. And then the camera. The camera was tricky because it's supposed to simulate you moving the mouse down while also moving it back up. So you could use the camera toggle again. Because if it just stays there, it doesn't show up for whatever reason. So that's why there's two mouse coordinates right here. And then for the same exact like this, it might look a little bit complicated, but like once you get into it, it is really quite simple because all it is just getting the mouse position and getting the right buttons, and you could do this with other games. I've done this, with Dead by Daylight. I've done this with just a lot of simpler games. Dead by Daylight has definitely been the one that's been the more complicated just because it's a first at least on the killer side, it's a first person experience. But this is really good for something simple.
Actually, can I, so let's say right now somebody in chat was like,
Mhm,
"That's awesome. I wanna start using that right now." Do you wanna know something cool you could do actually? If you back out of this folder and right
mhm.
click, I don't know if you know this, so I'll guide you real quick. So go, oh, there's okay, this is a page. All right. So you could actually export this profile, but if it was in a folder, you could actually right click that folder and
Mm.
you could save it, and then you could send that folder to somebody else, and then they can add it to their Stream Deck, and they can have those actions you set up. It'll even prompt you to download the specific plugin that is in that like that you're using there, the super macro one by Bar Raider.
Ooh.
So yeah, that's
Mhm.
a cool thing if you ever want to share that with your community, so they can start using Stream Deck to play Five Nights at Freddy's and be equally scared. That's something that you could do. And if any of you guys are
I
at
didn't know that.
home or doing cool things like that, you can right click your action. You can save just a specific action. Let's say you have a really cool multi action. You want to maybe send it to another PC or send it to your friend. It's just as simple as sharing that specific action or the folder, or in your case, you would share the profile. So yeah, just a little fun fact. You can even just drag an action to your desktop, and it'll create the little file there. So pretty cool.
That's really
But yeah,
neat. That actually kind of motivates me to make more stuff like this if I could just like share it with people.
yeah, I mean, you could, if you save that profile, you can even have that on Marketplace. I'm not sure how much you've browsed through the profiles on Marketplace, but any of you guys who have a Stream Deck or are thinking about getting one, there's a lot of pre-made profiles. Clover, she just like her ears perked up. She's like, "Marketplace
Hi,
profiles, I
Clover.
heard you. Make more." Uh, so who will be on the stream later today, by the way. So make sure to stick around to say hi and hear all about Marketplace. I'm sure you'll have lots to share. But yeah, if anybody makes these cool profiles, you can actually share them and sometimes even sell them on Marketplace so that people can just get all this hard work that you already did. They could just add it to their Stream Deck really quickly and easily. Um, are there any
Hmm.
other like multi actions or anything that you want to kind of, show us the flow that you got going on? Anything cool like that?
I actually do something that I completely forgot about. I want to let everybody know I did a lot of prep for this, and the moment like I got into the call, my mind just went blank. So now that I'm like
All good.
I'm seeing everything, my memory is coming back. Let me show you guys something that's a big hit in my community. So I have these redemptions in my channel where let me get rid of some of this. So this is my camera right here. Obviously, it's a normal camera. If anybody here in my community is watching, you already know where this is going. So with my camera, it's just a normal average camera right here, but I have two different redemptions. One is, let's hope this works. It sometimes doesn't. It's a squish mode, and that basically just turns off that camera. Let me bring up Stream Deck so I could show you guys. It's a multi-action where it turns off the main camera and it turns on a clone of that camera. Uh, and it just basically compresses me down. And if I need to turn that back off, and now for those of you that may be squeamish, this one might be a little much, but I have something similar with the exact same type of logic behind the keys with the multi-action.
That one's
Takes
perfect.
it takes a little bit.
Perfect. Why didn't you join like that? That would've been awesome.
I should have honestly done that. I think I'm gonna do the rest of this stream like this.
Perfect. I also think that all the demos should be behind you too, I think that adds to it. So you can
Hmm.
barely see Stream Deck. That's awesome, and that was all with one key press that you just did that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just one. Let me try to move it aside so I can show you again. Just
Oh
like
my
that.
god.
It's this one right here. Trio on, Trio cam on, uh, OBS Studio source visibility off, and then turning this folder, this group in OBS on. And then if I want to turn it off, it's the exact same thing, but opposite.
And now you're back. That's exactly my kind of nonsense. I love that, especially the squish one. And then if you
Oh
even
yeah,
added like a sound effect to that multi-action too, it could be like "Bonk." Just squish you.
that's a good idea. Just like an anvil sound.
Exactly. Oh my god, maybe even for like a moment, like the little like bonk hammer actually shows up. Oh, you could be so creative. Oh, we have an idea from Hollywood in chat who says you could save some buttons if you change it to a multi-action switch instead of two multi-actions. Have you ever tried the
Oh,
multi-action switch?
I have not.
Oh, that's a cool one. That's the next way to level this up. So essentially, what that will do is you can set up two multi actions, and as you press the key, it'll switch between the two states. So you can literally have the trio key set to one. Hollywood, you got good sleep last night. You're on big brain mode right now.
It seems like every single time I tune into like these streams specifically, I'll like figure something out, like something I've never thought of before with
Ah,
Stream Deck.
I'm glad. I feel like every time I'm learning too from chat, like I mean I've used multi-action switches, but didn't immediately think to use it for this. Are your savior? Ooh, we need you to showcase some of your multi-action switches. You got to share some of those actions. Um, oh my god, a bonk. Nice. Okay, any other favorite actions or anything that you would like to showcase?
Something I didn't mention during my intro, was this one right here. This one's super handy for me. This one is it just basically toggles audio devices for the system. So if ever I'm not in the mood for wearing my headset, I could just press this button and it reroutes all my audio to my speaker and vice versa. So something very, very simple and practical there.
Nice. Yeah. I love using that one because when I switch between my speakers and headphones and have so many different audio sources on my computer, clicking through that Windows menu and trying to find the very specific one thing I want to switch to feels impossible. And that's when my brain turns off and I just see a list of names. So yeah, I love the audio switcher plugin. That one is like so cute, especially because when you click it, the headphones and speakers, they switch. So you know just by looking at your key which one
Hmm.
is active. You got your
That's a
key
really
lights
nice
on there
touch.
too, I see. Very nice.
I just remembered one more thing, if I could show it off real quick.
Absolutely, please, everything. Show anything you'd like.
Going back going back to what I mentioned about Sammy, which is a program that lets you be like super creative with what you show on OBS. That plugin for Stream Deck is absolutely, like I said, it is invaluable whenever I'm doing a special stream. One of those types of streams is this one right here. It's focused around these two buttons right here. One of them resets the system, and the other uh, forces a file forward. I'll show you what I mean
Could
by
you
that.
unsquish so we could see the action? As much as
Oh,
I love the squish, just so
yeah,
they could see the property inspector.
I got too used to this.
Hollywood, the squish lets us see the buttons at the same time.
Let me move back over here.
Nice. Perfect. Thank you.
So yeah, like I was saying, this one is for a stream where my community got together and they just gave me a bunch of their favorite games, specifically the UI elements of the game, and then I would just save them. And so whenever I would press this button right here, oh, let's see if it works here. Oh no, my stuff is broken.
It's okay. Screen sharing
But
and demoing is pretty hard.
basically, what it does is whenever I press it, it brings up a random image on a folder, and it just like unhides it on OBS.
Oh, I see. We got
And
some
so
UI elements.
when I'm playing a game like this, for example, if I'm playing Dead by Daylight, I press the button, and then every single I
The
think it's for
point.
like every single time something happens, every single time I lose, there's just one more thing added. And so in the end, it gets very this is one of my favorite things to do. This
Oh
is
my
definitely one of my favorite elements.
I need like
And
pop-up
like
ads. Oh my god, this is awesome.
and like I said, it's completely random. So whenever I touch the button, uh, it just brings up a random one. So I never know how I'm gonna get nerfed exactly. And then
I'm
when I need
just
to reset
admiring.
it, I just
No, bring it back. I was looking at everything. That's like the perfect amount of like just like intrusive, but like you can I would still be able to see your gameplay. Like I mean, this is so silly. I love it. Oh my gosh, this is awesome.
I feel like it's a lot better as a viewer instead of the player.
Well, I mean that's the fun in it for us, you know. It's not supposed to be fun for you.
Exactly.
It's supposed to be fun for us. That is
I
so
see myself
fun.
as
Oh
just
my
like
god.
a jester for everybody when I do stuff like this.
That's perfect. That's yeah, that's my mantra too. I'm here to be a clown so that you can just enjoy the show. Oh, this is so fun. So you see this too when you're playing. That's awesome.
Mhm. So it's over my screen.
That's under construction. So you guys know what to do, right? You're gonna go watch Elias's stream, and then whatever criteria you have to pop them up at that point, you guys just make that happen, whether it's gift subs, whatever. This chat, this is your responsibility, okay? You must make this happen. It's very important to me that you do this. Oh,
I know my chat has been wanting a comeback to this, specifically with Dead by Daylight
yeah, no, it's come on. When are you bringing back? That's really good.
this
Um,
month.
Double has a question for you. This month, really? Oh, you
Mhm.
heard it here first, maybe or maybe second. This month it's coming back. Double says, can mods connect and control your stream deck?
I haven't looked into that myself. I know, not exactly answering the question, but it's adjacent. Whenever there's not a mod available, there are certain actions you could put on the Stream Deck, that are essentially quick mod actions. Like I mentioned, streaming, or rather changing the stream category. You just press it and it does that. There are other ones for like clearing the chat, setting emoji only mode, or even sending out like a message. I'm not entirely sure if mods could do anything on the Stream Deck,
Yeah,
like your
there's
own.
no official way. I've seen people hack that kind of system. But I mean, if anyone is very interested in just kind of tinkering around and trying to make it work, some people I have seen them make it work where somebody could remotely trigger Stream Deck actions on your PC. It just takes some more setup. But yeah, like you said, that is a really good point. If anybody is streaming, maybe their moderators, you know, aren't around at certain times, or maybe you actually don't even have any moderators. You can essentially function as your own using different Stream Deck plugins to, you know, change titles, categories, and there's even some where you can, like, you know, scroll like to ban specific users or like, you know, ban
Mhm.
the last user. That way you can really quickly moderate your chat or even lock it down. You can turn on shield mode at a press of a Stream Deck key. So if you're streaming on Twitch and you want to just lock chat down for a moment while you kind of figure everything out, that's a really, you know, quick and easy way to do it without having to, you know, head over to your Twitch dashboard. Where's shield mode again? Turn it on. Like at that point, you know, who knows what's been in chat. So with the Stream Deck key, just always ready. I have my little emergency folder for myself. I'm always ready in case anything happens. And it's just the press of a key. I can turn on shield mode. Vio
Shield
says,
mode's
I've.
right here.
Oh, yeah, you got it. Yep. Right there. It's just built into the Twitch plugin. So if you wanted to use it,
Mhm.
it's just as easy as drag and drop and make sure your Twitch account is linked. I see you also have the markers. Do you want to talk about that for a moment? Because I feel like some people don't realize that they can mark their VODs.
Yeah, so I included both mark and a clip feature for it. I mostly use the Mark one just 'cause, I like scrubbing through my VOD, trying to see, like, what moments stand out that could be made into, potential clips, and it says, like, a lot of these, it's as easy as just pressing it, and it's done. In the actual VOD, you will see a marker, uh, you could do it as many times as you want, but whenever there's, like, a hype moment, you just press it, and it's there.
Nice. So you have some media controls as well with your icon pack, which is very nice.
Uh So I recently switched from Spotify to YouTube Music, and one of my concerns was that the Stream Deck might not have like there might not be a plugin for it because YouTube Music isn't as supported uh, compared to Spotify. Luckily, that's not the case. There is actually a plugin just for that, so I was able to just switch them out. Pretty simple.
Very cool. And reminder chat, if you guys have any questions, there's lots of ideas in chat, but if you guys have any questions for Leas, definitely go ahead and drop them so we can get them answered. Even if it's about maybe the kind of content that you make, maybe you want to remind chat real quick a little bit about, what you do as a creator, even outside of streaming too.
Mhm. Yeah, I could actually. I wanted to also show off the virtual Stream Deck, which I just kind of discovered this past weekend, and I've been experimenting with it. So the virtual Stream Deck you get for free whenever you buy a Stream Deck. It's as it sounds. It's just a Stream Deck but virtual. So here is a quick video in Premiere Pro that I took of my cat today, Elgato for an Elgato stream, and for the Stream Deck, the virtual Stream Deck. I was kind of experimenting with it, on, like, what I need most when I'm editing, something that's just quick, something that stays on the screen. So for this is using the Adobe Premiere Pro sampler pack on the marketplace. So these are just some simple buttons whenever, like, for example, I need an effect, I just press this button, brings up the effects. If I need, to adjust the duration of a clip, brings it up. If I need to link 2 clips, and obviously, like I said, there are way more options than just this for whatever program you might need. That's not just Premiere, let's say Photoshop, Clip Studio. Even I've seen this even be used in games like Minecraft or World of Warcraft. Just something where it's much more simpler to click on a screen as opposed to reaching over to the physical Stream Deck. That's where I found this is most that's where you could get the most use out of something like this. So I definitely still need to uh, look into this more because if I could find a way to make this work with the effects, with my most common effects, where I don't have to go in here, type it in, uh, where I don't have to type it in, I have to delete it, find a different effect. If I could just have all that here, where I could just tap it and it's just automatically applied to what I have on screen, that would be absolutely perfect.
Oh, I have some ideas for you. We'll have to talk about that later. I have some ideas for those effects. Could you actually
Hmm.
show chat how to set up virtual Stream Deck and a reminder chat when you
Hmm.
buy Stream Deck, or if you have the eligible hardware, which can be some Corsair peripherals as well, or even Scuff. You can actually unlock virtual Stream Deck, which can let you do exactly what Leah's just did, which was press a Stream Deck action with your mouse on your screen. And there's even different ways to toggle it. You can have it on all the time. You can bring it up with a hotkey. You can, there's just so much potential with Virtual Stream Deck. So, Leas, if you could just kind of teach them how to add it and maybe a little bit more
Hmm.
about the setup and customization.
Yeah, so it's pretty easy. It's just another it's basically another Stream Deck that's right here, just virtual Stream Deck. Here it is. For me, I use a hotkey that's on my physical Stream Deck, just like that. You could adjust the opacity to whatever you like best for whatever you're using. What I like is that you just kind of go wild here if you if that's what you need. If for whatever reason, let's just say you're playing like a super intensive MMO, You could just have all that. You could program it's basically like I this is like the third time I'm saying it. It's just a Stream Deck just on your display. Anything you need, you could just put up here. Normal, as usual. Is there any questions, with that one? Oh, I think I broke mine.
I did see a question from Flatspin about does Virtual Stream Deck work in VR? So we haven't officially extensively tested this yet, but I have seen people use it in VR. If you are using some sort of VR system that uses your computer, some people have made that work. I'm sure you can find some guides online, but I could say officially, I don't believe we've like fully tested that yet. But as you know, with anything VR, the VR community makes it happen. So I hopefully there's some resources online, but as far as I'm concerned, I've seen some people make it work. I think there's ways to cook with that one. Um, People are saying, yeah, you can add it as a process like you would with like any browser window. Yeah, when I've done VR, I've had Twitch chat pop up like alongside my controller. So I'm almost certain you could do the same depending on what VR system you're using. Yeah, chat, you're cooking. You cook. You cook, chat. You got it. I know there's some
Yeah, you
VR
guys are
users in
so
here.
incredibly creative. That's like one of the top things that I see when I'm like watching these Elgato streams. It's just like the feedback from chat, and that's how like a lot of people could experience like new ideas, new ways of doing things.
I think what's really cool, especially with Stream Deck, is just how there's so many different niches, and everybody can
Hmm.
just finesse the most useful, like over the top, super, just creative Stream Deck profiles and actions and multi actions just for their niche, and that like everybody that is in that niche just knows and understands how useful it is. Like we played that flight sim video from Modern Chaos earlier. You showed us how you use it for very silly things, like using your Stream Deck for Five Nights at Freddy's, which right off the bat is like, why would you do that? But then makes a lot of sense when you are in the control center at that point. That is immersion right there. To be clicking and cams come up. And you can close the door with the press of a button versus a mouse click. Like that's so much more immersive and so much scarier. So yeah, there's just so many different use cases, so many different ways to apply them, even like I said with VR. So yeah, that's one of my favorite things about Stream Deck is that I know how I use it in my niche, which is like creative apps programs like Adobe, Paint Tool, Sai. But getting to see everybody else just know so much more than me for their niche and like get so much more creative because they just know what they're doing so well. That's really cool. And even the pro use cases too. I love Stream Deck. I'm the biggest biggest Stream Deck nerd. I need to put
To
that on a
jump onto
shirt.
that about the you should honestly just start making your own line of shirts for this.
I Look, last week I had the hotkeys one, the hotkeys fear me. Next time we need the
We
we
need
need the
that one
Stream
on a
Deck
hat
nerd.
specifically.
The honestly would go so hard. Like the fishing ones that they have like
Hmm.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But sorry, you were gonna say?
Yeah, jumping onto that about how like every single group has like their own niche ways of using it. I did not know that VTubers used the Stream Deck as extensively as they did until I went to TwitchCon and I spoke to Chibi about how VTubers use it, where you could just press it and it changes different aspects. That had never occurred to me because I'm not a VTuber. I didn't really think much about it, so it kind of did like blow my mind a little bit into like, well, every single VTuber that I know is doing this basically.
Yep. And then Jasmine in chat immediately, "Me here." You said VTuber, she heard that. Um, she has a bunch of stream decks too. So all those different toggles that she has. Imagine if you imagine Leah's trying to remember that many hotkeys and actions, like just on your keyboard, like that would be so difficult. Because
Let
she
me
has so
bring
many
up
different
this screen again.
toggles.
There's no way.
That would be so difficult. So anyone doing it that way, I mean, kudos to you, but other than that, if you go as extensive and deep as Jasmine does, you need those Stream Deck keys because they also have the previews as well. You can just see like Jasmine, they won't be able to hear you, Jasmine. No, they won't be able to hear you. Jasmine joined the meeting and she's just like, put me in. Nope, 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 Jasmine, no. You can tell them about it later. I bet she has a floor keyboard. She has Stream Deck pedal. So she does have a Stream Deck pedal, and she uses that for Valorant for like push to talk, which is really cool. But she'll when she's on the stream later again, she'll share all those goodies about how she uses Stream Deck in her setup. uh, I think it would take focus away from the sim you're playing. I mean, try it out. If you haven't tried using Stream Deck for, you know, whatever sim you play, give it a try. I think it adds to the immersion, especially something like flight sim or even people play like the train sim games. Just seeing live states on your keys just feels so immersive. Um, and the
An
click is
idea
just
that
so
I've had
gratifying.
with, like, that simulation is, playing Truck Simulator. So, I'm 27 years old, I don't know how to drive. I kinda want to learn how to drive through Truck Simulator, but I wanna commit to it. Have, like, 2 large monitors as, like, those, simulator streamers have, where each monitor is just the side mirrors, have the wheel, the full all the pedals and everything, and a stream deck to the side that just controls, like, whatever. Again, I don't know how to drive. I don't know what buttons there are,
Buttons.
but something where you could
Yeah.
just press.
Elias,
Yeah, I feel like
do
that'd
you not have a
be
license?
no.
Let's go. Fist bump, me too.
I live in
Me too,
Chicago,
me too.
so,
I'm not
like,
shaming.
I could get around. It's just I don't need a car.
Where are you
It's
from?
kind of always been my excuse. Chicago.
Chicago. Hey, tech director. Tech director's also from Chicago. He asked me to get you to repeat that because he's like, did I hear that right? Um, but yeah, so you know people do that
Chicago
with
mention.
flight sim, right? They practice on flight
Mhm.
sim, they get enough hours and then they can use that knowledge to go to actual planes. You're doing the same thing, but with trucks. I don't know if the truck to
That's my
car
idea.
I don't know if that transfers as well, but I guess you're taking to the most extreme, and then that'd probably make a car even easier.
Again, I have no idea. I've never driven.
Fair. I did see somebody in chat say that they bought a Game Capture Neo on sale. So very exciting when you get it on. Oh, you ordered on November 20th. Get it tomorrow. Awesome. Very exciting. If any of you guys have shopped the Black Friday deals or Cyber Monday deals, definitely make sure to tag us in your photos or videos so that you can see them and also share them potentially. Did you do any shopping, Leas, for Cyber Monday or Black Friday?
I'm kinda saving it all for today. I always with sales, I just kinda wait until the very, very end just 'cause, one time it worked out when I bought a monitor for, like, this was like a $200 monitor for $50, and, they only added more of a sale than it originally was because they were trying to get rid of their stock. So, ever since then, I've just that's been my strategy, waiting until the absolute last second to get anything that I need, just in case there's a bigger sale. So I'm waiting for tonight.
Fair. That's what I do with flights. um, Also, Leas, just so you know, you can mute those guests that just joined in. They're the next segment. I have Wave Neo and Facecam Neo that my mother-in-law got on Black Friday deals. I'm getting for my birthday on Sunday. Well, happy early birthday. That's so
Happy
exciting.
birthday.
Shlomo says, I bought the bundle with Stream Deck Plus XLR, Wave DX, and desk stand on Black Friday. You got the upgrade. That's gonna be big. Do you have any other
I also
Elgato
wanna give
products,
a
Leas?
yes, but first, I just wanna give a quick shout out to Brix's DNA in, the chat who just informed me that there is a way to add effects through Premiere through, like, some other way, so I'm definitely gonna check that out for later. That's definitely gonna be a time saver for me if I could just get effects at the press of a
Yeah.
key.
Oh, there's definitely a way. So this is gonna be huge for you. I like your teaching chat. Chat's teaching you. I'm learning too. This is just the learning triangle.
It's a back and forth beneficial relationship here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can't leave the stream without learning something. That's for sure. Um, but
So
yeah,
I'm kind of a hoarder and kind of keep every single box I've ever gotten. That includes Elgato boxes. Uh, I have Right over here, I got the prompter, light strips all around on the side. The front side here is just full of just like this whole entire wall is just the wave panels to get some good sound isolation. I've got two key lights.
The cat. You have to pay the cat tax. Can we go full screen? Chris on the cat. Let's go. Oh, even more cat. Let's go. Why is he so mad? Why is he so mad?
She just got woken up, I think.
Oh, she does not like being on the stream. Sorry. She's sleepy.
When she's in a when she's in a better mood, she like does a little dance right here. And she goes
Oh,
along with like whenever yeah, she's not gonna do it right now, but
not on dance mode. Honestly, very tolerant, all things considered, for just waking up. You're gonna pay
and
for
again,
this later.
obviously,
Stream Deck XL, nice.
please tell us your favorite part of Elgato. As I mentioned when I joined the stream, my most recommended product that I give to people is the Stream Deck just because of the accessibility of it. It makes things so much easier, and that's what I like about Elgato products all around. No matter what it is so incredibly easy to set something up. No matter if it's the microphone, the stand, even something like the prompter, which is a pretty big piece of a product. It's it's very easy to just set up. Everything just snaps in place. I love the use of magnets, and when I'm done with it, I could just disassemble it less than like a minute sometimes.
Very cool. I'm very distracted by your cat. I unfortunately can't listen to anymore. I'm staring on prompter at the cat.
When I did have a cat cam, again, that's something I would just have on my Stream Deck. I just press it and it shows full screen cat cam. Are you a fan?
What's her name?
Era?
Era. Did Era buy anything for Cyber Monday?
She got some nice chicken treats,
Oh, okay. 30% off?
of course.
Nice. Chat also likes your cat.
I have another one I could show. She's like
No
looking at
way.
me right now.
All right.
She knows what's coming.
You're locked in. Era, my goat. My goat. We need lower thirds for them. We need to prepare pet lower thirds next time. I gotta say, Bricks, I know your message is bait. It's you're baiting the mods right now. But ever since we changed to Embrace from the previous stream chairs, and I'm not exaggerating, so much more comfortable to do these streams. Like being here for hours is now just like I'm chilling, no problem. Oh my
I tried
god.
out that chair at TwitchCon. It's so good.
Okay, please an intro. I need an intro here.
This is Bella. This is my first ever cat. She's a senior lady. Actually, I got her 7 years ago Friday. She was a
Wow.
post Thanksgiving adoption.
Well, happy almost 7 years. She also looks so sleepy. What is in the air over there? Your cats are so sleepy.
I usually don't wake up until like noon. It's 2 p.m. right now. So I think that me being up earlier kind of threw them off their schedule.
Got it. Fair. I think chat can relate with this. Yeah, well, I'm a morning person. I'm probably the only person here that cannot relate with this.
The other day I
He's
went to sleep at
disappointed.
4 a.m. It's just something about the dark. Like that's when I could work best. The whole world's asleep. I could just lock in.
Fair.
I just set
I'm
my lights to be a little dimmer,
ooh, little Stream Deck action there. Little Stream Deck.
of course.
Nice. Uh, I'm just scared of the dark, so I'm like lights on, control center brighter, brighter, brighter. Horchata. Today I woke up at 2:30 a.m. Oh my.
Remember to rest.
Mhm. All right. Well, any last things you'd like to show off, Lias, or talk about? Could be about your content, Stream Deck, anything else?
Uh, I think I pretty much covered everything that I wanted to. I apologize for being a little, like I said, I had a plan, and then as soon as I
You're
started
good.
talking, my mind was just everywhere. I guess the only thing I have left to say it is like I I don't take on I don't work with a lot of companies because I very much am of the belief that I will never uh showcase something that I don't use personally that I do not believe in. Elgato was the first company that I ever worked with, and that is because even years prior to that, I have been using Elgato products. I've been recommending it to people, and I'm really glad you guys are out here putting in this work, putting in streams like this, to just let people know that their lives could get a lot easier just by using these products.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad. I mean, I had a very similar experience too. I definitely, only want to work with companies I really, really believe in. So yeah, Elgato was same first company I also worked with, and just because I just believed in it so much, especially the power of Stream Deck and how it can help literally everybody set up. Do you want me to
Mhm.
teach you how to do a multi-action switch real quick? I could do a quick
Yeah, we could
little
go.
demo. Okay, cool. Let me set
Yeah,
this up
let
real
me
quick.
switch over.
So it's super, super easy. All you have to do here is just add in the multi-action switch, which you'll already have this. Is not like an additional plugin. It's just built into Stream Deck software. So you just click and drag, and just like any multi-action, here is where you drag in all those steps, right? So for example, let's say you wanted to play a sound effect, and then on, OBS, let's maybe go to OBS. Wow. Phil changed the sensitivity on this mouse. It is not my sensitivity. This thing is flying. All right. Forgive me if I click the wrong thing every single time. So let's say you want to, have an audio and then scene change. Uh, maybe you then want to also turn on some sort of media source or have it play. Then you set the other Stream Deck action up. So maybe you want to switch to a different scene. You want to maybe turn off that source. What do you mean? Where's the switch? Uh, yeah, right here at the top, you can toggle between the two different multi actions. And then, so let's play another sound here. Let's just say, obviously, I'm not configuring each individual thing right now, but just for the sake of showing how multi action switches work. So you can see here, I have one whole multi action, and here I have a different multi action. These can be completely different. They could be, based off of each other. Like you can have, it change from one source to a different source. You could toggle different directions. But yeah, you have 1 and 2. And then now here, when you press between them, you'll actually, you'll see it completes that first multi-action. And then now it switches. So you see how now it's facing the right way. Now
Mhm.
the next time I press it, it's going to activate that second line of multi-action. And then you're going to see it's going to switch back to the left side here on this little icon. That means that now it's on that step 1 again. And then you can even customize these states. I'm sure you have your icon pack, so I'm sure you probably go hard on the action states too. So you can
Mhm.
even change this to be, for example, let's say I want the first one to be. Let me not do pastel productivity pack before someone calls me out on using my own icon pack all the time. Let me try a different one. Let's just say we want to have. Let's say this one is like my I'm gonna like maybe play a clip and switch to the clip scene, and then maybe here it will maybe go back to like my full screen. Oops, I'll go back to my full screen. You can see that when I click, it just did that clip multi action, and now the next time I click it, it's queued up to do, let's say, that full screen action. And you can set this up with anything that you want. This can be, with any of our normal actions that you could put into a multi-action, which is essentially everything. You can set up a multi-action switch. So Lias, that switch that you have for your cursed, not cursed, I don't think it's cursed, camera with your two eyes in your mouth, you can actually just set that up on a multi-action switch. And then you can even take a screenshot of you with a normal face cam, put that on the first date. There you go. And then on the second state, which is switching to this mode, you can even have it be, a screenshot preview of it. So you can always look at your Stream Deck and know what you're about to toggle.
That's so
Then there's
intuitive.
also,
Yeah, I can't believe I didn't know about that.
oh yeah, the multi-action, like the Stream Deck iceberg. You know about icebergs. It goes deep.
Mhm.
Uh, all right. There's also key logic, which was added recently. Have you heard about that?
I think I've seen some things, haven't looked too much into it.
Okay. This one's really cool because one key can turn into 3 different actions. And that's not with a switch. That's just depending on how you interact with the key. So if I want it to play, sorry, this is like every time I see play audio, I just think of a fart sound effect. If you want to play a short fart, you can single press it. Then you could add a longer fart, maybe with double press. And then when you double press the key, like quickly, it will play a different sound effect. Or maybe when you hold the key, that one, that's a Taco Bell fart. Roots, I like how you're on board. Roots knows what I'm doing here. See, you've got this figured out. But like I said, this can also be with anything. It does not have to be silly the way that I just explained it. You can also, for example, maybe if you hold, you could undo or redo. Or maybe you have it undo when you hold. Maybe it could redo when you double press on Photoshop with the Photoshop plugin. And then maybe when you press just one time, let's see. When you press just one time, it will maybe like play one of the Photoshop actions that you've set up. So yeah, you could really do anything with this. And if you're buying something like, let's say, Stream Deck Neo, that only has a few keys compared to something like Leah's has with Stream Deck XL with 32 keys, then you could basically turn those limited 8 keys into so many more without even having to change a folder. Yeah, Hollywood says this would probably be really practical with a sampler, like hold to sample, then double press to clear. That's a really good idea. This is the kind of thinking I like to see. Get creative. Some DNA you asked about the Wavelink 3.0 plugin for Stream Deck coming to Mac OS. They're still working on the Stream Deck plugin for Wavelink 3.0. So thank you for your patience, but it looks really, really good. So I promise it's worth the cooking. But yeah. All right. It is 12. So, Lias, if you would like to go ahead and kind of introduce yourself before we switch over to our next guest and watch another community video.
Yeah, thank you so much to everybody for having me. Once again, my name is Elias. I'm live every Monday and Friday, 7 p.m. Central. And I also make video essays on YouTube under the same name. Latest one is an absolute banger. It's about the untold religions of SpongeBob. Go check it out. There's a lot of videos in that same type of style. Thank you,
Yeah.
everybody. Have a good one. Thank you
Thank
for
you so
all the
much,
help.
Lias. Also, the Halloween SpongeBob episode is really, really good. So I really highly recommend you guys watching it. If you if you like the hash slinging slasher and you were also scared of a couple episodes like I was when I was growing up, definitely check that out. Thank you so much, Lias, for joining us. We're going to cut to a community video from Ambitones where they're going to share with you how they use Prompter Prompter and Stream Deck Pedal to use with voice ink. Sorry, I got my words out really good there. Me no word. And then we'll be joined by some other guests. So check out this video from Ambitones.
This is exactly how I use my prompter. When I record, I want every line to land. The prompter keeps my eyes on my audience while feeding me my script in real time. I load talking points, hit start, and the text sits right in front of my lens. The voice sync feature changes the way that I record. I speak at my pace, and the script follows my voice automatically. No manual scrolling, no extra steps. I can focus on my delivery and keep the flow steady. For product videos, the prompter keeps each section lined up. I move from one point to the next without stopping to check for notes. I stay centered because I can see my shot behind the text. When I stream, the prompter is my chat window. I can read messages while facing the camera. That way, it's more engaging. Body language is important. I mean, if I was talking to you like this, it's not really as engaging compared to if I was talking to you like this. I was always taught to face the person that you're talking to, and the prompter allows me to do that. My foot pedal also helps me stay hands free. When I record, my pedal handles play, pause, and scrolling when I'm not using voice sync. The glass is sharp, and there's plenty of mounting options, making it easy to attach a wide variety of webcams and cameras. And Camera Hub makes loading scripts simple. The prompter locks me in, keeps my timing steady, and helps me stay connected with you every time I hit the record button or go live. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do without my prompter.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. Uh, my name is James. I'm part of the technical marketing team. You guys I'm usually behind and doing some mod stuff, so I'm usually not James. But today I am currently in the office, so we'll be covering some Neo products, and I have another guest with me, so we'll also cut to her.
Hi,
So who are
everybody.
you?
I am Stephanie, aka Clover, and you guys might recognize me as part of the Marketplace team here at Elgato, whether in the Discord or in the chat here talking about Marketplace. And I'm also going to talk with you about Neo and how I like to use it along with some of our cool Marketplace products.
Yeah, so you can see we have a bunch of our Neo products right here on the desk. What we'll first start off with, actually, I'll let you pick, Stephanie. What do you think we should start off with today to go off with? Got, of course, everything
Ooh,
here.
you know what? I feel like should we say the Stream Deck for last because it's the most fun? Should we start? Let's start with the light. I love
Okay,
the light.
cool. Yeah, we'll start with the light. So if you guys real quick too, before we even get started with that, I do want to cover what our Neo lineup is. One of the things we wanted to do with a Neo product was make sure sustainability was our biggest thing we were after with this. So we get the same tech and performance that you're used to with Elgato performance, but also being very eco-friendly, which is really cool. One cool part about the Neo products is they're used by 60% recycled material. Um, and as well, there are, what is it? Double check. And the packaging is 100% plastic free, which is really nice. So, very eco-friendly packaging and the products as well, which I think that's really cool that we achieve with these products. But yeah, let's get into it. So you said Key Light Neo, you want to start it with?
Yeah, I love it
Can't wait.
because it's such a bright and brilliant light and such a small form factor. It's great for mobile use. It's great to just throw in a bag and take with you if you're throwing it on a laptop, the way it clips onto the back of a monitor. I love it because it doesn't require any mounting or setup. But obviously, you could do that if you wanted to. And I think that's what I like it because it's just so versatile for so many people.
Yeah, and that's one thing I do really like about it too, is as Stephanie was mentioning, is it has this monitor mount right here. So this part right here is adhesive. It has a little peel you'll just remove and it'll simply just stick on the back of your monitor, which is really nice. And one thing cool as well is the onboard controls. So what you'll see here is you have a dial. If anything, we can probably zoom in on that as well. So we have a dial right here. The dial has two different kind of functionalities. You can press it in, and what will happen is I should have probably plugged it in on this one, but what will happen is you'll be able to change the brightness and the temperature. Actually, I have one right over here. Sure. So we got this bad boy right here. As you might notice right out the back is we have a white version and a black version. So if you press this dial right here, what will happen is you can change the temperature. So of course you can see the temperature changing there, or actually this is the brightness or temperature. And if you press it again, you can adjust the actual brightness to it, which is really nice. So, um, which is really cool on that. The nice part is too, it does have two separate buttons right here. You might be wondering what those are. Those are the actual preset buttons. So if you press it, you'll be able to switch between your two different settings. And to save it, so say I want to change those presets, it's simple to simply just hold the button here and you wait a couple of seconds and it'll flash and the settings are saved to the actual device now. So, which is really nice. It's really easy. Like Stephanie was mentioning, is all the onboard, it has like the onboard controls and the monitor mount. And it's also, of course, you can control it via USB or Wi-Fi, which is really nice. What else do you like about this light, Stephanie?
Um, I mean, you actually kind of did call it out. So the quick ability to control the temperature directly on the device itself is great. You don't have to open an app. You don't have to pick up a setting. Obviously, we have Stream Deck integration, so you can pre-program buttons to change the warm and cool. But if you're like me and you have a room with natural lighting, like you see behind me, whether I have my lights above me on or off, I have them off right now because I wanted my neon showing. I will adjust my temperature warm and cool because depending on the time of day, the surroundings, what I have around me, I feel like I needed a little adjustment. So having the Neo right here above you to be able to just do a quick adjustment, it's so great, right? Because there's no fuss. It's just right in front of you.
When I see someone in chat said they've already bought two key light Neos, that's awesome. I'm curious, which one did you get? Did you get the black ones or the white ones? I think both are really nice, but depending on your setup, right, it'll obviously make a difference. The black one we just recently released. I wouldn't say recent, but we released this alongside with the Black Stream Deck Neo, which is really cool. So we actually got a lot of requests, which I was actually really surprised, asking for black versions of the light. So especially when a lot of monitors are being they're more black in most cases. So that way too, yeah, it matches your monitor, which is really nice. Yeah, the two black ones to match. Yeah, they're honestly really nice. One thing too that's sort of it's small details, but one thing I really like is there's this cable channel on the back here too. So you can actually, when you get your light, you'll be able to route your cable as need be around here. So you have a nice clean cable management. So you don't have it just a long cable just dangling across your back of your monitor or wherever you have it mounted. Uh, One thing too we did not mention, which is really cool, is this monitor mount is removable. So you can actually remove this, and the purpose of that being is you can mount it on a 1/4 inch thread. So like, for example, our mic arms, if you want to mount it on a mic arm or a different kind of like a tripod, you have a small tripod on your desk, you'll be able to mount it on there, excuse me, as need be, which I think is really handy. So small details, but one thing that we always are looking out to make sure that we're covering all use cases as can be. So I have a question on the Keylight Neo. I heard that even if you connect the Neo to a power adapter, you still need a different cable from that one provided in the box. I wonder if the person who did not realize that the most 5-volt adapters are not 3 amps, but 2.4 amps, so it's lower. Yeah, that is one thing that we did know about. So you'll have to use a C to C cable to get that full power. But honestly, Even though it's not set, it'll be limited to, if I'm not mistaken, 40%. It's actually really bright still. I actually have it connected to a bigger power box, but I don't even use it at max brightness. I still use it at like 40%. So it gets really bright. So I've actually had to not use it at max power, and I just use the standard cable. The cable also comes with too, just a quick little note about the cable. It does come with an extension cable too, so this might seem a little short, but it will come with an extension cable. But I promise you, once you get it, you'll notice how bright it is. So you cannot use a C to C cable with the C adapter. No, just because the power draw of the USB cable, the USB A, it will not get full power on that.
Mhm.
But any
I
more?
think,
I don't know if I missed
too,
any
real
other
quick,
questions on that, but go
you
ahead,
talked
sorry.
about mounting it on the thread. This is actually one of my favorite ways to mount. I actually have one down because I've been repainting my wall, so I pulled one off recently. But these are actually the Elgato wall mounts, which I've been using to mount a lot of my uh, key lights recently. So I have some key light airs also on my wall, mounted with the Elgato wall mount. So it's a really great solution if you don't have a lot of desk space behind your monitor and you kind of want to lift things up and then cable managed cable channel down the wall. But that's the ball joint here has a wall attachment that you can use to connect to the wall.
Yep, exactly, which is a good call out on that. So yeah, if you're using any of our multi-mount systems, it'll work perfectly fine with that. By the way, Best Buy has a reasonable price power adapter. Yeah, and one thing too, you could check out them, Amazon, right? I got mine for Amazon as well. I had a couple adapters just because for my MacBook Pro I have. So I just had a couple laying around that I just used, but definitely reasonable options out there. One of the biggest thing is too, we just try to make it very plug and play as possible. So with this, it does come with an A cable. So that way too, which is cool, is if you hook it up directly into your computer, it'll have the onboard. You can control it from your computer as need be. So of course, a lot of computers are moving to C ports, but if you're on a desktop, right, you're probably limited to two to maximum, usually three of those C ports. So just a more of an option to hook up directly to your computer for that. One thing too I've actually done too with this, actually with the cable, mostly at events, which is actually a little pro tip, is a lot of monitors will actually have the ability on like ports in the back of your monitor. I've actually just plugged this in the back of my monitor. So that way too, you don't have to actually, and then use the onboard controls just to control it. So something to keep in mind if you want to actually have a very clean cable management. So that's one way I've done that, just so it doesn't actually get in the way.
That's actually really smart because I feel like the hardest thing I always run into is when you put one just a little bit too far from your tower, right?
Yeah.
And then the cable's too short. So
Yep.
getting to plug it into the monitor does save you there.
Yep, exactly. So that's one thing I've done, which is really handy. And you don't even need to, if I'm not mistaken, if I yeah, you don't even need to hook up the actual actually yeah, you don't even need to hook up the actual like cable that goes to your monitor to your computer. You could if you want to have that onboard controls, right? But if you want to just like, oh, I misplaced that cable, I don't have it hooked up, simply just plug it into your monitor, then of course use the onboard controls to control it. Or of course connect it to Wi-Fi as well, which is really nice. Thanks
Tony,
for the
you
suggestion.
flashbang your channel. Does that mean you redeem it where it will go to 100% and then it goes
Oh
back to
gosh.
whatever you're setting? I know I keep mine at around 10%. I don't have mine turned very high up.
And
So 100%, that's a lot of light. For those of you guys who don't know, they really put out a lot of light. You can put these in a big room and they'll still put out a lot of light. So,
yeah, they think get really bright, which I'm really surprised. So let's move on. I think we can move. I think we did a good covering of that. So let's move on to
yeah.
the next. I think we can. What we'll cover next will be Wave Neo. So let me put this away so I can click the deck. Also, before I got into the stream, I almost caused a chaos here. I kicked every single thing around in this area in like 0.5 seconds. So I'm also trying not to destroy anything else while I'm here. First day in the
Just full
office.
Godzilla mode.
Yeah, first day in the office, and I'm already destroying things. Who, gosh, with my luck, the last 2 days, it doesn't surprise me. Okay, so Wave Neo. So do you want to cover what Wave Neo is?
Ooh.
Of course, I can cover it.
Is this where I say that I haven't actually used our Wave Neo as much, and that makes me sound like I don't know it as well.
Oh, no worries. So I'll cover it real quick, of course. So this is Wave Neo. This is a condenser mic. It breaks it down into three separate pieces here, technically four, I should say. So you'll have, let me just break it apart real quick, and it's super easy to actually set up, which is really cool. So what we wanted to do, of course, Phil mentioned it earlier if you were watching, we wanted to just design a microphone that's very, pretty much on par with our Wave 3. But it's so if you're using like a headphone micro, like a headset, and you want to actually have a better quality mic, this is definitely a great option. So what Wave Neo is here is let me break this apart real quick. Uh, so it's super easy to set up. I like to break it apart for a couple of reasons here. So what you'll be able to see is you'll be able to actually hook it up to a monitor arm. So this is the one thing I see commonly asked is if you can hook it up to a monitor arm. You actually can. So you can actually remove the screw here, and then you'll be able to connect it. So also the cool part is the adapters are already included in the mic arm or in the little mount here. So you don't have to actually worry about losing them. And of course, you can remove them as need be to hook it up for as you need. So if I'm not mistaken, it's 3/8 and 5/8 automatically connected here, and of course you can hook it up to a 1/4 inch as well, which is really nice. So, so what's if you want to hook it up to a mic arm, you can. Obviously, it does come with its own little stand here, so we can switch back on the other camera here. And I'll hook it back up, and it's very easy to actually get it going. So you'll simply just connect that bad boy right there.
Ooh.
Of course, we'll throw in the longer screw in there. And then the cool part is there's actually what I'm looking for right here is there's a couple of actually little mount points here. So I'm just looking for the little hole so I can make sure I'm using on the correct side here. So then simply just screw it in. I don't know if you guys are actually hearing the squeakiness, so sorry about that. That's coming through. And then it will just line it up with the little hole, which is boom right there. And then on the very bottom, you'll have the screw here, or the little, you'll be able to just tighten it fully down. So you might have saw this right here as well. We'll cover that here. So that's actually the best part about this one is you actually want to go this way. Boom. And just like that, we're essentially done.
It's so clean looking.
Yes. That is one thing I really like about it. Oh, there's a little sweet spot. There it is. There's a sweet spot. So once you have your mic set up, you'll notice there's a 3.5 millimeter jack in the back as well. So if you want zero latency free monitoring, you can do that, which is really nice. So what you'll do is there's a cable you'll come with here. Obviously, you can hook it up. It's nice and set up correctly for the actual back here. So you'll simply just plug that bad boy in, just like that. And now you have as well, again, a little cable channel right here, which you can adjust as need be, and you'll slide the cable in just like that. So small details. I will say this is one of my pet peeves when I see, especially some stores, because a lot of these cable channels that we add, they don't get caught, they don't get used. So a lot of times you'll see them like a cable just dangling like this. But we always try to keep things very nice and clean here. So you're able to just like that, and it's an A port on the other end. So very easy to set up. You can use a C to C cable as well, of course. There's no issues with that, and you're set up and good to go. Uh, One thing too that I really enjoy is you might notice there's a little pop filter already on here. Of cool. Our tech director is hooking me up with them. So we have several different colors here. So we have this nice pink, green, a lighter purple, lavender, I believe it's called, a light blue. See how many? Oh, it's like almost like the Infinity Stones, but I was thinking like little puppets, like finger puppets as well.
You're in your Muppet era. I love it.
Yeah, right. And then you can see the capsule right here. That's one thing I think is really cool too. Once you actually have the pop filter off, you can see the capsule in there. So that's of course where you're speaking to directly. And mhm. Which I got some pro tips from our tech director there. So I just saw it popped off really easy, and then of course you can. This is what the default one it comes with, so it comes with the black one. I believe it comes. You should get one for free at the purchase. Let's double check that. You do. So you do get a free pop filter of your choice. So when you do pick up a Key Neo from our website, you'll be able to pick a color you're choosing. So it's actually chat. Just a quick little vote. Which one should I put on?
Can I sway chat? Green's
We'll
my favorite color,
ask.
chat.
We'll
I don't you
ask.
know what though? The purple would match the accessory on the mic arm. White on white's a clean look. There's a lot of good options here, chat.
I'm gonna go with the first one I saw, which is purple, which is my favorite color too.
Yeah. Matches Lucas's name.
So boom, this purple one. It's a light purple, like a lavender, right? You'll be able to see. I'm gonna see if I can get the click on here. That's actually really satisfying.
Ooh.
Nope. Voice
No,
focus
we heard it.
blocked it.
This is some
Oh,
good
you did?
ASMR.
You might have heard it. Might have been from my AirPod there, Stephanie, on that. But if it did go through the stream, then great. But if it didn't, then you have to buy one for yourself to find out how it sounds. But it sounds amazing. So
Smooth. I like it.
just like that, then you have your pop filter on. You have a capacitive mute too, so I did not cover that. So right here is a capacitive mute. So you'll simply tap it and it'll mute the mic. It'll go red to indicate that it's muted, which is really nice. Um, you also, the cool part about Neo, I forgot to mention is these are all designed to be plug and play. So there is software you can use with this, which of course you guys have probably heard, like Wavelink. You'll be use Wavelink 3.0 with this microphone, but of course you don't. It does not require it. You simply just plug it in, you're good to go. So. Any questions regarding Wave Neo before I move on? Yeah, Wavelength for definitely for the win. So Wavelength 3.0, again, if you guys are not aware, I know we've been calling it out as we currently is in beta. You can download on our website on elgato.com/downloads. That's the beta section. We also have available for Mac and Windows, and you'll be able to use any kind of microphone with it, which is really nice. So
Yeah.
definitely check out Wavelink beta if you haven't already. Cool. Then we'll move on. We'll keep an eye out, of course, if there's anything that pops up. Okay, so we're down to the last two. So let me just move this out of the way. Stefan, do you want to cover a little bit of game capture while putting this stuff away?
I will. All right. So, Game Capture Neo is really the kind of easy entry point too for our Game Capture series. So, for those of you guys who are into console play, you want to capture it, you want to look at a way to stream with it. This is a good entry level option without having to go heavy into the 4K and kind of, especially if you're like me and you maybe only need to record it every now and then. It's not something you're going to use for a daily driver. This is a really great product and option for you.
Yeah, and just to add on top of that, one thing I really like about this is the recording wise, you're set to 1080p 60 HDR capture, but you'll also be able to do 1080 or 4K 60. Actually, correct me, 1080p 60 HDR recording, correct? So then as well, the 4K 60 HDR pass through on that, which is really nice. So you'll be able to play in 4K 60 HDR and then record at 1080p, which is really nice. So we
Yeah.
wanted to this is really nice, especially if you're just trying to get into content creating. This is actually really good to good switch one and two capture card. Obviously, you can work with Xbox and PlayStation as well, no problem. But this is really good entry level capture card to get into. And a lot of people just want to only record in 1080p 60.
Yeah.
So that's something to definitely to which is really nice. But again, then you can play in 4K on your monitor or TV there.
I
So
know whenever I stream into OBS, that's my output, right? It's 1080p 60. So for me and my personal use, I don't need much more. Obviously, if you're a high end content creator, you might want one of the more high end cards. I see a comment here that says, "Are Neo products great for younger content creators?" Absolutely. They are the less expensive option. They're kind of the get your toes wet with what you're trying out option. And they're also, more affordable. So for someone who's a lot younger, who's maybe not has that money to invest, or a parent that's not ready to invest in something really expensive, I think it's really great to see if that's something they're into. And you can absolutely create an amazing stream setup with all of our Neo products. You can become a streamer, become a content creator with all of these. They're still going to record quality.
exactly. And a couple people have mentioned it too is this is perfect just for streaming on Twitch, right? Some people have access to 1440p, but a lot of people are just watching at 1080p 60. So this is definitely a great option to look into. Um, so one thing just to cover too. So, can you do a quick little zoom in on this, tech director, please? So, I just want to cover the back here. So, what you'll see is there's two HDMI ports here and a USB-C. So, the way a capture card works, if you're not familiar, and one benefit of a capture card, if you guys have like, why should I even get a capture card? You have like the PlayStation where you can do streaming. But one of the major benefits, one of the downfalls, I should say, with that is you are limited to, of course, the PlayStation overlay. So with the capture card, you can actually customize your overlays. You can make it your own and actually as well, like for example, like on Switch, record a lot longer clips, right? So with this, it gives you ability to go beyond like the 30-second clips like on Switch, go beyond just the basic overlays that PlayStation might offer. Um, so there's two HDMI ports right here and then a USB-C. So the way a capture card will work is you'll hook, instead of course hooking up the HDMI cable from your console to your monitor directly, it'll first go into the HDMI in port of your capture card here. The second is designed to hook up directly into your monitor. So what you'll do is just you'll have an additional HDMI cable you just hook into this, and then that way, what that provides is a zero latency output from your gameplay. Now, with our capture cards, they are designed to be super ultra low latency. So I bet you a handful, if not most majority of the people in chat do not hook up the second one, but they just play directly on the preview just because the latency is so low. Now, if ideal usually I recommend like on fighting games in particular where it's down to the frame, you would want to use the output of the capture card directly into your monitor so you have that down to no latency. There's no latency on that. And then the C port is just simply so you can connect it into your computer, right? So you can communicate and it allows you to record and capture as need be. So I see a couple people talking about 3D printers. Don't do yeah, that's another 3D printer.
I know,
Uh,
they spotted the 3D printer in the background. Sorry, guys. We'll talk about it a little bit more later at the prompter segment. There's some really cool things you can do 3D printing with prompter. But I do see a comment, absence of logic. What is the recommended longest length USB cable for capture cards?
I would have to double check on that. So there is a limitation. So if you, of course, just do a limitations of USB 3.0, so this will work over 3.0 and 2.0. But if you look at the actually, if I'm not, this one actually might just be 2. I would double check that as well. Let me see. We can just do a quick actually screen. That's actually, well, actually a big deal. That's when we're next talking about that next. I believe the cable is a 3.0, but it might be it's a 2.0 cable. Uh, 3.0. So you want to just double check. Actually, I can. Well, I have a computer. We can look 3.0 max USB cable length. Because after a certain point, then the cable gets starts degrading. So up to 3 meters to 9.8 feet is the maximum length for a standard USB 3.0 cable on that. So that is according to Google. But yeah, once you go beyond that, you will notice a degrade in performance. So yeah, 3 meters, 9.8 is actually really long. So which is really nice. But great question. I don't remember that information top of my head, but definitely a great question. 6 feet, yeah, it's interesting. It's pretty. It's cables are very interesting once you actually start doing some more research on them. It's nice that there's
Mhm.
a standard. It really cuts down to how the cable is shielded, and the quality from there. But it's it's very nice that there's actually a standard to that.
Yeah. And I know too, especially, if you're worried about length, you can overcompensate that with the HDMI, or whichever cable you're going to use for capture. So I think because somebody said 6 feet. I think 6 feet is HDMI. You really don't want to go longer than 6 feet for an HDMI or display cable. Ethernet, I think you can go 300 feet. So there's a lot of really interesting things, as James said, for cables, depending on what type of data is traveling and how it is shielded. So
I forgot to one thing on the cable. Is cool part about our cables is this is the very where it comes down to the nitty-gritty, but our cables are usually braided, which is really nice, and our cables will actually on the connector port, that will go into your computer to let you know exactly the spec of it. So it'll tell you if it's a 3.0 cable, if it's a higher, if it's like a 3.1, if it's 2.0, it will actually be listed on the actual cable itself right before you connect it, which is something that's small details, but something that I've never seen anyone else do. So typically people will have to look at the, of course, the physical port itself. And if it's blue, it could be either, it could be one or the other. It's hard to tell. But our cables will actually tell you the exact spec of it, which is really nice. All right. I did see something about a question, I think, for you. I don't know if it was a question for Stephanie and I, but I missed that already. So it's Stephanie. I know we're talking about products, but I was curious to change Stephanie's stream and use these products. Stephanie, you want to go first?
Yeah, so I do stream a bit, and primarily what I'm using right now, is you can we'll talk about it here in just seconds. I do have a Neo, and do have that set up, and Neo is fantastic. My primary drivers are not the Neo products. I do use our bigger and more pro products, just because I have access to them. But I love the Neo products. In fact, when I travel with my Neo products. So we go to events for work. We travel to our offices in California and in Germany. And when I do that, I always like to have a Stream Deck with me because it's oftentimes in our meetings that we're talking about Stream Deck plugins, and the software. And it's really helpful to have one. And I find that the small form factor, the way that the Neo closes up, makes it really easy for me to travel. You saw James break down and cable manage the key light or the Neo, and then also the way that the microphone broke down. Those are all really great for putting into small travel bags and taking in your suitcase with you. And I have traveled with them for the last year and a half, and they've been fantastic. So, and the quality really is great. I love the key light, the Neo lights. They are so bright. They are so great. I actually have Keylight Airs, and I would compare the Keylight Neos to just the Keylight Airs because the Keylight Airs have been end of life. We aren't producing them anymore, in part because the Keylight Neo has kind of come in and taken the throne of them because they're just that fantastic, right? You get so much light in such a small form factor.
Yeah, and one thing I should have called out, which I'm going to call out now, and we'll go back a little bit too, is Game Capture Neo, at least here, and of course in the US, is actually on sale for 31% off. So normally 129.99, but currently 89.99. So it's very rare to see a capture card of this quality below $100. Now, of course, you can get the there's several out there in the market like $40, something like that. One of the, like, again, one thing I mentioned is a lot of these, the capture card, or this is super ultra low latency, and a lot of the lower ones have a lot of latency. And I've heard people say they die after like a year or so. So, which is on that. And then Keylight Neo, to go back, I'm gonna pull that up. It's on sale for, and of course, again, and this is all in the US, 33% off. So you're looking at the light for 59.99, which is crazy for that value, what you're gonna get with that. And then, of course, the last one that we covered before that was Wave Neo. Uh, I didn't see it on there. Let's see. There it
Oh,
is.
there it is.
33% as well. So 59.99. And the quality is on par, if honestly, as a Wave 3. So I know if you've ever seen any kind of clips from Jasmine, she's even been called out because of the quality of her mic. She uses a Wave 3, and it's really on par to that of that as well, which is really
Mhm.
nice. I did say we're down to our last one, but I forgot there is one more product just off to my side here. So we'll move on to the next product, which is Facecam Neo. Uh, that bad boy too. Cool. So we'll just do a demo actually, Facecam Neo. One thing I wanted to cover though was the, see if I can actually, I don't know if we can see from, okay, we'll just bring it up on the, we'll just bring it up on the screen here. I will. Let me bring the mic over here too so you can actually hear me. One thing I actually want to showcase here real fast before I start diving into Camera Hub is, if you notice on the very top of Facecam Neo there's actually a built-in privacy shutter. So this is something that we've been doing more and more, is building, like having some privacy shutters where you can see on the very top, it's just a simple slide. And so you'll be able to turn that privacy shutter on by just simply just sliding it, which is really nice. So uh, we'll do a little bit of a deep dive of Camera Hub and the software. So just to go into the specs real quick, let me of course fix this focus. So I just simply, of course, do the automatic focus. It's a 1080p 60R HDR camera. You get access, of course, to our Camera Hub software here. So let me actually just change this preview. And of course, I gotta just adjust the focus. Boom. So, of course, if you want to get more nitty gritty, I typically do manual focus. I don't have to have the breathing effect if I'm moving around. I'm a very usually an interactive person. I just realized too, I never answered a question about if I stream or use our products. I just realized. So real quick, I don't stream anymore, but I use our products every day. That's a TLDR. I can't live without using a stream deck. I use the mic arm mic, and our webcams. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, TLDR. I do use our products all the time. I just forgot. I don't stream anymore.
I use it's my favorite thing and I'm going to talk about it constantly. My favorite button on the Stream Deck is the website button because everything at work is a link. It's a URL, it's
Yeah.
a hey, here's this page, hey, here's this email, hey, here's this document, hey, here's this website. And then you never have to go and find the DMs, the emails, the message threads for it again. I have folders and inside those folders I make buttons with all the website links using the website button. And I use that every single day for work. So if you guys have a Stream Deck and you're not using it during your working hours, you are completely missing out on how useful it is for nothing else than just to launch folders, links, and windows for your work.
Which is honestly really handy. I had to do that recently for my dad. My mom was saying, your dad has a hard time uh, opening websites and going to files on a Mac. And I was like, okay, take this device and let me set it up for you. So now my dad uses that to open up his web browser and go to certain files on his computer now, which is really handy. But
Nothing says you've made it like becoming your parents' tech support.
oh, I've been doing that forever. It's
Shout out to everyone in chat who's also their parents' tech support.
my family plus their families like tech person is since I was like 10 years old. It's insane.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's cover some Camera Hub. Actually, I don't want to make it full screen. I'll do some so you can see all the software here. So one cool thing is, of course, our devices are all plug and play. But if you want to get more into setting up your Facecam Neo, you have access to our Camera Hub software here. So there's a couple of features. I know if you guys are tuned into our streams, this is probably something you guys are already used to and known. But for those who are new, you have essentially like DSLR-like controls. So what does that mean exactly? You'll be able to go from any from adjusting the zoom, to adjust the focus, the pictures you see like contrast, saturation, sharpness, the exposure, white balance, and processing. So especially these the anti-flicker, just of course like depending if you like LED like neon lights or LED lights behind you, and then depending on the hertz, this will help the you might notice in some streams where it'll like flicker, it seems like that will help with that. But we'll start from the top. So one thing I highly recommend if you did buy a Facecam Neo is you might notice, of course, this little hamburger set, I like to call it, with the blue dot. That just simply means there's a firmware available for it. So I recommend just updating the firmware so you have the latest available option, on, latest update on that. And then what that will actually, oh, I sort of want to do it. Live demo, I'm doing it
Ooh.
because,
I
oh
updated
no,
my
it's not going
firmware
to
right
work.
before this call.
Let me try again.
Manifesting.
There is a feature that's added with the latest firmware. So let's see if it actually goes through. Okay, cool. There's a new feature. So that's the only reason why I'm doing this. So I want to showcase that. So that's one cool thing I really like about our products is we've actually added new features and functionalities just via firmware updates, which I think is really cool. And all of our firmware and software updates are always free, which is really cool. But let me get this updated here. It's going to take a couple of minutes here. It says it's going to take about 26 minutes, but that's a lie.
Yeah. It's never
It's
26
already,
minutes.
it's almost done. I think that's supposed to say seconds, but it says minutes, so it's pretty fun. Yeah, it says 39 minutes. That's pretty cool.
Oh, no. It's because 'cause you're streaming.
Oh, actually, just saying it took that long already, but it's just, of course, that's just a slight typo. It's almost done here. Uh, but I think that's a pretty good, nice little Easter egg that I found. We'll call it an Easter egg. It's a functionality. So, and it's about
Pineapple
to be
on
done.
pizza. Let's go.
Okay, it's restarting the device, and then once it restarts here, then I can go into it. But if so, spoiler. Actually, I don't want to spoil it yet. Well, I'll cover it once we get to why I want to update this. Um, but of course, again, just sort of recapping on what I was mentioning is you can, of course, control the firmware, the brightness. Oh, not firmware. Sorry, the like the picture to the contrast, saturation, and sharpness, alongside. And I think I just got to restart Camera Hub now, real quick. Let me just restart Camera Hub. I know some people are probably who are watching the stream are stressing that I did this, but it's honestly worth it. I promise. I promise. Plus, I broke things that I walking in, so it's only right that I break more things. Let's wait for the camera to reopen up here. We might have to do a quick unplug and replug of the webcam as well after firmware updates, which is in some cases you have to, but nothing in the world. Tech director, I might need your help on that real fast. Maybe. Let's see. Maybe. It's trying to start up. Yeah, let's. Oh, wait, we're good. We're good. We're good. Actually, sorry, tech director. Appreciate you. All right. Making him work out. Shout out, Chris. All right. So now we're in the software. So, um, again, one of the, I'll actually cut to why I want to do that. So if you noticed before, prior, there was only temperature, but we've actually recently added, I say recent, but it's been a couple of months, tint control now. So you'll actually be able to adjust the tint of Facecam Neo. So if you have a Facecam Neo now and have not updated the firmware, I highly recommend doing that so you can actually set the temperature as well. Prior, it's only just the white balance, but now you'll be able to adjust the tint. So again, this is something I really think is really cool that we offer for Elgato is we offer way like more features and functionalities via software or the device itself. So like out of the box, if you just plug it in, you will not see tint control. You only just see temperature. But up into the firmware allows you to actually adjust it as need be. So I like to personally have, and let me just do a couple of just the so I'm gonna do a quick little zoom in here and adjust the focus. I like to, again, like I said, I like to do a more manual focus to get it nice and sharp here.
Ooh.
And one
That's
cool thing, yeah, and one cool thing I really like doing is too is you can actually set presets. So if I don't want to have to adjust the zoom again, I can just simply hold this down, hold down A, and that is now saved. So let's say, of course, I zoom out, I can now press that, and just like that, it goes right down to that preset I set up. So a focus. You'll be able to, of course, manually adjust it as need be. I think that's a little self-explanatory. And then, of course, then you can get into more of the nitty-gritty and adjust the contrast, the saturation, sharpness. And again, this is all from Facecam Neo. You're seeing a live preview of what it looks like on here. So you can have the grid to see, of course, your centering to make sure you're centered with the camera. You can adjust some vibrancy and um, obviously the exposure here as well. So dynamic range is the HDR video I was mentioning earlier. So if you set that, this is great if your lighting is it varies and where you're at. Right now, we have really good lighting, so I don't really need to use that. I can just use standard. But if you're in a more darker room, I would recommend definitely turn that on to help get you more looking beautiful and handsome as you should be on camera. So definitely something I'd
Yeah.
recommend doing. And then, of course, you can adjust the noise reduction. I typically like to just set it to light, um, which, of course, will help with any kind of the grain. So this is just me just quickly, of course, setting the settings, and I'm happy right now with this quality. So I like to try to have like a more of a purple hue to my, if I do any kind of webcam stuff, I typically like to have like a more purple hue to it, which is nice and quick and easy. Now, you can cover this if you like. The effects, Stephanie.
Ooh, it's my favorite. Obviously, okay, AI backgrounds, it's becoming more common. A lot of softwares have it. But what's really great about this is you can actually save presets, put images in here, and it will always save it. So we have some really cool backgrounds on the marketplace for those of you who want some pre-illustrated ones. There's an anime set that I love that we have. Yeah, anime backgrounds right there. It's so gorgeous. It's created by one of makers, Milk Pack TV, not made with AI. And then LUTs are my second favorite thing because they're a really great way to play with color, tone, even color effect. Saturation, pushing in a direction, there you go. Ooh, a little black and white, little film noir. And LUTs are really great too because they are programmable onto the Stream Deck. So once you have them downloaded, you can create buttons for them on the Stream Deck and quickly switch between them on and off. You can toggle their intensity as well. So obviously at 100%, they're going to be extremely saturated, very, very, very intense. But even just a subtle low 10-20%, you'll see a huge increase in quality from your camera with LUTs. It's essentially live color correction.
And just to add on that, so the AI backgrounds are available if you're using an RTX 20 series or higher GPU. So you do need we're utilizing NVIDIA Broadcast's background removal. So that's the why that is needed. So as long as you have a 20 series or higher, you'll be able to use the AI backgrounds, but that's not a requirement at all for the LUTs. So LUTs work both on Windows and Mac. And the cool part is, like Stephanie was mentioning, you can get all of these from our marketplace. You can also add your own. So if I wanted to add my own background or my own LUT, so of course LUTs is nothing has been around for a while. You can add your own Q files or PNGs and upload your own LUTs without, or of course if you find something like a different LUT from a different website, you can add it without having to just get it on marketplace if need be, or if of course if you created your own. So I know a couple people, I think I don't know if they're in chat right now, but I know a couple of our community members have created their own LUTs and uploaded them too. Uh, and this is one thing I think sets our webcams apart from other webcams is the software. Is it
Mhm.
really is nice how what you can do with it in the preview or within the software itself. And then one thing I really like doing too is you can actually set the compact mode. So of course, once you're in an actual call like Zoom, Teams, Discord, etc., right? Uh, you can simply just go into this compact mode and actually adjust it as need be. Of course, a lot of these settings like contrast, saturation, sharpness are available on a lot of webcams, but only it's very buried. The only way I found it to be able to access these settings is by OBS and adding it as a source. And pull me so you can see me adding it as a source. And then from there, going into the properties, and then of course I can like adjust those configuration settings as needed. But with our software here, you'll be able to adjust all those settings directly inside of the software right here. And then of course you'll be able to save these, not the effects, but you'll also be able to save everything I adjusted here directly onto the webcam. So if you want to move it to a different computer, it'll save those settings. Uh,
Yeah.
I actually tricked our favorite person, John Elgato, at an event once with not this webcam, but with their Facecam Mark II. So just our latest, or just our normal Facecam, by using this blur here. So I had the blur set to, I think it was like this 1%, or I think it was like actually like 5%. And my favorite LUT, which is True Tone. And during an event, because behind the prompter, he was like, "How come we're using this Sony camera?" And then he looked behind and actually noticed like, "Oh, it's not a Sony camera. It's actually our webcam." And I was like, "Oh yeah, like this is what I think it's crazy what you can do with our webcams." Um, it's like
Yeah, this is all the Neo.
yeah, this is all just Facecam Neo I'm using here. Of course, you could take a screenshot as need be and then go directly into that. And this is all Neo. Be honest, this looks great. Yeah, exactly. And then I took 10 seconds just adjusting some of these settings. Now, of course, we've been going more in depth, but if I actually sat down and adjust these by the percentage, right, we can just make it look even better. You can turn these grids off too. So if you want to see, or of course, what's cool is you can do a double click, which a little pro tip to actually do a full screen preview. So you can turn that off and on and then hit escape to get out of it. So we'll also cover real quick just the exposure. So of course you saw me adjusting the focus here. I adjust the manual focus, or was it adjusting the focus manually, but you can also do the same thing for exposure. So if you really want to make it just look nice and sharp, is of course we can adjust the ISO as need be. So ideally you want the ISO to be as low as possible. And then the shutter speed you can adjust as you want to make it. So of course we'll go with, actually we'll just stick with uh yeah, like 200 here. So Again, something that separates our webcam from others is the ability to adjust all these features directly on our software. I don't know any other webcam that honestly offers the ability to adjust the exposure. No, actually, the white balance is an option, but the exposure, like ours, which is really cool. I think of most part I see is temperature in a lot of these webcams, but I never really see either tint control either. So something that sets our webcams definitely apart from the others. Um, I forgot that you can also do face tracking too, which is really cool. So you can also do some face tracking.
There you go.
So small features, but honestly add huge quality of life and options to our webcam.
Also, I want to really quick address a comment. Shizzy Hollywood, you said, "Oh, right," but then that doesn't help if you're using Discord or something else. Makes sense. What's really cool about Elgato and Elgato webcams is you get Elgato virtual camera, and so if you change settings, do anything in the camera, and you want to bring all of it over, you can actually run it as a virtual camera, and from there, it's flawless. It's usable. So I often use virtual camera when I'm doing recording with our Elgato and Elgato software. You can do that within OBS. But it's great. You can do a lot once you set up the virtual camera and pretty much bring this to any program.
Yeah, and I'll actually show that real quick too. So let's say I jump into a call here, right? What you'll be able to do is, of course, you can uh, right click and the camera icon and make sure Elgato Virtual Camera is applied. So if you just use the raw feed right now, of course that will not work and it won't load right now because of preview, right? So we can even show that. So if I close this, turn this off and back on, right now, it's just a standard option right now. This is just showing off the contrast and saturation sharpness. But if I actually want to show all the different kind of background stuff here, so if I want to have like the blur, I can turn on virtual camera. And then now, of course, I can do all the different effects. So these other settings, like the picture exposure, will be directly on the raw feed. But with these backgrounds, you'll be able to actually use it for. I got a virtual camera. As you see, I'm using it in Discord now, so which is really nice.
It's clean. I like it.
Easy.
I need to do it so where I take a screenshot of when my office is the cleanest and then just use a virtual background so that I don't have to scramble like I did today to clean up my office. So, let's see. 100 IQ guys. It's
Cool.
200 IQ. 100 IQ is actually not that great. 200 IQ. Thank you, Shitzy.
But awesome. I think actually one small thing, you can't see it. So let me just show you real quick on the actual, and of course we'll cover what the deal is. Of course, Facecam Neo. Again, this is you saw everything I just did, and it's $49.99. This is a $50 webcam that you can get right now and do everything you just saw and get that quality. Very honestly, it's a crazy price. I don't want to say low, but it's pretty low on that price. Um, and you'll be able to, just like our Keylight Neo, this stand is removable. So if you want to mount it on some kind of like tripod or a mic arm, you can also mount it on there as need be. So little pro tip on that. But coolio. I think we can switch back. Actually, no, we'll probably keep it on this. So because we're gonna cover the next thing, which is Stream Deck Neo. So first, let's switch the camera.
Mm. Oops.
Coolio.
Totally just dropped. I don't even know what that was.
Stephanie and I are just causing chaos in both our stream, like both our
You know,
she's somewhere
you
she's in
said you
remote.
were like knocking over everything. It was my turn to knock something over. So I went to grab the cable, and I think I knocked my drink over. So that's a problem for later, Stephanie.
So real quick, can you do the same with the video broadcast? I mean, technically you can do a lot of like the background removals, but we actually partner up with NVIDIA to just give you don't have to even install NVIDIA broadcast with our webcam. So that's one thing that's the benefits of that is yes, you can do a lot of that with the video broadcast already, but if you're not down, like I personally don't need to use NVIDIA broadcast because it's built into Camera Hub now. Yeah, it's so all you'll need to do is just download the SDK, which is on our Camera Hub app. It'll take you directly to where you need to download it. Actually, for the backgrounds, it's either gonna do 2 things. It's been a while since I've done this. It's gonna automatically download it for you. If it doesn't automatically download it for you, it's just gonna take you to the website where you need to download it. So very easy to get you going. But that's the benefit of that. So of course we're gonna go into Stream Deck Neo. Um, Stephanie had one fully set up. I'm just gonna cover a couple of different functionalities here. So it has this stand right here. If I didn't have the actual cable out, you'll be able to close it all the way down. I'm being lazy because I want to showcase the next feature. Is technically you can have it nice and flat, so it's nice for to be on the go. Uh, well, one thing too, it's a lot of people may not notice. Again, let's try to keep cables nice and clean here, is you actually have this little cable channel right here. So if I, of course, just do that, you have a nice little cable channel very bottom down here. So it could be something you might miss, especially if you're not aware. So definitely if you pick up a Stream Deck Neo to just utilize that, and you have 2 little mount points you can use. So if I actually bring it over here, you can have the Stream Deck a little bit higher on that. And then what you'll see here as well is there's 2 capacitive touch buttons right here you can touch. It's simply just a slight little tap. It will cause it to change pages, which we'll showcase in the software here shortly, and an info bar. So this info bar can be your clock. It can show you what page you're using or what your page you're currently on. And of course, more things will likely come in the future too, which is really cool about that. Just like Stream Deck has evolved. I'm actually curious, who has been a Stream Deck user before there was even an app store? Is there any in the chat on that? Because if you've seen Stream Deck where how far it's come, yeah. Uh,
I think I have. Yeah,
Tech
I've been
director
using Stream
Brado
Deck a
back
really
there
long time.
was no once upon a time there was no app store, and you would have to go download it from like this uh, randomly like Bar Raider was like I know a popular one back then. You can just have to go download, um, and now of course there's built in to it. Actually, if you're not aware, and I hope that version of Stream Deck is installed. Uh,
One Up Cad, you have the original 15 key. I also have
cool.
the original key. We used to refer to them as the Mark 1, and I actually gave it to my husband. He uses it now for work. So I still have it. It still works. It's going strong. I've
Yeah,
owned that thing for like 7 years.
that's the one I gave to my dad. I was like close to
Yeah.
getting him a Neo, and then I found the original 15 key. I kept the Neo because I needed it for work, and I was just like, I have this 15 key, you can take it. So that's what he has now
Yeah.
as well. But yeah, I've had that for gosh, I don't know how long
I have a
now.
shelf of Stream Decks because we have to test every product that we get on Marketplace. So whatever profile is made, it's made specifically for that device. So we have all of them. But the only thing that's specific to the original Stream Deck is that animated screensavers don't work. That's the only thing like that's different between them and the rest. So all Stream Decks pretty much can do everything, which is awesome. Which is also what's awesome about Neo, because even in a small form factor, James, it can do so much.
Exactly. So of course I call all that out because right now the info bar there's a couple things you can do with it, but of course in the future there's going to be likely be more. So I just wanted to call that out because some people I know I've seen some requests of saying like, oh, I wish you could do a lot more. It's like if you were here for day one of Stream Deck, you'll know likely stuff is coming because it just keeps evolving. So we'll actually switch over to the software. One thing too that I think is really cool. So again, sort of call out on the how you like the plugin. So before there was no app store, uh, then we added an app store, then we added marketplace. But now, one thing you'll be able to do before I start diving into Stream Deck Neo is you'll be able to again, if you download the beta version of Stream Deck, which of course that means coming out soon, it'll be available to um, be part of the stable build is you'll be able to actually search for plugins directly in Stream Deck again. So this is something that the community was highly requesting for, especially because if you were part of the days where the App Store was built in, it was something that people just missed. So now we've done it again, which is really nice. Is you'll be able to directly download plugins from the app. But so if you're not familiar with Stream Deck, which I would be surprised nowadays, and right now our tech director is getting one set up for me so I can do more of the settings. But perfect, that's all set up now. If you're not familiar, uh, mm, other computer, yeah, just unplug the Facecam. It's fine. Let me close this, make it nice and clean here. There we go. Cool. We're good. So if you're not familiar with Stream Deck, do you want to cover what a Stream Deck is, Stephanie? Of course, I can take that as well.
Yeah. So Stream Deck is essentially a small little programmable. I don't even like calling it keyboard because it's not. It's a
I
little
say programmable
macro
device,
board.
like a shortcut device. Like, yeah, it's
Yeah.
just
And every single key is customizable. You can uh, fill it with icons, you can fill it with plugins. We have developers creating a huge ecosystem all to improve your workflows. So whether you're playing games, you're browsing the web, you're streaming, you're doing work in a program or a software, a Stream Deck's a really great way to put that control at your fingertips with the keyboard. So instead of sitting there and pressing a series of buttons and mouse movements, you can do all of that into one singular key. And then, as I talked about earlier, things like websites, actions, all sorts of stuff you can put into that key. And so it's really limitless. Our creators have been given the largest sandbox and SDK tools that we could give to them. We don't try to gatekeep the development for it. So constantly we have people coming to us with ways that they have created things for the Stream Deck, which is what I love.
so I didn't realize I've been talking too much, so I gotta sort of go a little quick with this. But so, sort of a history lesson too is with the Stream Deck has definitely evolved. So a lot of people too, their first assumption is Stream Deck is only for streaming, and of course, like Stephanie mentioned, it's far from that now. It's anywhere from productivity to gaming, which is really cool. So let's just dive into it. So of course, like I mentioned, there's the info bar here. You can customize it. This is what you'll first see when you first plug in Stream Deck. Any kind of Stream Deck nowadays is we actually have built like a tutorial basic profile here just to do some basic stuff here. You guys have probably seen this plenty of times in our streams, of course. But of course, let me just cover some of the highlights here. So of course, the info bar I was talking about, right? You can customize this. And one thing you might notice is when right here, it's a bit grayed out, right? The reason why that's a little bit grayed out is because the action is currently pinned. So you can pin actions or the info bar so it's the same on every single one, or you can customize it. So if I go to the second page here, I can actually customize this to be something different. So if I want it to be like the digital time, or the page. And then down here, you can actually hit different kind of styles. Now, one thing people may not realize too is there at first glance, you may like, oh, I like this design, but I don't like the colors. Well, what's cool about that is you want to click on it and actually double check to see if there's actually different colors available. So you can actually, a lot of these are customizable. People just don't realize like, oh, I just don't like the color or the thing doesn't match it. You can actually go in and adjust that. So really nice at a glance. You can adjust it for per page, or of course, like you can pin it. And pro tip is even though you change it on one page, the next page will still have it pinned. So if you want to change it on one page but still have it pinned for a different one, you can, which is really nice. So like let's say I want this to be a little bit more green to sort of match some of these neon based colors, and there you go, just like that is pinned. You have to do page indicators here, so you can adjust to let you know what page you're currently on. And of course, again, in good old Shindig fashion is you can customize and adjust it as need be. And if you want to adjust these icons, you can by simply just clicking on the icons here, and you have a list of different ones you can select. So let's say this is more multimedia controls. We'll go to uh, oh, let me move to windows so you guys can actually see it. Sorry about that. Let me just see. We'll just click on this oh, here it is, media. We can click on like the media icon and just like that now, or actually I did the wrong page, but you can see here now on the page, which it should have been on page 2, is the icons on there, which is really nice. So you can customize the icon as need be. So, of course, yeah, Stream Deck was already covered, so we don't have to do a super big deep dive of plugins. But of course, like now with it, I don't know if I'll be able to cover it, but I will I'm just going to simply just changing on this. Of course, you can't see me physically touching, but I'm touching the capacitive mutes, and I'm able to change the page. Oh, perfect. Just by simply clicking on these capacitive mutes here, I can change the page as need be. Cool. I think that covers Stream Deck. Is there anything you want to cover on that, Stephanie? So I can switch to the next topic. Oh, hold on. You got muted, Stephanie.
I muted. I jazz muted myself. I'm sorry. And Jasmine's in chat. I'm sorry, Jasmine. No, I think it's really great. The one thing you did cover the icons, which is such a cool feature, just across the whole Stream Deck app. And for those of you guys who are making profiles and want to share them or export them, even put them on Marketplace, those icons will export as part of the profile. So all of those settings and changes that you saw James making for that Neo profile can export and be shared with other people, which I just love. The Neo is such a fun device, and as you pointed out, it's literally my favorite feature is the touch navigation.
Yeah, so one benefit real quick too about that is if you're using like a Stream Deck XL or a Mark II, uh, this is you will have to have a dedicated key to switch pages. So there'll be one for going, of course, switch between the two. And if you want to go back and forth, it'll take up two keys. With this, with the capacitive touch buttons there, you'll be able to switch pages without having to take a key away. And of course, unless you're using like a Stream Deck Plus, that's the only two Stream Decks that currently allow you to switch pages without having to use a physical key to do that, which is really handy and nice. And the cool part is, of course, let's go find it. That is running. I would be surprised if Stream Deck's not on top, but I could be wrong. Hey, I took a guess and I got it right. Stream Deck Neo is currently on sale for $79.99. So definitely something to
Ooh.
look into. So both the black and white version are currently on sale. So definitely take a look at that. And of course, I gotta give a shout out real quick to Stream Deck Mobile. If you're still a little hesitant, check out Stream Deck Mobile. You'll get 6 keys for free, no trial. So at least you can get your feet a little bit wet on the Stream Deck app, and you have access to all the plugins and without any kind of limitations with that. And you can one pro tip, especially if you're traveling a lot with Stream Deck Mobile, that I love is you can actually directly connect your phone into your laptop and get access to Stream Deck using Stream Deck Mobile. So back in the past, it usually was Wi-Fi only, but you can hook it up via USB now, where a lot of Wi-Fi's may restrict communication with devices, so you can plug it in. So if you want to try it out, definitely check out Stream Deck Mobile. I just bought my first Stream Deck. Awesome. Which one did you buy? And of course, we'll move on to our next topic. Stream Deck Plus, and I love it. Yeah, I honestly I use the Stream Deck Plus and the XL together, and that's my go-to, which I really enjoy. Can you set up volume control on the touchpad Neo? So not on the two touch to switch pages. No, that's only dedicated to switching the pages on that. So you'll have to set a key to adjust the volumes on the apps or what you're trying to adjust on that. So good question though. Um, my Streaming Mobile rules still use it on a tablet for my standard scenes. Yeah. And one pro tip too, of course, if you do end up buying Stream Deck Mobile on your, there's like a pro license, which is I believe $50, something like that. I could be wrong on that. I think it's like $50. You can of course use it on all your devices in that. So if you have an iOS device, an iPhone, an iPad, you'll be able to use it all on that. And of course, same for Android. Where you'll be able to, yeah, $49.99 for the pro license, or of course you can do a monthly subscription, and that's once you buy it's yours. You don't have to do any. It's not a monthly subscription. You just get access to 64 keys, which is really cool. So awesome. Moving on, we're going to be covering now the difference between Key Light and Key Light Neo. So our tech director
Ooh.
is going to be getting me the Key Light because I can keep that over there. Perfect. Cool. Stephanie, you want to cover real quick? I should say real quick. You want to cover just quick little highlights, I should say, on the difference between the two, besides the noticeable difference in sizes?
Yeah, it is it's absolutely the difference in size. I mean, that is like almost the size of a laptop if you really see the size of a full key light. The Neo is by no means super tiny. You can see it takes up just about the whole size of James's hand. Both put out a huge amount of light, but if you are a person that needs to light a huge room, maybe you're not putting, the key light air, or excuse me, the key light Neo is going to be one that's right in your face. Key light is going to be a really good spot for more volume of space, right? This is going to be the standard. We see these at industry events. We see these in and streaming setups. The key light is the quintessential stream light.
One
Oh, you
cool
really want to be
thing,
blinded by a flashbang? Yeah. And if you're Tony, put it at 100% and feel your eyes burn because they
one
are very bright.
one thing I really like about Key Light here, which I love this camera angle so I can show it, is Key Light itself. Key Light Neo only has one mount point, But Keylight actually has 4 mount points. So if you're not aware, I think some of you guys might have Keylights, may not even notice this, but you have 4 different mounts. So on each side, you can mount it. And of course, there's also a mount on top and obviously, of course, the bottom. So you can mount Keylight in several different ways, which is really cool. So you can have it vertical, or of course, you can have it horizontal, which is, I think is really handy and nice on that. Um, one major difference is too, you'll notice right out the back is Keylight does not have any onboard controls compared to the smaller version like Keylight Neo here. So Keylight Neo, of course, has the onboard controls. If you're looking for something more on board and not having to adjust control using any kind of app, you'll be able to only control Keylight via your computer, your phone, or of course, if you have a Stream Deck as well, control from your Stream Deck via Wi-Fi. So it does need to be hooked up on Wi-Fi on that. Keylight as well. Um, both of them, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about Keylight Neo, but they also, I know for sure, this Keylight right here does 2.4 and 5 gigahertz frequencies as well. So
Mhm.
depending if you're, we actually use, especially at events, we've had issues in the past where a lot of the Wi-Fi's are 2.4 gigahertz. So there would be like a noticeable delay when, because thousands of Wi-Fi frequencies going off, but with the 5 gigahertz, we've been able to have the Wi-Fi controls with no issues, which has been really handy on that. So if you're in a crowded area with a bunch of Wi-Fis, I would definitely take a look at that. And just gonna take a quick look to confirm if Keylight Neo does 5 point gigahertz. Just a quick check.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does support. So they both support 5 gigahertz frequencies, which is really nice. So if you're in a very crowded area with a bunch of Wi-Fi, you can choose which frequency it connects to. Um, you have anything to add
I do
on?
see Skoogie. You said, do we happen to have an old Air around for comparison? The Neo is just a tiny bit smaller than the Keylight Air, so it's actually still got the same round and concave edges. So if you have a Keylight Air, it's going to be just a tiny bit bigger than the shape comparison to the Keylight Neo. So that's just how much larger the Keylight is, and you can see behind James as well. There's Keylight on each side of the computer setup compared to the monitors and the PlayStation 5 for size reference. If you need some more establishing to kind of figure out the spacing for it.
Oh, yeah, toss it to me. I got a banana per scale. That helps.
And Zenny, about your question, this is not an answer where it's a solution directly from Elgato, but
You,
there are a lot of
I'll
3D
eat it right
prints out
now.
there where people have made photo grids, which are grids that clip onto the Keylight and the Keylight Neos to help focus light. So it's not going to fully diffuse the light, as this is going to help focus. I actually am using them currently for my Keylight Airs. So I have 2 Keylight Airs, which I 3D printed these focus boxes
I
for.
just
So
tomahawk through banana burrito.
yeah, did you hit her?
I almost did. I almost did.
She's
Thankfully, she
gonna like
dodged it.
later. There's gonna be a banana peel accident. We're all gonna know why.
First day in office, I want to get called into HR for hurting someone already. Gosh, cool. One thing too, to yeah, I almost did headshot her, but she dodged. She thankfully kneeled it. Get it? Cool. God, I'm terrible. Anyways, so one thing you'll also get is master mount L, except our products don't hold L's, they're only W's for ours. But with this, you'll be able to, as you see a C clamp here, so you'll be able to adjust it onto your desk here, which is really nice. Pro tip too that people don't realize sometimes is it actually has a ratchet mechanism where you can actually pull it down. So if you're tight against like a tight area, especially of course like your desk, right, it's going to be hitting the wall, you can pull the lever down and it won't tighten or loosen the actual
I
clamp.
only
So
learned this recently, and it blew my mind
really,
because
see?
I've had them for 2 years. I My desk is against a wall, like I have no room for error. And then I saw Brito mention it during Elgato Week, and I'm like, what? This
Yeah.
whole time? This whole time. Clearly, I'm a person who doesn't read the instructions when I open a box. So read the instruction guys, because there's some really cool tips you'll learn if you
Yeah,
do.
read a quick start guide. So I'm just gonna, of course, clamp it here real quick. And the cool part is too, and if you do buy a Keylight, you will also get these cable management little just yeah, these little cable mounts here you can do on it. So it's very small. you'll be able to just simply attach them directly to the pole. They'll have two big ones, and then there's a small one for the top of the pole. So if you bring it out here, so for the small section here, you'll be able to use just simply just extend it, and attach it on, and just like that. So once you have the actual light attached, just loosen up the ball head. Oh, thank you. Look at this Pro PTZ. Oh, it's upside down. Thank you.
Ooh, don't drop it.
I won't drop it. Pro tip too, I like to tell people because I've seen a lot of people do this. Oh, actually, it doesn't have it on. It does not have it on. There's also usually a rubber washer you'll have to simply just attach it. If you're wondering what that part is when you buy a key light, that's what it's for. But pro tip is you just loosen up the tightening mechanism here and just spin the ball head. So then that way too, it's just very easy to attach. I usually see a lot of people, especially at events, they'll rotate the whole key light. I don't want it to fall on you. So I highly just recommend holding it and just tightening down like this.
That's so much more efficient. These are life tips with James, you guys.
I don't want people to get hurt and say, and on next, I'm also on the subreddit. So the last thing I want to see on the subreddit is saying, this key light gave me a concussion because it fell on my head. So
So I want to also point out, so he was calling out the cable clips earlier. One of our amazing makers on the marketplace is a 3D printer named Kosen. He actually has a free file for Keylight Air clips. So no, this is not a ring. This is actually a 3D printable Keylight and Keylight Air. So if you have a Keylight or you have a Keylight Air, there's 3D print files on the marketplace right now that you can download. You can see it's got the big circle for connecting to the main channel, and then the small circle is the power cable. This one specifically is for my Keylight Airs, but we've got them for the key lights as well, and they're shaped for those mounts. So if you guys lose them, don't worry, we've got 3D prints online for you.
I see people saying like I spun their prompters, I spun my key light. Yeah, just tighten the ball head, loosen the ball head up a little bit and just rotate it. I don't want you guys getting injured. Please don't do that.
Yeah,
And then the
don't.
reason why, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, so just don't get hurt, you guys. Don't.
Yeah,
I'm clumsy. I already knocked my soda over, so
same.
it's gonna be
I've
me
broken everything. And of course, the L, what it stands for is large. So you'll be able to make this boy.
to the
Oh,
moon.
I'm trying to test our tech director. I don't think you'll be able to. I don't think it can go that high. And and of course, what I'm doing is I'm tightening. Oh,
Oh, it's so close to the ceiling.
I'm standing for scale. I'm 6'4", by the way. I'm not 6'4", 5'8". But yeah, it's tall boy. Tall boy. This tall?
Yeah.
I've never set it to the maximum height ever in my life. Just trying to fix something on my laptop here. Oh, cool. Boom. All right, so let me lower this bad boy down. Stop trolling.
Now, a good use for that too is you could articulate it, point it downward, and it'd be a really great way to light up like a D&D table for those of you guys doing art streams. Maybe you're pulling Pokemon cards, you're building Lego. That's where you're probably like, why would you need that much height? That's a good instance for when you want that height. Is when you want it kind of coming up above you. Maybe you've got some extra lights in front to keep from too much shadows, but it's going to really give you.
Oh my gosh, I got hit with the 6'7". That was bound to happen. Phil did curse us. He was talking about that before the stream. But yeah, that is the two. I mean, obviously, the lumens too. Let me pull the exact lumens as well, so that people are curious. Key Light Neo at max. So with the cable included is 400 lumens. With the if you just use a simple C cable and not using a 3 amp power supply, it's at 700 lumens, and then at max is 1,000 lumens. And then Key Light lumens. I'm terrible. I don't know the exact lumen at the top of my head. Is 2,800 lumens. So obviously adjustable as need be. A lot of people have mentioned is a flashbang if you set it to max brightness. Some people too, what they'll do, especially when they have like the two setups like this, where they want to have it at max brightness, they'll actually turn it around, the light against the wall, and have the light bouncing off the wall. So that's what some people will do just so they can actually get that max brightness and have a nice little lighting setup in their room. But any questions regarding those two? And we have about 10 more minutes, so we can actually recap and recall back some other things that need be. I hear voices in my head. One second. I couldn't mute fast enough, so I have people just talking in my ear right now, which is really great. But let's see, did I miss any questions? Yeah, the belt, the walls, to diffuse. Yeah, it's good call out there. I'm trying to think of anything else. Uh, Will the weighted base ever be released again? That unfortunately that will not. That one is a product that is end of life, so it will not be coming back anytime soon, unfortunately. What I usually recommend when something is end of life is just double checking some online retailers. Sometimes they have a leftover stock. So if there's not sold out already, that's one thing I would recommend. But directly from Elgato.com, it will not be available. Brett was trolling me, but I finally got unmuted, so it's great. Not a question, but I think this has been my favorite Elgato stream so far. You guys have done a really good job at covering so many things. Thank you so much. We love hearing that. We honestly have a blast. There's a lot of work done behind the scenes. I just sort of just walked in and get on camera. So I didn't do all the heavy lifting, but I promise you, a lot of our tech directors and our marketing team, there's days of prep. The assets you're seeing, so for even like the save up to 30%, we had, our team uh, making all that stuff, which is a lot of work goes into these streams to make them look as nice as possible. So even small, this is something that again that I think our team does really well is we pay attention to small details, like even the stuff in the back of me, right? Like the monitors, the prompter. Let me get this light on my way. Like prompter even has. Oh, and I came up with a clever idea, but I didn't mention it. It's for future streams, so keep an eye out. But uh, like we have the small details like Black Friday in the back there, which is really cool. So something that I think that our team puts time and effort, that it's really the small things that make the light look as bright as they do. So yeah, your setup looks great. Thank you. Again, shout out to the team. They did everything here. I just walked right in and just talked to you guys. The fun part. You sure can. Wait, these sound you mount the different setups with including adapters. Might be a stupid. I'm actually gonna go to this. Might be a stupid question, but can you also mount a Wave 3 to the mic, the Pro mic arm? All pictures online are with the XOR. Stephanie, you want to give that a go?
Yeah, so absolutely. You can pretty much mount everything. You guys can even see I've got just the standard LP mic arm and
Uh oh. Might be a little lag, but this is what she was going to say. She was going to say that you can definitely mount the Wave 3 on there. What you'll simply do is you'll simply just remove the stand. So it'll have like the U bracket, of course, on the Wave 3. You'll simply just remove the stand, and then from there you can connect it. It also comes with an adapter in the box. So if you need the adapter for the mic arm, it's included in the box with your Wave 3, which don't remember the exact adapter that comes with it, but there's an adapter in the box for it. But yeah, you'll just connect if you're using the 1/4 inch thread like all of our mic arms are, you'll just simply remove the U mount with it, and you'll connect it directly into it. I think Stephanie's back. Stephanie, you back? Maybe Stephanie. I don't think she can hear us. I think she might be lagged out. It's okay. It's just me now. You're just stuck with me. Getting a shock mount is a nice too. Oh yeah, I think the shock mount setup with the Wave 3 is such a clean looking setup. Like it's surprisingly really not needed, but I think it. I shouldn't say surprisingly not really needed because it does help, but it looks. I think it just looks very clean with it connected on that. I did confuse the Neo mount with Wave 3 mount. The Wave will mount to any Elgato arm with the included adapter. So yeah, that's what's well, all of our mics will always make sure you can connect to a mic arm. I mean, it makes no we have a mic arm, right? So I think we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot if we did not have the ability to connect them. I did have Let's see. Are there any plans for Wavecast to be so currently right now Wavecast is designed to only be on Windows, but I know I think if I'm not mistaken, I think the good old John Elgato himself said that there's a more request for that. We'll definitely look into it. Most dual PC setups I don't have an exact percentage, but most of them are definitely gonna be Windows based. But of course, Macs are very powerful enough where it's very possible to do. So we'll definitely we just need the community to rally together. So next we're gonna actually be cutting to a community video from Katie covering the key lights and Wave mic arm LPs. So this is it for Stephanie and I. Will be signing out, and you'll see me in chat. But let's cut to Katie and how she uses key light and Wave mic arm LP.
Hello? Oh, hi. Can I help you? Oh, you're here to interview me? Why? Oh, because I'm a professional streamer and I've been streaming for 8 years? Oh. You're not wrong. Let's do it. So, what are these questions that you guys have for me? Oh, that is so easy. The Elgato key light. It does not matter the camera you have, the quality of your content will skyrocket once you have the best lighting in the business. My favorite features is that you can actually control them through an app on your phone or your computer or even your Stream Deck. So you can change the brightness, you can change the warmth, and you can make it perfect for whatever setting you're in. So it doesn't matter what your atmosphere is like, what your room looks like. You can have the most beautiful lighting ever. You want me to show you? Let's go. Okay, so let me show you guys. Right now there is zero lighting on and the quality isn't the best, but with the snap of a finger, there is amazing lighting and the quality looks so much better. So, I don't know. It speaks for itself. One product that I think may be overlooked is honestly a mic arm, and specifically a low profile mic arm. It has made the quality of my audio so much better because if I need to whisper, I can seamlessly move the mic closer to my mouth. If I'm yelling at the top of my lungs playing an FPS game, I can move it further and there are no issues. And it just, I don't know what it is. It just changes the game. My favorite feature, other than the fact that it fits under my monitors, which is a 10 out of 10, it just looks so clean, is the fact that you can actually cable manage your mic cables through the mic arm. Isn't that insane? And being a full-time streamer and content creator, there are a lot of things on your desk at all times. So this really helps it to make your desk look so clean and so put together because we are not all about that mess. If you want to upgrade your setup and check out these products, be sure to get them during Elgato's Black Friday sale.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our Cyber Monday live stream. Hope you all are having a great time. I know I am. And we are here to talk about capture cards for the next hour. So we're going to cover our whole line of capture cards. Some I'll have here, some I have in the computer because they're PCIe cards. But I would like to introduce my guest for the next, I think, 2 hours. I think I'm going to be on here for 2 hours, so we're going to be yapping for a while. But I'd like to introduce my good colleague, Brett. Hi, Brett.
Hi,
How are you?
everyone. I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Did you have a good weekend?
I did. I didn't make the best use of it.
I don't think
But
anyone did. Eating,
but yeah, it was
relaxing,
nice.
being gluttonous. But yeah,
Mhm. All the leftovers.
all the leftovers. That background looks familiar. Is
Yeah, it's weird. Is this a 3D effect?
I don't know. Is
It's
that
it's
I
not.
thought I saw someone there in that same seat last week.
Hmm.
Hmm,
Yeah.
interesting.
The magic of remote
The
technology.
magic. The magic of cyber technology for Cyber Monday. Anyway, Capture cards. I saw some questions earlier in chat about capture cards. As we were going through the day, we got some in. Sorry, I had some the new tech director walking past. We had some questions throughout the day about capture. Some were answered, some we wanted to save for now. But it looks like we have one up on screen right now. Will the 4K Pro capture card work to play the game at 4K 240 hertz monitor with DSC connected to my output of the DisplayPort 1.4 GPU and the HMI? Okay, so 4K Pro, and leave the output with nothing connected and duplicate the 4K Pro to my gaming PC monitor. So right off the bat, 4K Pro does not capture or pass through 4K 240. So
4K 4K Pro can. Sorry to
oh
interrupt.
oh no,
It
please,
can in if we're gonna get really technical already.
hey, this is the capture
Basically,
card section. Get technical, Brett.
uh, and I learned this from Phil actually when we were working
Oh,
on
okay. Well,
the
then I am
content for
learning as
4K
well.
Pro. 4K Pro can pass through 4K at 240 hertz if you're using a lower chroma subsampling mode. I think it's 420 allows it to work. DSC or display stream compression is a way that monitors can handle those really high resolutions and frame rates over like the same type of cable. 4K Pro doesn't support DSC. So if your monitor can only do 4K 240 when using DSC, then that isn't going to work. Um, it might be that your monitor does 120 hertz with DSC or without DSC, in which case that'll work, just not at 240, basically. I did see your comment actually on YouTube earlier, and I I already replied to it, but that could be a great, uh, response here for everyone else to see.
Okay, so yeah, so thank you very much, Brett, for that very technical response. And yeah, we are here to answer your technical capture questions. So if you do have those ones that maybe you are on the fence about buying a capture card, you're looking forward to, excuse me, getting one, and you're not quite sure what it can and can't do, we are happy to answer any questions you might have about capture. So I wanted to take, we kind of jumped in the deep end there with 4K 240 with 4K Pro, which is our PCIe card. But I want to take a step back and kind of start, at the beginning, I'll say, and I'm gonna jump over here just to our website and get to our Black Friday deals and kind of go through what we have on sale for our capture cards. So if we scroll down here to video, that's cameras. Here we go, capture. Well, Camlink 4K included with our camera category, but it is kind of a little bit of a capture card. Your HDMI in from your mirrorless camera or your DSLR into the Camlink 4K dongle, and then a USB-C out from the dongle into your PC, which would then allow you to use your higher end mirrorless or DSLR camera as a webcam. And it will show up in your choice of software like OBS or Zoom, Teams, Discord. So if you have these cameras lying around, or you are a videographer or even a photographer that has a camera that can do, clean HDMI out via the HDMI cable, or you want to check it out, Camlink 4K is a great product if you want to kind of level up your camera game for your content creation or your production. But we'll go down to specifically the capture cards here. And we'll start, we have HD60X here, but let's start with Game Capture Neo because James just talked about Game Capture Neo during his segment previously. And I have one right here. We saw it with James. And so, yeah, Game Capture Neo is on sale right now for an $89.99, which is 31% off its regular price. And Game Capture Neo is a fantastic little capture card that can pass through 4K 60, and then capture 1080p 60. So if you are just looking to create content for Twitch, or you're getting started in the capture game, you can absolutely just invest in this $90 capture card that will cover most of the bases for content creation and streaming. As you can see
You
on
can
the
also
back,
connect it to an iPad directly.
you absolutely can.
You
I was just going
don't
to
even
talk
need a
about that.
PC. Oh,
Absolutely,
sorry.
yeah. So, um, with our capture cards, if you download the Elgato Capture app on iPad, I believe it's M2 or better iPads, M1, M2.
Uh, that those are the gonna those would be the best to go with.
Yes,
But it's any my understanding is any USB-C iPad. So I actually can use it with my iPad Air 4th generation, um, which is, a little bit older. But actually in some of the video content on YouTube, you'll see my iPad, and that's not an M1, that's whatever the Bionic something or
sure.
other.
Yeah.
Um, and for Game Capture Neo, it's great because it can do 1080p 60 recording right to the device itself.
And then you can just save that content like you would like a video.
Yeah, it shows up in like your, I guess, the Photos app on iPad,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
also like if just to go on the iPad topic a little more, if you don't have that much storage on your iPad, you can get a USB-C dock, plug an SD card into that dock or a USB SSD, and actually capture through the dock onto that drive, and then plug that into your Mac or your PC to edit the footage right away.
Absolutely, yeah. So you would have a couple of cables. You'd have the iPad going into the dock, and then the dock, or sorry, the capture card going into the dock going
Hmm.
into the iPad. You can provide PD power to that dock to both charge and charge the iPad, because the iPad is powering the capture card. And then with that SD card connected to the hub, you can just go into your photos or file setting right there on the iPad, and choose the SD card as your storage location. And then, like Brett said, you can just unplug the SD card, go over to your computer, and your content is saved right then and there. We've done that a lot with our 4KX, and with the newer iPads, you can play right. You can play right there on the iPad with the Elgato Capture app, which is free to download from the App Store. So you can jump right into the Elgato Capture app, hit full screen, and play with almost, minuscule. I would say minuscule or almost zero latency right there on the iPad, while then also capturing at 4K 60 with the 4KX capture card, or 4KS now. Right onto the iPad. So you don't even need a computer. You don't even need a monitor. It's almost a fantastic way. It is not almost. It is a fantastic way if you want to not only play but capture on the go. And it's super powerful nowadays. Um, Looks like we have a question. Can you hook it up to PS5 and use the headphones? So with are you for Game Capture Neo or for the iPad Fallen Ninja? If you want to clarify that. Oh, for Game Capture Neo. So with the with Game Capture Neo, there is no 3.5 millimeter port on Game Capture Neo. That was one thing that was omitted when creating Game Capture Neo. So if you're looking to use a capture device with PS5, I definitely recommend one of our other ones. For PS5, the 4KX is fantastic. You can see 4KX right there on the front. It's kind of in that glossy lettering. So 4KX is going to be your 4K 144 hertz pass through and capture card, with the 3.5 millimeter port on the back to use with your ChatLink Pro. That will be your best case scenario to capturing PS5. Um, I'll just set the line up here from right to left. So we have Game Capture Neo, we have HD60X, we have 4KS, and we have 4KX. So these three are going to look very similar, same housing, same kind of design. And then you're going to have your Game Capture Neo right there on top, which is our capture card for our Neo line.
It's almost an Oreo with Neo in the middle.
There you go. That's like an ice cream sandwich. That's a capture card sandwich right there. Um, So yeah, so Game Capture Neo is an amazing investment if you're looking to get into capturing and you just want to capture your gameplay. Throw it up on YouTube, stream it at 1080p 60. Um, but will it capture the technical director slipping? Oh, that's a good one. I recently purchased the prompter and will set it up later today. Is there software that's supposed to come with it to control speed, pause, etc. for scrolling? I didn't get any software with it. Also, does a Stream Deck make it easier to scroll, pause, etc. with the prompter? Thanks. One Cham 63. That's a great question. With Prompter software is our webcam software, Camera Hub. So Prompter is in kind of the webcam family. As you know, you use a camera within it if you'd like. You can absolutely use it without a camera. But Camera Hub is the free Elgato software that you will use with Prompter. Um, also with that, that's where you can control your prompter controls, your font size, your opacity, your scroll speed, changing from display to text to chat mode. All of those can be done there. And of course, like any amazing piece of Elgato software, it 100% works with Stream Deck and makes it so much easier to kind of customize your prompter. So if you want to go from display mode where like right now, I see Brett on our prompter here. So I can have a little monitor so I can see him waving while looking at the camera. And then I also have Twitch chat in front of me. So I can read chat, I can see Brett, I can see everything's great and dandy. But if I wanted to go to something like my script mode and go off a script without having to go to Camera Hub and then go to, click on script mode, it's 2 or 3 clicks, it's not difficult, but I could just set text mode to a Stream Deck key and then tap that to go right to script mode and have the script right there. So to answer your question, you wanna use Camera Hub software, 100% free, downloadable on Elgato.com, and then is it easier to use with Stream Deck? Absolutely. Highly recommend using a Stream Deck, especially a Stream Deck Plus with Prompter. The
Oh
dials
yeah.
the dials add a lot more just control and functionality as you can just rotate the dial to increase your font size. You can rewind and fast forward scripts if you want to skip sections. Just Stream Deck Plus is a great addition to use with Prompter.
Especially when you're scrolling through a script. It's really smooth, almost like, the scroll wheel on your mouse. Um,
Absolutely.
Very intuitive.
Okay, we have a capture question from Mooshpaw. Are there any major differences between 4KX and Pro besides USB versus PCIe? Brett, would you want to answer that one?
Yeah. So, yeah, besides the USB versus PCI Express, the differences are in, first of all, 4KX and well, I guess we can talk supported resolutions. 4KX can support passing through and capturing 4K at up to 144 FPS or hertz. 4K Pro, as we talked about, I think within 30 seconds of me joining, was it can pass through 4K at 240 hertz, but also what makes 4K Pro really special is it can actually pass through 8K at 60 hertz. You're not capturing at 8K, but you are passing through 8K. I think 8K support on Twitch is maybe a little ways away. Um, but in terms of support, you have that huge range of support on 4K Pro. Um, the other aspect is for the HDR. So if you're someone who really wants to capture HDR at basically as high as possible, 4K Pro can capture 4K at 60 FPS with HDR. On 4KX, it can do HDR, but you'll be limited to 4K at 30 FPS or 1440p at 60 FPS. So, and that's not necessarily a limitation of like the hardware. It's more like USB.
Yep.
And, 4KX is, I think it's still our only USB device that is Gen 2 or 10 gigabits. It's got a really fast USB connection, but even at 10 gigabits, 4K at 60 FPS with HDR is still not quite enough. Um, so yeah, full 4K at 60 FPS HDR is what you need, then 4K Pro is something to consider.
One thing before we continue, there's a lot of acronyms that come with capture cards. You have things like DSC, like we just talked about. We have things like HDR. We have things like VRR. Um, you want to go through just some of the acronyms that we'll be talking about for the next 45 minutes or so, and just so if the uh, our viewers at home aren't familiar with, well, what is VRR? We can kind of just cover it now and maybe touch base later if they pop up.
Yeah, put together a little glossary at the
Oh,
start.
fantastic.
So, yeah, we use the term HDR. That is high dynamic range. So, on your fancy new TV that maybe you got for Black Friday, has an ability to display a wide range of colors and brightnesses. So, instead of the TV or the image just being brighter, you maintain those shadows with, say, you're looking at the sky and the sun is still really, really bright, or, it's a night scene and, there's a flashlight or something. You're playing Alan Wake 2, or I don't know. Um, HDR is what allows that huge range of color and brightness. And when we talk about pass through with HDR, what that means is the capture card doesn't stop that. It allows that HDR signal to get passed through to your TV so you can still enjoy all that color and detail.
I remember
VRR.
when the sorry to interrupt. I
Oh,
remember when the Cyberpunk patch came out for like the full HDR, like in 4K
oh yeah.
60. That was like, and you see all the neon of Night City, and um, it was just it was chef's kiss. But yeah, that's a great example of if you're looking for like the differences between HDR and SDR. Obviously you can, if your capture card supports it, or if you're looking to get a capture card to capture that HDR, we have the technology. But if you want to get like a first like a first hand experience, you can see some videos on YouTube of what it would look like. Correct? Even if you don't
Yeah,
have
we
an
do
HDR
have.
monitor, yeah.
Yeah, if you have, actually, if you have a modern good phone, those actually have HDR on that screen. So if you open the YouTube app and you look through some of our quality samples on our YouTube channel, your phone will actually display that as HDR. Or if you have like a newer MacBook, those have HDR actually as well. Um, and yes, that's an easy way to see what it would look like. And those are captured on Elgato hardware.
Absolutely. So please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's all good. So I see Billy Billiams already uh, explained VRR a little bit. So VRR is variable refresh rate, and it's it's a it's both simple and complicated at the same time. Uh,
As all capture things are, you know?
so the simple explanation is that um, when you play a game on a console, more so on a PC, but certainly on consoles as well, when a new frame made by the game is ready, it's sent to the screen, right? Now, traditionally, it's supposed to be sent at a regular interval, right? You've heard of games running at 60 FPS or 30 FPS, but sometimes it's not always that specific. And actually, more modern games are a little more variable. And so it may drift between 50 and 70 or something like that. Variable refresh rate allows that to happen with no tearing on your screen, because normally you'll get like the screen will be shifted over. That's how it was in the past. But with VRR, you can have your game uh, run sort of as fast as it wants, changing over time. If you get into a firefight, maybe the frame rate dips a little bit, but then you're in a car and you're racing across the landscape. It's running a little bit faster. And so what VRR allows that to happen without any screen tearing or any stuttering or anything like that. And what's key for capture cards, so like 4KX or 4KS, they allow that to be passed through to your TV. So they won't, um, they allow you to enjoy that same feature as if you weren't capturing anything at all. So they're transparent, I guess, in that way. Just like with HDR, you can enjoy VRR and HDR on your TV or monitor, I suppose, while capturing.
Awesome.
How was that explanation?
Those are fantastic. No, those are great because yeah, our capture cards have both HDR capabilities as well as VRR, and also, Brett, I believe you made an amazing VRR example of screen tearing on the one of the capture card landing pages, or maybe just the capture card in general. Um,
There's been we've certainly done a couple of them. I know I made one
yeah,
of them. I'm not sure if it's actually mine on the product page. But yeah,
I like to believe it is. I believe.
it's meant to simulate what it would look like if, you did not have a VRR capable display or VRR pass through. And so you can see, like, when it's moving left and right, essentially you're getting like chunks of the frame moving around. Um, and that's sort of an artifact or an issue when you have the frame rate changing, but you don't have some sort of variable refresh rate technology enabled. Now, on that topic, though, so if you've been in the PC space for a while, you may have heard of things like G-Sync or FreeSync. Those are other variable refresh rate technologies that are typically on the PC side, but our capture cards accept FreeSync, and in most cases, if Phil's around, he may chime in, but I believe also G-Sync compatible, and
Yes,
so you can connect it up to your PC, enable basically the PC variant of VRR, and enjoy that with the pass through as well.
absolutely. Um, Bravo. Round of applause for Brett.
Thank you.
What about
What about
ALLM?
yeah, ALLM, auto low latency mode? This
Yep.
is another feature of the newest HDMI specifications. So, auto low latency mode is where the console, and this is another pass through type um, technology. So, what happens is the console tells the display, monitor, TV, hey, I need the latency to be as low as possible. I need, uh, if you can, turn off any extra fancy processing to make sure that that frame that I send you shows up as soon as possible. And so, auto low latency mode again is like a pass through feature, so that when the console requests it, it gets sent right through the capture card to your TV, so that your TV basically is running in the ideal mode for gaming. Is sort of the summary of how that works.
Awesome. Brett equals the goat. Billy Billiams says. So there you go. You're the goat, Brett.
Thank you.
Is it possible for the Elgato Neo to be hooked up with ChatLink Pro, or is it just not possible? So while you can't connect it directly into the capture card, what you could do is you can connect it to a 3.5 millimeter port on your PC. That is how you could have your audio from your PS5 or your Switch or Switch 2, your chat audio go into your recording that way. There's just no 3.5 millimeter port on the device itself, unlike our other capture cards which have it right there on the front. But it is, it's not impossible. You just wouldn't pass it right through the capture card, correct?
Yeah, you can connect ChatLink Pro to another 3.5 millimeter input on your computer. Um, you can connect it onto a Mac, uh, but you might need like an external audio device for that, because the you can plug in a headset to like a MacBook, for example. But I think the MacBook is expecting a headset, not just a single microphone. But yeah, that's actually how back when I think it was Game Capture HD, before HD60, yeah, HD60.
Oof, yeah.
This is going back 2013, back when we were first launching the original chat link.
Mhm.
Yeah, most of our instructions, also with HD60 Pro, was you plug it into a line in or a mic in port, either the blue or the pink port on the back of your motherboard, and then you set that in, your OBS or your capture software. So that is uh, totally uh, totally the way it's been. So the port on the device really is more of a convenience, so that it's all going into one place, but you can totally connect it to some other audio input on your computer.
Here we go from Mooshpaw again. Thank you, Mooshpaw. A technical question. What bandwidth constraints does HDR introduce that the capture frame rate needs to be reduced?
So and I maybe I need to bring up a calculator and figure out how to do it again. But basically, HDR itself, there's two aspects to HDR. One is there's metadata involved, and that is there's information coming along with the video frame saying, okay, the image is this bright, there's this much contrast, basically deciding how the scene should be interpreted by whatever is using it, whether it's like a media player or a TV or a capture card. But the other aspect is that to make the image look better, you actually need more range of detail. So normally you would have, and I'm going to throw out some more numbers here. You'd have an 8-bit per channel color feed. So that's 256 shades of red, and then 256 of blue, etc., and then green. With HDR, you have at least 10-bit. So that is 1024 shades of red, then blue, then green. So you go from, was it 16 million to 1 billion colors? Now that doesn't come for free. It has extra bandwidth required to send that extra amount of shades of color. And then there's a little bit for the metadata. So really, I believe this is in regards to the 4KX. With that, you have it's like HDR is just over the limit of 10 gigabit USB, I believe. And so it's just not quite enough
Combined with
to do
everything
all
else
60
that's
FPS.
going over the USB cable.
Yeah, it's something as simple as that. I think it's if it was like we had a 12 gigabit connection or something, maybe we could do 4K 60.
Yep.
Um, so yeah, unfortunately, it's it's just one of those things. But that's why 4K 30 works and why 1440p 60 works, because those fall right below the
That
it
threshold.
basically fits within 10 gigabit.
Yep. Awesome. Let's see. We have a couple more questions. I see a lot of good questions coming through. This is great. Thank you, everyone, for asking your questions. We're happy to answer them. That's what we're here to do. This is a Q&A stream. Absence of Logic asks, I just ordered a Chatlink Pro with the 20% Black Friday code discount, Elgato Heart. Awesome. Glad to hear it, Absence of Logic. We have some great, if you need help or you have questions and we're not live, we have some great resources on our YouTube. A lot of them have been made by, Brett here or, other members of the tech marketing team, James, myself, Phil. So if you do have questions or something pops up and um, you want to look at a video, head over to the Elgato YouTube channel. We have a lot of great content there. Oh, thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. All
They'll
right.
be put to good use.
Absolutely. Okay, so I do want to jump back over to our sales. We kind of went on a tangent there, but that's what you get when you talk about some high-tech capture cards. So we started with Game Capture Neo on sale for $89.99, 31% off. An amazing start to your capture journey. But let's scroll back up to kind of our HD60X, our 4KS, and our 4KX. A lot of these names, we're gonna have to be very clear and concise because the naming structure of the cards can sometimes get a little confusing. So HD60X. This is this is our oldest capture card in this lineup, correct?
Yeah,
Um,
of the lineup.
yeah, yeah. So HD60X, 4K 60 pass through, with 1080p 60 capture, both HDR, correct? If I'm remembering correctly.
Yes, it can capture HDR at 1080p 60,
Yeah.
and I think 1440p 30.
Okay.
I haven't used one in a little bit.
Got it.
Uh, yep.
But with 4KX, you get VRR. You get the variable refresh rate. So that's that technology we just talked about, as well as the 3.5 millimeter pass through on the front of the card. That is on sale for $119.99. So it's just a small jump up from your Game Capture Neo is $90. HD60X is 120. So if you're looking for that little bit of extra, that little bit of extra oomph, that HDR capture at 1080p 60 with VRR, with the 3.5 millimeter port on the front, your next step would be that HD60X over Game Capture Neo. Coming down to the two big heavyweights, we have 4KS at on sale for 16% off for $134.99, $135. This is the newest capture card, kind of in the capture card lineup. It just launched earlier this year with Switch 2, and I have to say it is the perfect accompaniment for Switch 2. 4K 60 pass through, 4K 60 capture, perfect for the Switch 2's frame rates and resolutions. And you can get that for $134.99. Then, if you're looking to get that 4K 144 hertz capture and pass through, we have the 4KX, which is on sale at for 199.99. And these are all our external cards. So these are all our USB C connected cards to your computer. We haven't quite dove deep into our first question was for 4K Pro, but as we scroll down here, we can see our 4K Pro capture card, which is our internal PCIe capture card, at $249.99. And that's the one that Brett mentioned, can do the 4K 240 hertz at I forget the video format bit rate you mentioned.
Oh, um, yeah, not to go into the technicals again. I think it was YUV 420 is how you get
YUV
240 hertz.
420. Okay. Somebody is trying to sell an HD60 for $240 on Amazon. Um, Come to
It's vintage.
Elgato.com. Yes. So the capture cards that are being sold on Amazon, some of the older ones, they are priced very high. Make sure you are checking the right stores, and Elgato.com will always be your safest bet for the best deals. So make sure you don't fall prey to those big price hikes.
And actually,
Okay.
for HD60X and then 4KS, I wanted to quickly mention what you get with 4KS over HD60X. They're very similar. Uh, Actually, I think you already mentioned it, but to specify, yeah, you actually can capture 4K 60 FPS in SDR through OBS or Elgato Studio, um, but the same form factor, obviously, same USB-C, same 3.5 millimeter input. Um, so if you want 4K 60 capture, then 4KS is the way to go. Like you said, perfect for Switch 2.
Awesome. And then for the 4K Pro, um, for those that don't know what a PCIe card is, so on your motherboard, where you put your GPU, and then you have the PCIe slots below that. That is where the 4K Pro would be slotted into, is one of those slots. That would allow the capture frame rate and resolution to go straight into your motherboard over your PCIe slot, so you're not limited to that USB bandwidth that Brett was mentioning. Let's see, absence of. I still have my HG60, still works good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, if you use a capture card and it's still going strong and it serves you it serves you well, you can get a lot of mileage out of a good capture card. So, let's see here. Any other questions? Okay. So real quick, I will jump over to our demo here, and what we can do is we can showcase. Let's see here. We can jump into our capture software, which is Elgato Studio, and I have it set up here. Whoop! Looks like there is an update. I will go ahead and bypass that for now. But give me 1 second.
Yeah, let's play it safe. Just like how if you're streaming, yourself and there's a brand new update to your streaming software, maybe
Yeah,
try that on like a Tuesday and
Yep.
not your Friday night stream,
You're
just to
about
be
to go
safe.
live, OBS says, "Hey, there's an update." I always go, maybe later." Yeah.
And the
Not right
update may
now.
be totally fine, but anytime you're changing files, things can happen.
Many times I have, fallen prey to the, my audio inputs get reset, or I'll update Stream Deck and my sound effects, it goes back to default,
Mhm.
instead of, like, my SFX channel. That has happened a couple times in the past, but time to showcase Elgato Studio. So, like I mentioned before, Elgato Studio is our capture software. This works with our regular line of modern external, and is 4K Pro now in Elgato Studio?
Yep, it works in
Perfect.
Elgato Studio.
Fantastic. Yeah. And so I actually have an older 4K 60 Pro in this PC. And as you can see here, it's really intuitive and it's really clean and easy to use. And what I can do is I'm just going to select 4KX there because from the drop down, and you can see it up there in the corner. So it's saying, "Hey, I recognize 4KX." Um, Down here, it's giving me my kind of my HDMI chain from. Oh, my switch went to sleep again. Give me 1 second.
It's tired.
There we go. So, um, there we go. Configure the display. I'll do that later. Let's cancel that update. There you go. A lot of things happened over the last 4 days since we've been gone. But through this, what we can do is we can hop over to Mario Kart. Oh, is it really going to make me update? No, start software. There we go. Um, so we have 4KX being our capture card, and then through the kind of the HDMI chain that you can see here, it is saying, "Hey, I recognize there's a 4K at 60 FPS signal coming in from the Nintendo Switch," and we can see that in the first box right here. So the HDMI in is the HDMI from your console. That is, what the in is from the console, and it's being captured by 4KX. So, it's saying 4KX, capture up to 4K or 2160p at 144 hertz, which, is also known as 4K Ultra HD. And then we can output, so it is outputting to, the capture format, what resolution you want to capture at. And this is doing it at 1080p 60 full HD, which then you can come up here and you can see all the different settings. So general, you can change the theme, dark, light. I will not change it to light mode like Burrito did last week and scar my eyes. Check for any updates. You can see the device as well as the serial number. If you do have any issues and need to contact our support, we do provide the serial number right there within the software. And then kind of the recording format and how you want to record. So what we can do is we can change it to recording at 4K 60. It might refresh for a second. There we go. So now we see now in the kind of HDMI chain that we have going here, it is taking in from the Switch 2 4K, 2160p at 60 FPS, 4K 60. It is capturing via the 4KX capture card, and then is recording at 4K 60 as well. This will be in HDR. Um, I am just going to play in the software itself because since our capture cards are, zero latency capture cards via that USB, there is virtually zero latency when playing via, this way. And what I can do is then come down here. Okay, I'm going to race. Here I go. I'm going to hit record. And now you get that. Whoop. What happened there? I don't know. I hit something and then it froze and then it continued. I win. I just won. Simple as that. But as you can see,
What
oh, go ahead, Brett.
I just want to quickly talk on the latency aspect,
Absolutely.
just to clear some stuff up. So the pass through, the HDMI out port on I guess all of our capture cards besides Camlink have an HDMI out port. That is the zero latency pass through. So the signal goes right through the capture card as if it wasn't there. There's no latency on your TV. On the capture side, though, our capture cards aren't zero latency to the preview, but they are very, very low. And in fact, a lot of times when we're actually, when we're at an event, like, we don't have a pass-through TV, but we have people coming by the booth, and they play directly in Elgato Studio on a laptop screen, or a monitor that we have, and it's some of the fastest latency or sorry, the lowest latency, um, amongst really any capture card on the market. I think 4KX maybe is the lowest, and for most games, you can play right in the preview, unless
Like
you're
I'm doing
playing
here.
Street
Yeah,
Fighter.
absolutely.
Yeah, and it's really good.
And as we can see, as
But
I'm not gonna do a full race, but I will just try to hit this guy with the boomerang. Got him. Yep, easy as that. And I'll pause it. And as you can see here at the bottom in Elgato Studio, we have this really, really nice, vibrant, red recording button. It tells us how long we've been recording. So that's been, 1 minute and 42 seconds. It goes up, and then the kind of the size of our recording already. So we are recording in 4K 60. So 4K 60 recordings are going to be quite large. And then you get this real nice kind of red border around the edge just to give you a more clear, noticeable, oh, I'm recording. If, the big red button didn't, give you any info for that. You can even take a snapshot if, you scored, first, you got first in your race and you want to share it to your social media or your friends or your family. You can just go ahead and, hit that screenshot button and it will save right to the folder, which then you can navigate to by this bottom, in the bottom corner here, in the bottom left-hand corner. And you can see all of our recordings, our screenshots, all of this stuff. I believe last week Burrito changed this to Epic Gameplay. So that's why they're all called Epic Gameplay. But you can go ahead and name them whatever you want back in the settings. And you can give them individual names, and you go through your recordings and all of that great stuff. What's better yet is you do get at the top here, so I am paused so nothing's coming through, but as you can see, you can visibly see that you're getting audio from the game. So as I'm picking up I'm picking up coins, and I'm doing moves, you can see those audio levels going up from the Switch 2. um, and that will all be recorded as well as it's being captured to the capture card via the HDMI cable. So it's a really just great piece of software. It's really clean. It's really kind of just plug and play in a way. If you want to use Elgato Studio for your capture devices, you can even go in full screen mode. So now I'm playing in the software, but it's being captured via, I'm playing in Elgato Studio software. But since I have, made it full screen, it's almost like I'm playing on, like, I'm using the pass through feature, which I'm not. I'm just playing right into the captured software through my capture PC. So I'm not using any pass through. This is just right here in the software, which is really cool. And then you
and
can just
and
hit escape.
Elgato Studio starts up so fast,
Oh, it's
and you
great.
get your
Yeah.
signal so fast.
Instantly
Really
picks it
nice
up. Yeah,
improvement.
absolutely. Um, and it really is just it's just an amazing piece of software. It is new, so if you haven't played around with any of our capture cards in a while, maybe you have one, maybe you're used to some of our older software like 4K Capture Utility. This is Elgato Studio is the new software for capture. So I highly suggest if you haven't tested out our capture cards in a while or our capture software, I highly recommend you do so. They can, we've made vast changes over the last couple of years in both capture hardware and our capture software. Um, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I missed about Elgato Studio. Um,
We had one question about the bit
sure.
rate,
Yeah,
and Elgato Studio doesn't have a specific bit rate. It's variable. So when you record, it depends on what you're capturing. If you have something with a lot of detail and a lot of action, it will record at a higher bit rate. If something is really simple, you're playing, I don't know, you're streaming Monopoly, um, then uh, it'll be a fair bit smaller of a file size. Um, and I don't know if we have like media info on that PC, but if you just give like the file size of one of the recordings and the duration, we
sure.
can basically figure out how
Yeah,
large that
you can
bit rate
actually
is.
see it. You can actually see it actually right now. If
If the question
Yeah,
Face
if you
down.
wanna bring down the question, tech director. Um, so I've been sitting at the screen and it's stuck on, the number, of, the duration of our recording is going up, but it's kinda staying at that 3.1 gigabyte because really there's nothing really happening. You have that yellow kind of arrow kind of bouncing up and down. You're getting a little bit of that graphic of resume and quit. But if I hit play then, now at 3.2, we can, see that going up in any second here as we're recording 3.3. And that just started to happen. Oh, I hit the banana peel and I'm going off the ledge. But now if I pause it, we can kind of sit here as Brett was talking, and that size is not going to increase because there's not a lot of detail going on. That's going to say, oh, I know that not a lot of details coming in. I don't need to record as much. There's just this little bit of graphic, kind of arrow bouncing and a little bit of shine on the resume and quit buttons. And yeah, as we can see now that I've paused the game, it's still kind of stuck at 3.4 gigabytes there. Um,
Yeah, I think this particular example, it might be like 85 megabits if
okay,
it's averaged out.
sure.
But yeah, if the whole gameplay is actually happening, it probably would be over 100. Uh, Basically using CQP. I'm not sure if it's actually CQP, but because we're using some functions in the OS for that. Um, but it's yeah, you can think of it like that.
Ooh, very nice. Look at that. Number go up, size stay the same. So yeah. Um, with Elgato Studio, just like every piece of Elgato software. So whether we're using our face cams and you're using Camera Hub, if you're using a prompter with Camera Hub, if you're using Wavelink, if you're using Elgato Studio, using Control Center, um, any of the Elgato softwares have corresponding software and integration with Stream Deck. So if you do own a Stream Deck, and you start you want to record a race via your Switch 2 and Elgato Studio with your capture card of choice, we have a Elgato Studio plugin that you can download for free from Elgato Marketplace and map those keys to your Stream Decks so you can instantly tap to, let me just hop over to Stream Deck software. Here we go. So this was the software that was these are the actions that were set up a little while ago. I think when Phil was here still, and we can see our ping to Google. We can see our CPU percentage usage, and we have our GPU percentage usage. But what I can do is I can come to let's see if the Elgato Studio plugin should be here. I can't find it, but we can do this. There we go. Elgato Studio is hiding somewhere. And we can do things like, stop and start our recording, open Elgato Studio. So here we go. And I can, oh, why aren't you being recognized? Live demos, everyone. Yeah, let me just, are you sure you want to, let me end the broadcast, close Elgato Studio. Always happens during live demos, oh, something doesn't work. So now what we can do, it's still interesting telling me to open it.
If the key still doesn't find it, then you can also close Stream Deck and relaunch it, and that will reset the plugin
There
connection.
we go. Yep. That's what I was going to do next.
So, so if any of you out there notice that type of message, then closing and reopening Stream Deck, like actually fully quitting it and relaunching it, is a good step.
Okay, but it looks like we
Yes,
we
the
so
new
we have
app icons,
they
they're
are,
so pretty.
yes. They are fantastic. Here we
And easier to
go.
find when you have 100 apps running at the same time like me.
Yeah, and
They
like
stand out.
the older icons are all like that dark blue with the white outline. Like, wait, is that
Mhm.
Camera Hub? Is that Wavelink? Here we go. There we go. Now it looks like we are cooking with gas. We just needed a quick Stream Deck restart. But we are not recording. We can hit the record key, and as you can see, we are now recording. Gonna go ahead and hit stop, and it stops right there in the software. So, um, we have things for this plugin. Let me just go ahead and type in Elgato Studio. You can touch, one tap record. With key logic, you can set you can set it to long press so you don't accidentally hit it if you're actively using your Stream Deck. So you can go to key logic. You can set to press and hold to start and stop your recording. You can instantly take snapshots via Stream Deck. Open your library location, preview the video, and one tap full screen, which we can do if we just make a new page on Stream Deck Plus, put the full screen, and there we go. It's actually, Stream Deck will go in front, but we can then, with one tap of Stream Deck, just control our Elgato Studio. So there is always a Stream Deck integration, um, you know, with any Elgato piece of software that you can rely on working not only with your software, whether you're using Elgato Studio or Camera Hub or Wavelink, and then with Stream Deck, and they will always talk to each other. Um, flawlessly. We had a little hiccup there, but generally it should be as flawless as ever. Brown,
I
oh
wanted to ask you if you look at the Stream Deck when you bring the
yeah,
library over and the recording button, I believe it shows the duration on the key, but it also shows you the frame of what the video looks like
it
on the
does. Look
key.
at yep. So show
Nice
thumbnail
little detail.
of the yeah. So we can we hit record. Resume game. Don't mind me. Whoa! Playing blind here. So there we go.
And then
And then,
it'll update with the new recording.
so if we stop the recording, there we go. And then this key will update so you know exactly what was the last clip that you just recorded. And then you can tap this. It will open up our file location. It looks like this opened up down. Oh, it was already opened. My apologies because I was showcasing it to you guys. But yeah, so if we do close it and we tap it, it will open up immediately so you know exactly where all your recordings are saved. Really fun, really clean, really helpful, and works flawlessly with Stream Deck. Brown Tallstar asks, surely higher FPS means lower perceived latency? Question mark.
Yes, generally speaking, that's true. I think this was talking about how I think right when you started playing Mario Kart, I was talking about how our capture cards were some of the lowest latency that you can get, and it is true that the higher the frame rate, the lower the latency or perceived latency, and a lot of time, excuse me, and a lot of times that's because things are processed on a per frame basis. So if you're running at 30 FPS or 30 hertz, if something has 3 frames that has to wait on, then that's what 99 milliseconds or something. But if you're doing 120 FPS, then that's one quarter of that, 15, something like that, 16 milliseconds. Yeah. So in that case, yeah, higher frame rate, higher refresh rate does mean lower latency. That's not always true. It totally depends on the software you're using. If you have a really complicated OBS setup where you have 15 layers and all these different sources and filters, then that might be the bottleneck. But on a just like purely academic standpoint, if you have your 4KS or your 4KX in OBS Studio, you can expect maybe 30 milliseconds between when you push a button on your controller and it's showing up in OBS. It's pretty incredible.
Okay. Hi, do you have an ETA on when Elgato, when Prompter XL will be available? So I've heard through the grapevine, depending on your region, this week. So keep an eye on Elgato.com. Sometime this week they will be available there. Depending on the region, I don't have all of the details, but yeah, sometime this week, depending on the region, Elgato.com. That's all the information I have been given. Starry on YouTube asks, do you recommend Wave DX for its noise rejection as for background noise? So when you're looking at a microphone, A dynamic, like Wave DX here, is definitely going to be the better choice for background noise. It does require a little bit more of a hardware setup because it is an XLR microphone. You'll need an XLR interface. You'll need a mic arm, as Wave DX does not come with a stand. So it is a little bit more of a hardware investment versus our Wave 3, which is a condenser microphone, which comes with a stand, which is USB connected. But one thing you have to remember with Wave DX versus Wave 3 is Wave DX is it being a dynamic microphone, and you speak into the top here. The capsule is at the top, so if you were talking from the sides or this way, those sound waves from your mouth aren't going to reach the capsule. Some of them will bleed in just because sound spreads, and then ricochets off the walls, and someone's gonna hit the capsule. Um, but my voice is going to be, the best it is when I'm right here in front of the microphone versus Wave 3, which is, again, a fantastic microphone. Wave 3s are going to require a little bit more sound treatment because as the capsule is designed, it is, bidirectional. So the capsule sits kind of, we showed on the Wave Neo earlier. The capsule sits kind of in the middle of the microphone, and it's kind of sound waves can hit it from multiple sides. Um, but really, what it comes down to is, make sure your area is sound treated if you can. Any background noise is limited. But for general background noise rejection, yes, Wave DX will be the better choice. But really, what we're using here is our Wave DX with our voice focus audio effect or VST. So with any Wave device, whether you're using Wave 3, if you're using Wave XLR or the XLR dock, or even a Wave Neo, you can get voice focus through Wavelink for free. If you aren't using a Wave microphone, you can get voice focus. I believe it's 50% off if you actually get a mic arm right now on Elgato.com. And that is our like I mentioned, our audio effect kind of VST that we have. And I think Tech Director, can we get a little example of what it sounds like off and on? So I'm going to speak clearly right now. And our tech director has now said that it is off. So you might hear me tapping. It might be a little bit more airy. We do have an air conditioning that is the plague of our existence right above us. So you might hear that AC coming through. And now it is back on. Now it is off. Up. Okay, so it is on. It is thumbs up on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let's go ahead and turn it off. And now it is off. So that might be a lot more apparent in how my voice sounds without voice focus on. I would tap on. Okay, I've been signaled that it is now back on. So there's going to be the difference there. And it's super easy to set up. If you have a Wave device, it is just a one-click toggle within Wavelink. If you go into let's see if I have Wavelink open here. I've got a Wavelink. I don't think I have a microphone plugged in. Oh, this is on Wavelink 3.0. Okay, so a little bit different. But if you are still on, Wavelink 2.0, and the bottom of your microphone input channel, which will be your main channel as you have a Wave device plugged in, there'll be that little button below the two sliders that kind of looks like like a sound wave a little bit, or like a sine wave. Go ahead and click that. That will open up your VST or audio effect kind of directory, and within that you can enable and disable voice focus, which you get just a simple click on and off, and then there will be a slider where you can select how intense you want it to be. Oh, look at that! So we actually have it brought up on
What?
screen. Thank you, Tech Director. Magic, magic. So yeah, so you can
Visual
see.
effects.
Yep. My voice is going up and down as I'm speaking. And that little green button there, that's where you can enable and disable it through Wavelink. And so now it's on, it's off, now it's on. And then go ahead and
Looks like
turn
they
it
might
off
be
one more time.
controlling it through Stream Deck.
It looks like they are, yeah. So thank you very much. So yeah, so yes, Wave DX for noise rejection, for background noise, paired with voice focus on through Wavelink with your either Wave 3, Wave XLR. Um, do you get it with Wave Neo? I forget if it comes with Wave Neo. Yes, you do. Yes. Okay, I was confirmed. I was like, I know, I wasn't sure.
And I guess for the Wave DX, that because it's just the hardware,
Correct.
if you get the bundle with the XLR dock, then you get voice focus through that because that's the actual interface part. But if you which yeah, perfect for picking up the bundle. But if
Where
you
are
bought
those
like just the
bundles?
DX,
There we go.
then that
So
it's
yeah,
just an analog
so
device.
let me just scroll this down a little bit. Um, so yeah, XLR bundle with low profile arms. So that gets you Wave DX microphone, mic arm LP, Stream Deck Plus, XLR dock, excuse me, and an XLR cable for $379.99. That is cheaper than some microphones by themselves.
Yeah.
So you are
I owned a microphone more expensive than that before.
yeah, so you are getting not only the ultimate XLR bundle, everything you can need to make you sound like that beautiful radio host or that beautiful, that deep, luscious voice. Not only do you get everything you'll need if you aren't yet on like the XLR game or using an XLR dynamic microphone, not only do you get everything you'll need, but it's cheaper than some other just microphones on their own. The microphone will need all of this stuff. So if you are looking to get into an XLR microphone like Wave DX, like a dynamic microphone, this bundle, and you don't have anything quite yet, you're still using a USB microphone. This bundle will get you everything you need to sound just to sound great, sound fantastic.
And because it has XLR dock, you do get to use voice focus on your DX.
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah. So voice focus is enabled through, again, Wave 3, Wave Neo, Wave XLR, or the XLR dock that mounts into the back of Stream Deck Plus. Um, those are the four.
Yeah.
Yes, if you were to buy Wave DX on its own because it is just it's an analog dynamic microphone. There's no kind of connectivity that's communicating with your computer to let it know that voice focus needs to be turned on. Because you can connect Wave DX to any number of audio interfaces and it will work just fine. But if you are looking to get voice focus, you will need with Wave DX a Wave XLR or an XLR dock for Stream Deck Plus.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that is an amazing deal
It's a
for
fantastic deal.
literally everything
Yes.
you need. All the
Everything you
cables,
need.
all the
Yep.
software, all the adapters too.
Is it possible to mount those low profile arms with a through desk mount? Like through a hole I drill through my wood desk? Um,
Desk
I mean,
mounts are
so yeah,
for the master mounts.
you can use the mic arm with Wave desk stand. Wave desk mount. Yes, desk mount. Is that what you're talking about? The one we have. Let me go to it. I believe it's in audio parts and accessories. Here we go. Wave desk
Yeah.
plate. We were both wrong.
Oh, it is
Wave.
compatible. Okay.
Yes, it absolutely is compatible. The not only does Master Mount L can work with it. You would just undo the base. But yes, this part here, if we can actually give me 1 second.
So what I was thinking about is you can actually take that off and there's a little screw in there for attaching a master mount. So I I also learned something.
Thank you, Bruto. All right, so if we zoom in here, as you can see, this little bit, this would connect to the Wave desk plate. So if you wanted to get Wave desk plate and drill it into your wooden desk, this part that generally goes into the clamp there, these are the same, this bit here and the Wave desk clamp or Wave desk plate. Sorry, we have a lot of different options. Wave desk plate are the same size. So whether you're using it with any number of our mic arms, they all have the same endpoint here that connects. Or if you are using a Master Mount L, you can do it that way as well, and mount the Master Mount to Wave desk plate similarly. So yes, you can get a Wave desk plate, drill it into your desk, have that nice and sturdy, and use either Mic Arm LP, Mic Arm Mark II, Mic Arm Pro. They will all work with the Wave desk plate. So yeah. All right. Any other questions? I think we have a couple more questions before we jump over to our cameras. Fallen Ninja asks, "Can you use a capture card on Nintendo Wii?" Absolutely. I believe
Uh,
the regular Wii is HDMI, or is that component still?
so the Wii U added HDMI, but
Ah,
if we're
okay.
talking about the
I
original Wii, that was, yeah, analog. So
got it.
white, yellow, white, red,
Yep,
or
yep.
component. Um, yeah, you can capture that, but you will need some sort of adapter. Um, this household is a fan of the RetroTink hardware. Um, so like a RetroTink 5X would do fine, or I forget what the lower end ones are. But yeah, those would work fine.
Is that the technical director on screen? I mean, um, I am generally tech directing. My assistant tech director or tech director has taken over, Miss Brito. So she is running back and forth, handing me things and doing a beautiful job when I'm here on stream. So I always appreciate the support. All
Regular
right.
Wii had component. Wii Mini is HDMI. I didn't know there was a Wii Mini.
Neither did I.
Huh.
I thought, we in and of itself was quite small.
Yeah, it was like the size of a book, basically. Um, yeah, any
Okay. It
other
looks
oh,
like,
do
oh,
any of those
go.
mic arms come with an extension? Um,
Yes, I don't have any here. Um, I believe our
it's essentially
system.
the high rise for
Yeah, I
one.
believe it's the mic arm regular wave mic arm does, as you can see here
Yeah.
in on the landing page. Mic arm Mark II does as well, as we can see there as it's as moving around. Um, I don't think any of the low profiles do. So I believe it's
Not
just
not in that way. The Wave Mic Arm Pro does have a little one,
correct.
and the
Yes, it has a
reason for
little
that is
riser.
just to give you
Yes.
a little clearance, literally to sweep over like your Stream Deck on your desk. It's
If you
sized
have
for
a
that.
Stream Deck
So
XL, yeah.
yeah. Otherwise, the ones that have the, I don't know, what is that, 7 inches or something, those are going to be your sort of the boom style
The high
to get
profile
it over your
mic
monitor.
arms will have
Yeah.
the extension rod. Does voice focus work with any microphone? So yes. So if you are using take a step back here. Does voice focus use work with any microphone? With the release of Voice Focus standalone a couple weeks ago, when you do purchase a microphone arm with these deals and you get your 50% off code for Voice Focus, you can use Voice Focus as you can see here. So Wave Mic Arm Pro in black or white, Mic Arm LP, you will get a 50% off Voice Focus code, which will allow you to download the standalone version of Voice Focus. With this, you can then use Voice Focus in any software you'd like that accepts VST3s. Whether you're using Premiere or you want to plug it into your own audio software, OBS and VST3s, you can find plugins that use them. But if you want to use them via Wavelink, you can then add them via, through other channels. If you're using the standalone channels, you can add them. Every audio input channel will have their own little button on the bottom. You can then upload it that way through Wavelink. So yes, technically any microphone can use voice focus, but you get it for free, not as the kind of downloadable standalone version, with the Wave microphones. You can apply it to anything you need where you are using audio inputs, whether that is Audition or you want to use in Premiere for something that's already recorded, or other recording software. You would just need to make sure it accepts a VST3 for Windows, and then Mac, it's a audio effect. Correct, Brett?
AU or audio unit.
Audio units.
However,
Okay,
on Mac, some applications can also use the VST3 file.
got it.
So in most cases, you could just buy the Windows version, and that'll get you taken care of for most things. I did want to mention, like we use voice focus on our editing for
We do.
videos. You
Yep.
you you apply it as a track wide effect, so it's like everything on one track has voice focus on it, and we use that for our yeah our any of the voiceovers we use for our what is this, what is 4ks, what is Facecam 4K. So you're listening to voice focus there.
You're also listening to voice focus here. And Brett, do you have it enabled?
I do. I have it running through Wavelength 3.0. So I'm
Fantastic.
actually
There we go.
sending voice focus filtered audio over to you.
And you sound crystal clear.
Thank you very much.
I think we will hop over from capture now. If you do have any other capture questions, we'll be here for a while. So if any other things pop up, feel free to ask them. We'll be happy to answer them for you. But let's hop over to Facecam Mark II. I believe that's what the schedule was. I'm getting pointed to something. Thank you, Burrito. So we have Facecam Mark II right here. Let me grab a cable. Bingo. Okay. So Facecam Mark II is our 1080p 60 webcam with video HDR. And I'm going to try to plug it in real quick. So Brett, do you want to just vamp a little bit about Facecam 4K for a second while I plug it in because it wasn't plugged in?
Yeah. So Facecam 4K is our I guess sort of the new normal, the new standard for webcams. It's full HD 1080p, 60 FPS. It has, as Chris mentioned, a form of HDR. We'll call it video HDR, I guess. So it's able to capture a wider range of brightnesses. So instead of we'll talk about HDR a little bit more, but basically, like if you're next to a bright window, and normally with a typical webcam you're in shadow, with HDR it can capture the window, make it not so blown out, and also capture you and have it as one image. It has a built-in privacy shutter, so you can slide the front back and forth. It's USB-C, works on USB 3.0 and 2.0,
It does.
which makes it super compatible with lots of hardware. Um, let's see.
One thing I
It's
did want to touch on because we
Yep.
just we just jumped from capture cards into face cams, and both of them have HDR, but there's different HDRs, correct?
Yeah, there's quite a few versions over the years as the term has been used. So, I guess to go back to capture, just because we explained that more, HDR when it comes to movies and games is about displaying that super bright light that makes it feel really realistic. So the sun, there's a flashlight, being pointed at the camera or the character. That's what HDR is for in games, to make it feel really bright. HDR in cameras, in this example, is more about capturing that realistic, super bright object. But instead of it just being like, if you point the camera at the sky, like a normal camera, the sky will just be white because it's super bright. It can't capture that detail. But what HDR does is it's capturing all that and then making it all that detail actually get picked up and displayed. So I just use the example of, if you have a bright light right behind you, um, on a normal webcam, that would just be a white rectangle, basically. But when you enable HDR, what's actually happening in the camera is it's taking a darker image, a lower exposure to capture the window, and then it's taking a higher exposure to capture you, and it's blending them together using an algorithm, and then you're able to see basically out the window as well. So it solves that issue of like, okay, where do I put the exposure? Do I want to see what's out the window to make it look nice, or do I bring up the exposure? So you know, the reason I have the camera is to see me. So
Yep.
do I also want myself to be in there as well? So HDR uh, fixes that basically.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I was able to plug in our Facecam Mark II rather quickly. Let me just go ahead and adjust. Okay, so now we're gonna hop over to Camera Hub and showcase Facecam Mark II.
I think Apple Freak had a great like tongue twister. There's HDR, standard def HDR, high dynamic HDR, low def HDR, high HDR range, and range dynamic, high range dynamic. There's maybe a few more, but
Yeah, 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 probably,
that gets
probably.
me ready for my voiceover.
Yeah, ow now brown cow, right? Unique New York. But yeah, so as you can see here, we have our Facecam Mark II that is now plugged in. We can see it here in Camera Hub, and then you can see that we are capturing a 1080p 60, video input into Camera Hub software. Just like James showed earlier with Facecam Neo. A lot of the things will be the same, such as zoom and the face tracking can be turned on. So what I will do the same thing that he did, and I will kind of center myself. Looking good. Lighting is looking pretty good. We have, this is a studio, so we have some studio lighting all around. So I'm gonna keep that there. I'm looking real good. Like this camera is crisp and clean. Honestly, like if I was using this, obviously I would have another light in front of me. I actually swapped the camera out. I'm using the Key Light Neo cable, as I don't want to start unplugging and replugging stuff in on a live stream. That's something you shouldn't do is unplug random cables during a live stream because I've been there and I've gone unplug and the whole thing has crashed. So I'm just using the Keylight Neo cable that we had here, and it's looking real good. We got that 60 FPS. I might zoom out a little bit more just to get a little bit low, but also we can adjust the camera. Okay, sorry about that. Wanted to angle that down a little bit, but yeah, we're looking good. We're staying centered. Um, we can use the grid lines here, and we can come down. And we can adjust the contrast. We can, if we want to make this more increase the contrast, saturation. This is looking good to me. Just like on, Facecam Neo, just like Facecam Mark II, the ability to control every facet of the image is right here for you in Camera Hub, like things you would get on a mirrorless or DSLR camera. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize Brito had removed my my camera there. So I'm looking at you guys, but I'm actually looking off the screen. So yeah, so what we can do is, again, adjust things like contrast, saturation, sharpness, vibrancy. Those are kind of the defaults. But when it comes to where Facecam Mark II really shines again is that manual exposure setting. So this is on automatic. It's a little bright. Obviously, we do have a lot of lights in the studio, but if we turn that off to manual, we can set this shutter speed to it's at 1/90th. I'd probably go maybe 120. Let's see what 60 looks like. 60 is a little bright. So let's do 120 and then just move this up a little bit. That's even a little hot. Maybe like 126 or something like that. Generally you would have a light right in front of you to remove this shadow that the bill of my hat is causing. But other than that, like this looks fantastic. We have the ability to come down here. We mentioned dynamic range, so it is on standard, and we can turn on high if we wanted to. And now, as Brett was saying, like this light just went pink, but standard it is, it is hot. Just reset the ISO real quick. That is actually a purple light. Like a Brett was talking about, if you have a light behind you, or it's actually on this side, if you have a light behind you, it's just a white blob. But if we go ahead and turn that high dynamic range on, it's going to take that really bright white, and it's going to take a overexposed image, an underexposed image. It's going to combine them and say, this is how, we're going to treat this. So that all of that white goes away. It's kind of smoothed out my skin, giving me some more color. The red of my flannel shirt is real crisp and clean with each individual square mixed with the black. So yeah, this is a great option if you don't have the greatest lighting, to turn on dynamic range to really just boost your color, and your not only the color but also more specifically the lighting of your setup. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that back to standard. Just reset the ISO real quick as it can get kind of stuck there. Um, but yeah, this looks fantastic. And like James was messing around earlier, the AI backgrounds with NVIDIA Broadcast, we can enable these. So turn on that little bit of bokeh. Some people keep it on 0%. Even 0% is still going to give you a little bit. As we turn it off, you can actually read the Black Friday on that prompter there. But if we turn it on, even at 0%, it just gives a tiny amount of blur, and just, less is more when it comes to this sort of stuff. So even just putting it to 5%, we still get a nice background blur. It's really smooth. Very little of it is like, when you move around and it's like causing that kind of green screen effect where like blobs are popping in and out. Keeping it real low will be the best case scenario. And it looks like a LUT is already installed as well. So we do have the True Tone LUT that is on. And what we can do is we can turn it off. So, okay, I'm a little bit lighter now. So I do actually like how the True Tone works, and you just click True Tone and it's there. The LUTs are all downloadable via Elgato Marketplace, like James talked about a little bit earlier. And this is all within Elgato Marketplace where you can get downloadable LUTs. A lot of them are free. Some of them from some very welcome Elgato ambassadors or partners, have some on here like Harris Heller, Lady Vic, who's always in chat, and then our resident videographer here in the office, Sean. Sean is a great little model for these LUTs here, and looks like Camera Hub needs the icon update. Uh, one of these is not
As
like
far
the
as
other.
the effects go, just to explain that a little bit. So when you add these effects into your camera, um, you set it up as when you install Camera Hub, you'll get a sort of a new virtual camera that gets added.
Hmm.
It's called Elgato Virtual Camera. And then when you're in Discord, Zoom, Slack, whatever, even OBS, you actually choose Elgato Virtual Camera. And that's the thing that actually has your effects applied to. That includes your LUT, your background blur or AI background replacement. Um, and the LUTs are cross compatible with Mac as well. So you can add those to your camera on Mac, same way through Marketplace.
Yep.
Choose Elgato Virtual Camera. And what I do like is you can control the intensity. So I love True
Yes.
Tone. I have it on basically all the time. And I run it at like maybe 40%.
Sure.
Um, and it's great. Yeah.
Yeah. I did see a question there from Earthborn Fiber Zero. Are you using
Oh.
OBS? My current camera does not have a blur effect that transfers to OBS recording. So within Camera Hub, this is kind of what Brett just talked about with,
I coincidentally,
yeah,
I
with
didn't even see
Virtual
that.
Cam. Um, when you use our Camera Hub software, it gives you access to what's known as Elgato Virtual Camera. And so if I come down here and look, we did showcase this a little bit before. And look at we're right in a Discord call with the camera on. So I'm going to turn the camera off. Um, and if we come over to voice and video settings, what we can see here is where is
You're in it. It's a new
oh, up
tab.
here. There we go. Yep. Under the cameras, we can do you know, our Facecam Mark II, which will be just kind of like the raw feed into Discord. So this is has no background blur. It has no LUT on it. This is just the raw input from the camera going into Discord. But since we are using Camera Hub, what we can do is we can come to this drop down and choose Elgato Virtual Camera, which works very similarly to how the OBS Virtual Cam works. It will use the effects that we have applied. So we'll go ahead and reset it. There we go. Oh, there we go. Just take a second to reset. But now we have the background blur, we have the LUT applied, and that is all through that Elgato virtual camera setting that you can enable or choose to use the raw the raw webcam, or you can use the Elgato virtual cam, which will take all of these things that we've added. Um, and
And
yeah,
so Camera Hub is taking that input, applying it, and then making a new device for your computer to use, and
yep,
that's how it's getting applied. Because
exactly,
there's not really a way to apply those to the camera, so Camera Hub still has to be in the chain there for that to function.
bingo. There we go. I still can't get over how practical that grid is. Shizzy Hollywood. Yeah, I mean, the grid feature is, if you've whose is it like Da Vinci's rule of thirds or whatever it is, or whoever had like, the perfect human. If you go off of that, like, I'm a little off center, but yeah, if you want to perfectly center yourself, put your face right in the middle there. Now you're equally on each side. You can go ahead and enable or disable those grid lines. You can also turn on and off the preview. So you know, if you were using, if you wanted to use the preview, you could only use the raw footage in one software at one time. So you might get, an error that says like this camera is being used in a different software. If you're using just the raw feed, it might be enabled in Camera Hub. So make sure you disable that if you want to use it that way. Or if you are using the virtual camera, you can use that in multiple pieces of software, as that is just a virtual cam. Okay. See if we missed
Um,
anything here. Can you use that camera on a PS5? I n-
I
I'm not sure.
think so, but I'm also not sure about that. I believe it is true on Switch too, as
Yes,
long
I
as
can
you update
confirm.
the
Yes, it has
firmware.
been tested on Switch 2. I believe it does need a firmware update to be used on Switch 2.
Yes.
So if you
Mhm.
do own a Facecam Mark II and you'd like to use it on Switch 2, um, make sure you plug it in, download Camera Hub, check the firmware, update it if needed, and then it should work on Switch 2. But I'm actually not sure if it would work on PS5. Um, we can look
I
into that
know
for you.
like a Wave 3 does. I just don't know about the camera.
Correct. Yeah.
Um, and so Facecam or Facecam Mark II, $110,
$110
$109.99.
for that. Let me just scroll up real quick. Give me a second. Oh.
Whenever I'm on stream, I'm always the one who forgets to talk about the deals that the stream is about. So I get to do that once.
There we go. Yes. $110 for Facecam. We call it Facecam Mark II as we had a Facecam before this version. But if you're just looking for, you don't have to type in Facecam Mark II. You can just type in Elgato Facecam, and you can get the new Facecam iteration here for $110. That is a amazing price for an amazing looking webcam. It's the colors. the usability, the um the functionality that you get of this webcam is it's just fantastic. You know, if you just need a 1080, a 1080p 60 webcam that looks amazing, you really can't beat $110 for that camera. I
And
didn't
also really
showcase
good
it.
low light. Just wanted
Fantastic Lola, yeah, especially with that high dynamic
I'm
range feature too.
I mean, I happen to be using a Facecam 4K right now, but, with Facecam Mark II, it does do really good low light because it also was the first camera that had our new noise reduction algorithm,
Yep.
where the 3D noise reduction, and the difference between that when we move to that is pretty incredible. So if you like doing horror streams or you just don't like a ton of lights, Facecam Mark II or Facecam, I know that there's some division there. Facecam, our 1080p Facecam, can really thrive in that environment, especially when, if you are good with 30 FPS, you can squeeze a little bit more performance out of it. So by running it at 30 FPS, you drop the shutter speed to 1/30th of a second. That doubles the light input compared to 1/60th, and then, yeah, you can get way more light into the camera and, a much cleaner image.
Okay. Any other questions? What's it for Facecam Neo and Mark II? Okay. So they're both no. What's I think it'd be easier to talk about the similarities and then go into the vast differences. So the similarities are they're both 1080p 60 webcams. They both have adjustable mounting points, so you can undo the bottom. Oh, look at that. We have a fantastic side by side there.
Oh
Thank you,
my.
tech director. So for Facecam Neo, it has the monitor mount. It has that kind of clear bezel there on the front. It has the slidable. Whoop, if it will slide with one hand here, I'll just pull it in here. Where is it? Where am I? There we go. So it has the slidable privacy shutter, so when you can be viewed. You can absolutely unscrew it here in the bottom to mount it however you'd like, and you can do it that way. 1080p 60. Go. Now, if we go to Facecam Mark II, same thing. We have privacy shutter here on the front, so you can close it. Move my mic a little bit closer, and then we can go ahead and open it that way when needed. Removable bottom, just like Facecam Neo, so you can mount it to whatever you want, and both connected to USB-C. The difference is with Facecam Mark II, we're talking the internals are going to be different. You're looking at different lenses, different sensors, different hardware inside the camera. You're looking at the ability for the actually think we have a little functionality here on the website where you can pull up a little comparison chart too. You're looking at the ability for that video HDR um, on uh, on Facecam Mark II. So let's come down here to the bottom. Do. Comparison. Here we go. Oh, that needs to be updated. That's good to know. Let's head over to cameras. Facecam Neo should have.
So, yeah, in the case of the differences between, Facecam Mark II and Facecam Neo, uh, the sensors are slightly different. Um, and also with Facecam Mark II, because it can do HDR, it needs to be able to read the sensor really fast because it has to do that double exposure. And this isn't like something we necessarily show off all that much, but a side effect of having HDR at 60 FPS, which is unique, is that you can actually run it at 720p at 120 FPS. Again, no real like use case for 120 FPS from your camera, but it is kind of a fun kind of technical feature of it. So if I don't know, you're doing, I think one of our quality samples we have burrito like using one of those confetti poppers, and then it's running at slow motion. Um,
But
oh yeah,
yeah,
and the
so
the privacy shutter is actually external on Facecam Mark II, and then it's actually inside of the Neo. So on the
I
Neo, like there's a film that you can't mess with the lens, which is
mhm.
actually kind of
I
nice.
knew this existed. It was nested within the Facecam 4K landing page, and here is where you can choose from the drop down to choose Facecam Neo. So I'm on the Facecam 4K landing page, but we're gonna look at Facecam Neo and Facecam Mark II. So as you can see, both 1080p 60, like we talked about. You get the HDR video, uncompressed video, so you get that real crisp raw video there. Different sensor, different lens, autofocus versus fixed focus. So, you can enable or disable that autofocus on Facecam Neo with fixed focus for the Facecam Mark II. You're going to be, from the 30 centimeter to 120 centimeter distance, you're going to be in focus. So it's not going to, if you have it on autofocus, it's not going to focus hunt. Like if you move around, um, and then a bigger aperture lets in more light. Like Phil said earlier, more light is a camera's best friend. You can have the best camera on
That
the market. If you don't have proper lighting, it's not going to look great. Go ahead, Brett, you're going to say something.
I was going to say that f2.4 technically is a smaller aperture.
Oh,
F2.4 is
smaller,
still quite a large
apologies.
aperture. Yeah, it's with apertures, the it's like a divisor basically. So f2.0 is actually a larger. Well, I won't go into it, but it's a larger aperture. It has to do with the
Sure,
focal length, and
sure.
um, but both are relatively large apertures. Yeah,
Got
for
it.
the
Okay.
sensor size.
Different field of view, with that the lens and the sensor, the field of view of what you get is going to be bigger. So for Facecam Mark II, you get up to 84 degrees. With Facecam Neo, it's to 77. So the field of view that you see from the camera when it's all the way zoomed out is going to be different. But similarities, you get the onboard flash memory. So when you do set up your camera and you like what you see, come up here and hit save. All of those settings are saved directly to the camera. So if you move your camera to a different computer or use a different laptop, that is saved right to the camera. So if you move it, you plug it into a different computer, you don't have to reset your entire camera because that's always annoying. Is when you move and you're like, oh, my camera settings didn't save and it doesn't look as good as it does at your house. Um,
Yeah, and
and
even
then
beyond that, has anyone had this thing where, I'm going back a ways because I've used Elgato webcams a while, but you ever had that moment where you just decide to reboot and then you have to go back into the control panel for that webcam to change everything again? So, yes, obviously, when you save it to the hardware, um, anytime you reboot, you disconnect it, you change computers. It's already built into there. But also, I think everyone maybe had a moment where they rebooted the machine and their webcam is all out of whack
is all
from.
reset. Yep.
Yeah, I
So
think we
yeah,
all had experiences with that in the past.
yep. So there are some big differences between Neo and Facecam Mark II. Um, and it just depends on what you're looking for. And the image you're looking to get. So, okay. Is Camera Hub limited to Elgato's cameras? Yes, Camera Hub is only usable with Elgato cameras. You do get Camera Hub controllability a little bit with Camlink 4K as well, as that does pop up in Thin Camera Hub as a camera where you can adjust a couple of things like brightness, saturation, contrast. But you'd want to do, if you're using like a mirrorless or DSLR camera, you'd want to do all of that on your camera itself anyway. But you can tweak a little bit of the things. Um, but yes, Camera Hub is specific to Elgato cameras and Elgato Prompter, which we can talk about. I believe that's what we're talking about next. Correct? I failed to confirm the schedule. Um, but yeah, give me 1 second.
Mine's a bit blurry, but I have an XL right behind me on a stand ready to go. Is the Elgato virtual camera limited to 1080p 60? Because if I choose Elgato virtual camera, In OBS, I can't choose 2160p. Um, right now, Elgato Virtual Camera is uh, maxed out at 1080p 60 FPS. However, we are working on, I believe there is a test version available internally for Elgato Virtual Camera at 4K. I'm not sure the timeline of that, but we know it's been, of course, we know it's been requested, and obviously launching a new 4K webcam, the question was going to come up. So that is in the works. That is all the information I have right now.
So I was mistaken. The next bit talks about prompter. We're going to talk a little bit on Wave DX, which we've already talked about a little bit today, me and you, Brett, in a previous
Hmm.
question.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's Petunia Gal, I just saw your question come up. What is the virtual camera used for? So I'll just cover it real quickly. We just talked about it, but with the Elgato virtual camera, which you can select in things like Discord, Zoom, and Teams, allows you to enable these. You can enable AI backgrounds. You can turn on LUTs. So these are available within Camera Hub. And if you were just going into Discord or Teams or Zoom or wherever you're using your webcam, and you just chose, Elgato Facecam Mark II or Elgato Facecam 4K, that would just be the raw input from the camera, from what the camera's pulling in to your computer, and that's what you're seeing. With Elgato Virtual Camera, is when you enable these, the background blur, the LUTs that are on, you'll need to use Elgato Virtual Camera to get those effects within the software that you are using. That's how you would be able to um, kind of get that effect within the softwares versus just the raw webcam feed. Of course, thank you for your question. Is there a way to make it so the Facecam Pro turn off without unplugging or disabling it completely in Windows?
Um, how to make it turn off? Hmm.
Is it like is the LED on all the time? If you're not accessing it, if nothing is pulling the video feed, um, it shouldn't be on. Um, but if there is something that you're like, I'm not using it in any programs, the LED is on, like I'm not really sure what's going on. Feel free to reach out to our support team. They'd be happy to happy to answer anything that you might need. And they can also get a little deeper than we can. They can get a log file from your Camera Hub software and see what's going on, and assist you that way. Did
Yeah,
you
it's
have any
possible
other?
something is just in the
Yeah.
background accessing
Mhm.
it.
Sorry, I had to leave Wi-Fi, so I don't know if you answered my question or not. Can you hook up one of these cameras to a PlayStation 5? Fallen Ninja, we did say we weren't sure if Facecam Mark II works with PS5. We do know it does work with Switch 2. So PS5 is something we'll have to look into and maybe reach out to you if we can get to the conclusion. Okay. So Wave DX, Brett. You're using it.
Yes, we are.
I'm using it.
We are. Hmm. I enjoy mine. I have mine on a Wave Mic Arm Pro right now, so I can move it around. I've used Wave DX daily since it came out, I would say.
Same.
Uh,
Likewise.
almost, and any video where you hear my voice, it's going into a Wave DX.
Same.
Any of the tutorials or walkthroughs, yeah. Um, love the sound of it. And it's
The
especially good if you like to do a little bit of equalization to customize it. But basically, I run mine pretty much default. I guess I would say.
Yeah, so the before we jump into those, the difference between dynamic and condenser microphones. Do you want to talk a little bit about that a little bit? Just the kind of
Sure.
again, it's one of those where you could talk about them for 2 hours just on dynamic versus condenser, but maybe just like the surface level for the viewers at home who might not be familiar with what the difference is between a condenser and a dynamic mic.
Yeah. So um, probably probably the most basic microphone design is actually dynamic. It's one of the most probably one of the oldest designs out there. So a dynamic mic, it's you talk into it, the sound waves actually vibrate something, makes an electric charge, and then that gets sent through the microphone cable into your PC and gets turned into a signal. Um, with dynamic microphones, because of that, they typically they have a different sound signature. Certain yeah, they have if you've listened to the radio, there's a very good chance they're using a dynamic microphone.
Mhm.
Uh, these days, one of like 3 models probably. Um, but when it comes to condenser microphones, those have a different design where they can really pick up a lot of detail. Dynamic microphones do a typically do a better job of reducing background noise because of the way that they're like constructed. So like Wave DX, you talked about before, talking right in the middle, right in the front here, rather than talking into the side. And it has a relatively tight pickup pattern. So the pickup pattern is sort of, if right here at the top, let me actually move it like this. So if I talk to the side, you can't really hear me all that well, right?
That's a amazing demo. Just, a couple inches from your microphone.
Let me turn off the background blur. So I'm talking to you right here, same volume as before. But if I go like this, it's actually a little bit loose. Sorry, let me fix that. But just by turning it, same distance, same volume, I'm coming through a lot clearer. So that's like a physical difference that affects
Yep.
how the microphone picks up your voice, and that plays into how a dynamic microphone um, reduces background noise. Essentially, if the noise isn't coming through the front, it's not going to be picked up nearly as much. Um, that
Ooh.
isn't exclusive. Wow, that looks good. It's not exclusive to dynamic microphones, but it is exclusive to, well, how you manufacture it, how you design it. With a condenser microphone like Wave 3, it has a really wide pickup pattern. And that's good for a number of reasons. If you're in a well-treated room and you like to have a little more freedom with where you are, if you're someone who likes to position your microphone off to the side and just assume it's going to pick up your voice, then a condenser microphone like Wave 3 or Wave Neo is the right choice there. Um, but that comes with the catch of you're going to pick up more of the room.
Mhm.
So in which case, hey, that's where you turn on voice focus and maybe move it to the max and see how it sounds. So there's a lot there's a lot more to it. But basically, unless you want to get into some of the deeper details, um, dynamic microphones really good for um, like you don't want to make too many customizations. It can sound really good out of the box
Yep.
if you position it right. That's
Correct.
true for any microphone. Positioning is key. But then Wave 3, if you're in a really quiet room, it can it can pick up so much detail in your voice. Really great for voiceover as well. But you know, voice focus kind of is magic in how it's able to make your voice sound great in a lot of different environments. It also brings you closer. It has a little bit of like a tuning to it, like equalization. But you still have to talk at the right distance and the right,
Yep.
well, in
Yep.
the case of
You got
DX,
you got
talking
to
to the
you
right
got to be
side of it.
close. With the Wave 3, we recommend 6 inches away from the microphone. With Wave
It's
DX,
basically about that far.
yeah, yeah.
That's
Wave
basically where I
DX, you
am.
wanna be right up in front of it, speaking right into the top here, um, to get that diaphragm going.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, so we talked a little bit about Wave DX previously. We only have about 10 minutes. I kind of went over with both capture and face cam, so I apologize. But look, we talked about Wave DX in between those as well. Um, it's no big deal. Um, with Wave DX, since it is again a dynamic XLR microphone, you do need everything that goes with having a dynamic XLR microphone. You'll need an XLR cable, you'll need a mic arm, as Wave DX comes just loose in its box. I mean, it's not loose, but it is just the microphone with its mount, just take the mic off the mic arm, and that's how it comes. There's no no USB cable that you plug into it. It is strictly the XLR in. The XLR goes into an XLR interface, such as the Wave XLR or the XLR dock for Stream Deck Plus. And then that XLR interface will then connect to your computer via USB. And that is what translates the digital to audio signal, or the digital to analog signal that comes from using a dynamic microphone. That then gets translated over USB through the interface into Wavelink, and that is how you hear mine and Brett's beautiful voices. Like Brett mentioned, we talked about it earlier. Voice focus are, our uh, VST audio enhancement software plugin, add-on, whatever you want to call it, for the Wave microphones. Or if you do purchase if you do purchase a microphone arm, which you get 50% off voice focus with those, it is only going to take your voice to the next level. Um, it's going to remove that background noise. It's going to remove any sort of, tippity tap. Maybe the tech director can disable it and enable it one more time so we can get a little. So it is on now. It is now off. So I'm going to tap around. You could probably hear some of the air moving around me. There's an AC above me. And then now it is back on, and I'm speaking at the same volume. You're going to realize, you're going to notice some of the more deeper tones. All that background noise is going to go away. No more tippy taps. Maybe on the table because the mic arm is connected to the table, so it might travel up it. But any clickety clack of the keyboards, any background. We've done trials with a vacuum cleaner in the background. We've done bags of chips next to the microphone last week to just showcase kind of the noise reduction that voice focus can give you, and just all around give you a nice kind of boomy, clear voice that you've been hearing for the past 2 hours, as me and Brett have been having a good old conversation about capture and cameras and microphones.
And it looks like we actually have 3 bundles that include Wave DX.
That is correct. Yeah. So if you come down
We also have
here,
one with the tiny Wave desk stand.
which is a great product. So we'll just start here at the top. The XLR audio bundle with the low profile arm. So this does come with mic arm LP. So that is the non-gas piston spring mic arm. So this is mic arm Pro. This comes with mic arm LP. So again, low profile, but it has the adjustable wing nuts, not the gas piston spring. So this gives you everything you'll need if you want to get into the world of dynamic XLR microphones. So you get the microphone, you get the mic arm LP, you get the XLR cable, you get Stream Deck Plus, and you get you get XLR dock for Stream Deck Plus that connects to the back. And you plug your XLR cable into that, which is then connected to the computer via one cable. So you are powering and getting data to is this a raid?
Hmm?
Oh, we had a raid. Thank you, Warwick, for the raid. We are talking Wave DX and audio. Did someone say Cyber Monday?
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome in. But yes, we
And
are
yeah,
talking. Oh, go ahead, Brett.
those bundles have everything you need. Once you unbox everything, hook it all together, you can start recording your voice, adding it to OBS to do your voiceovers,
Aspiring
your
voice
ASMR.
actors. Yeah, ASMR. Um, Everything you need right there if you're looking for the low profile arm. If you're looking for
This is
something,
Wave DX.
this is this is hi, I'm Ari Shapiro with NPR. Like if you want to get really deep into that. But if you're looking for a high profile boom arm, we also have the XLR bundle with boom arm, which gives you the very new, released just a few months ago, or maybe like right before
Month and a
TwitchCon in
half?
September. Yeah.
Yeah, about a
Um,
week.
Wave Mic Arm Mark II. So that gives you the high profile kind of boom arm style, which can go over your monitors. It can go low profile a little bit. It doesn't have the articulation that Mic Arm LP or Mic Arm um, Pro have. But if you want to bring it down a little bit lower, you can definitely do that. So that with that, you get Wave DX, you get Mic Arm Mark II, Stream Deck Plus, XLR dock, and the XLR cable. If if your jam is more high profile arms and low profile, you can get that again, just $10 more for that mic arm. But if you are interested in doing a podcast or recording at your desk directly or a table, maybe your bathroom has amazing sound quality. Maybe just the acoustics in your bathroom are like, man, I want to record in here. I want to record a voiceover. Wave desk stand, an amazing little microphone stand here that you can see. It is sturdy, it is robust, it has everything you need. And with that, you get Wave DX, you get Wave desk stand, you get Stream Deck Plus, XLR dock for Stream Deck Plus, and again, the XLR cable for $349.99. I've used 6 at one time, all with Wave DXs, all going into one computer to do a live D&D session in a hotel room, like ballroom, like a small ballroom at a hotel during Gen Con and PAX Unplugged. Used them a couple weeks ago at PAX Unplugged to record a live session. They are amazing on the go. They get the job done for podcasts and just audio recordings. So yeah, if you are looking for more of a smaller form factor of solution, Wave Desk Scan is there for you. And all of those bundles, all three of those bundles, you get everything you need for less than some of the very expensive high end other XLR microphones that are on the market. Um,
Yeah,
and that's
Wave
just for the
DX punches
microphone.
well above its weight.
Yes, and
Um,
you can go on YouTube, you can look online. There are plenty of people in the kind of content creation world that have sworn by Wave DX and have said, "I'm replacing my XYZ microphone with Wave DX." You can look it up yourself. So if you are on
I've
the
owned an
fence,
SM7B, and I would stick with the DX also. It's also lighter. It's also
they
like you don't have to
that's
really
fair.
worry about what mount you put DX on really, because it kind of is compatible with just about anything.
Yep. Okay. Well, I think up here we go. How much gain does Elgato Wave DX require? As I'm using a Razer microphone, I heard that dynamic mics need a lot of gain and lots of gain leaks background noise.
Uh, Typically that's true with a lot of dynamic mics. I just mentioned the SM7B. I think it's famously hungry for gain. We suggest people start with about 45 dB on their preamps. I think I run mine at about 48
Same.
on my other desktop,
Yep.
which is well within like most preamps. I mean, basically Wave XLR or XLR dock doesn't have to really try to do 45 dB. I think you'll find that it's relatively easy to run, and you definitely do not need a cloud lifter, which I think is the magic word for anyone who looks at high end
Yep.
dynamic microphones. You always have to have some other gadget that you have to get a little more out of it. You just plug DX into an XLR interface like XLR dock or Wave XLR, set the gain, and you're done. That's it.
So yeah, so 45 to 48 dB is kind of where we recommend you start with. And then, if you are getting a Wave DX and you are, if you're getting a Wave a Wave XLR or one of the Elgato, XLR interface devices, you get voice focus that can help you balance out, if you have background noise and that gain is picking up some of the stuff, we give you the tools to kind of limit that as well. You have a shock mount and pop filter for Wave 3, but not for Wave DX. Will that be made for the mic in the future? So Wave DX has a, internal kind of structure to limit, shocks, and the pops for the plosive words. Is it more apparent on a condenser microphone, Brett, for plosives and kind of shocks than it is for a dynamic mic?
Uh, it depends. I've never really felt the need for a pop filter on my DX. I'm also, to be fair, I'm also someone who typically uses it to the side, so my breath is going this way. It also lets me
Sure.
get closer.
Yep.
Um, Condensers can be far more sensitive to plosives because it is literally a puff of air. Um, yeah, I mean DX has some sort of a pop filter like mechanism built in, as well as a vibration dampening system. So I don't think we can talk about what's coming out in that way, but also
Yep.
DX
Yeah.
has been around.
Yep. So Wave DX has been out for a while. Unfortunately, we can't talk about any, products that might be coming out in the future, even if they do or don't exist. But you know, we are both using Wave DX here. I hope they've been a good quality. Oh, I just lost the screens. There we go. I hope they've been, quality microphones for your ears. So, yeah, Brett, I think that is it for us. I think the next guests are eagerly waiting to get back on. So thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. It's always a pleasure talking with you. And I hope
Oh, of
you
course. Thank
are
you for having
are
me.
our viewers at home learned a little bit about capture, cameras, or microphones. And if you haven't yet, check out our Black Friday deals, Elgato.com. Up to 30, I mean, it says 30, but it's really like 33% off some products. So if you're on the fence or something's been in your cart for a while, now might be the time to go ahead and get that purchase. My name is Chris. Your name is
I think it's Brett. Yeah,
Brett. There
that's
we
me.
go. Thank you. Thank you, Brett. We appreciate you guys. We are about to head off, but before that, we have a video from Two Chili, who's going to showcase what they do with their 4KX device. Take it away.
Hi everyone, I'm 2X Chili, a content creator and streamer who loves playing games all while walking on a treadmill. And as a streamer, I want to make sure that my audience gets the best viewing experience possible, no matter what game I'm playing or what platforms I'm streaming on. That's why the Elgato Game Capture 4KX is the perfect device for me. Before I can show you why it's perfect in my gaming setup, let me make sure you know what the 4KX is capable of. This handheld capture card lets you record and broadcast practically anything that has an HDMI cable. For example, let's say I want to record my Nintendo Switch 2 gameplay. I would plug my HDMI into the Elgato Game Capture 4KX, then from the 4KX into my PC and monitor, allowing me to record and broadcast my gameplay wherever I'd like. Wow, so cool. And it's that easy. I can literally play all of my games with high quality and without any hiccups. And when I say all my games, I really mean it. Whether that's the Nintendo Switch 2, PlayStation 5, the Valve Steam Deck, a gaming PC, or even my Nintendo GameCube. Wow, so cool. Now, if your device has an HDMI output, the Elgato Game Capture 4KX should be able to cover you. Whether that's streaming, recording, or just playing on your PC, it'll handle what you throw at it. Wait, you're trying to play games at high resolutions and at high frame rates? Well, good thing the Elgato Game Capture 4KX has got you. With 4K in its name, this can capture up to 4K resolutions and at 144 frames per second. And as a content creator who loves to stream on multiple platforms at the same time, this capture card allows me to deliver the highest video quality to my audience. I love that I can squeeze a 1080p vertical stream as well as a 1440p widescreen scene all on the 4KX at the same time. Now, there's so much more to love about this capture card than its capture quality. For example, I love the fact that it has back-facing ports. Being able to slide the capture card up to the edge of my desk, hiding most of the cables, is a wonderful feeling. It's just nice to know that they care for cable management just like I do, which is funny, coming from somebody who had atrocious cable management. Well, my streaming setup has leveled up a ton since then, and it wouldn't have been possible without Elgato and their great products, especially the Game Capture 4KX. Alright, well, that was a fun video to make. Thank you, Elgato, for giving me the opportunity to make a product showcase for the Elgato Game Capture 4KX. I just want to say goodbye. Take care now. Farewell. Buy stuff, it's Black Friday. Yeah!
Whoa, that's whoa. I was just sitting at my desk, like writing an email, and now I'm back on the live stream. What happened? Hey, did I get cybered in here? You guys can't just do that to me. What's going on? No, it's good to be back, folks. Yeah. Shall we talk some more? I think what Cyber Monday deals, and I think we also have a prompter to set up. I don't know if that was previously alluded to or not, but it's also not just going to be me here. I want to bring in Stephanie, who I believe was on earlier today as well. Stephanie, do you want to
Yeah.
introduce yourself again for the folks who might be new here?
Absolutely. Hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm Stephanie. I'm part of the marketplace team. So if you've ever purchased one of our products or gone to the marketplace to get a digital product, such as a profile or a plugin for your Stream Deck, maybe even something cool for one of your other Elgato products, it goes through me and the team that work really hard to bring that to you. So, hi, how are you guys?
Awesome. And hey, didn't Marketplace just get like a redesign slash design
It
update?
did. Yeah, it got a nice little makeover, a little streamlining, put a big components update out recently. So if you haven't looked in a while, go check it out. We've been putting some really cool tools and tricks out there to help you guys download and find the things to help manage your workflow and streamline everything.
It sounds like there are, I don't know, maybe like 6 or 7 changes made. Anyways,
Just
all
uh,
right.
just a few, yeah.
That's okay. All right. All right. And with that, we're just the stream's going to be canceled. Uh, but no, very cool. Okay. I was not watching earlier, so I don't know what all has happened. I do know Too Chilly had a video, which was fantastic. Thank you again, Too Chilly, for that. And now we're going to talk about prompter a little bit, right? Let's see here. Ooh, Stephanie, you've got already got yours there.
I do, yeah. I actually had mine disconnected because I'm getting ready to redo a lot of my office, and so have it off the wall because I'm gonna be remounting it. And so I wanted to showcase some cool things about Prompter while it's disconnected, especially with our backplates, which Phil and I will get to talk about here in a little bit.
Yes, and in fact, I think you've also been working with some creators, or at least a creator, a little bit on some backplate stuff, and we
Yeah.
can touch on that. But for now, I want to jump over real quick to our demo system here, and just really quickly before we jump in, take a look at what we actually have going on here in terms of deals. So last time I checked, it is still Cyber Monday, which means we still have deals going on. And right now, you can get Elgato Prompter standalone, like just the prompter, for up to 33% off. Uh, that's an incredible deal. It's typically $299 in the US. You can get it right now for $199. Of course, you do need to supply your own camera and also your own mounting solution. However, that, well, first and the second part we kind of thought about, and so that the second part about the mounting solution, you can actually get as part of a deal here. So check this out. You can get a prompter with a Wave Mic Arm LP for just $249, or you can get it on a Master Mount L for $199. And wait, what? So hang on, you can get a prompter for just by itself for $199, and then you can get a prompter with a Master Mount L for $199.
That's a pretty good deal, Phil. It's a
The
pretty
math
amazing
ain't
deal.
mathin'. I think that's one of the it's almost like you're getting the master mount for free. If that's accurate, then hey, everyone right now should be right. Hey, why is our viewers dropping? Guys, no, 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 come back. No, don't leave the stream and I'll go buy this at the same
Yeah.
time. It's like one at a time
It's
and
dropping
orderly
because they're
line.
tabbing over to go get Prompter right now, Phil. That's exactly what's
Yeah.
happening.
Well, maybe we shouldn't have shown that deal. But no, this is really awesome. And again, I hope I'm reading this right. Again, 199 and 199. So you can get a
Yep.
prompter with the free Master Mount L. That's pretty cool. Or again, you can get a Wave Mic Arm LP. Now, that setup is also kind of cool, and I may be able to show it, but essentially you can just put a prompter on a Wave Mic Arm and then you can kind of like move it around. I guess Stephanie, since you were just talking about like redoing your setup, what are you gonna be mounting your prompter on?
So it's actually really funny you asked that. This is my second Wave LP. So let's see, we're gonna pull this down just a little bit. So this is my white arm. I actually have the matching
Ooh.
Fallout arm for the DX that we released last year in a special collaboration with Fallout, and I haven't set that up yet. So I'm going to set that up for my microphone and use this old LP to hold my teleprompter, and then my prompter is going to go right over here to the side. because I am right up against my wall and I really want to have a way that I can swing it in front of me and then move it out of the way when I'm not using it. And that's one of the reasons I really love the mic arms. It's just the range of motion you get to move that in and out.
Yeah, definitely. In my setup at home, I don't have that. I kind of wish I did. Mine is just static. It actually like leans on the monitor, like the monitor is holding up the prompter. Maybe it's better I don't show it. um, but
How
yeah,
many
okay.
monitors do you have at home, Phil? Because like I have 2 monitors and a Cintiq tablet, which is a drawing tablet I use as a third monitor. And then my prompter ends up kind of becoming a fourth monitor in a way if you think about it.
Yeah, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So definitely 4 included that includes the prompter. And then I have let's see, I have a Stream Deck XL, so that's another 32 little screens, little displays, right? Each one can show something. Plus
Yeah.
plus a Stream Deck Plus, so I don't know, I've got like 60 screens or something. No,
Yeah.
we'll
I can
go with
picture you just
4
like
real
watching a
ones.
little FIFA stream on your Stream Deck XL.
Maybe
So,
play a little Doom on there, something like that, yeah.
hey, we have seen it time and time again. Stream Decks can play Doom. Will it play Doom? Absolutely.
They can. But okay, chat, if you guys have any questions, if you've been on the fence about Prompter, now's the time to get those questions in about mounting it, the different hardware, all of that stuff. Uh, but without further ado, I think I just want to go ahead and actually start setting it up. So I've got all the pieces strewn all around me, so it's going to be a little bit of chaos, but we'll make it happen. So to start off with, I'm just going to actually grab the prompter here. And mine's already out of the box. So if you, not just if, but when you get your prompter, right? Yours is going to look a little bit like this. Let's see. Let's get this moved over here. So when you get it, it's going to look a little bit like this. This is the prompter here. These two pieces are technically individual, but they come attached, and we don't recommend detaching them. The front of the prompter here, this is of course your reflective glass. So this reflects about 70% of light and lets through, or yeah, 30%. So that way, you know, you can, well, basically it reflects the light. So that way, that way it's like a one-way mirror. And you know, like a cop show where they stand and, you know, someone's being interrogated and you can someone standing outside and looking in, but they can't look out. It's kind of like that, right? So you can't see through the front really. You kind of, well, we have a lot of light in here. You kind of can, right? A little bit, but you can very clearly see through the back there. I'm trying to show it. There we go. You can very clearly see through
Ooh.
the back, and that's where the camera looks through. And then on the bottom here, you have your display, and this display brings the video up, and then it is reflected, and then, you know, you see it here. The display and our software takes care of the actual orientation of the video, because typically what would happen here is you'd actually see it in the wrong orientation. And so, yeah, we take care of all of that. So it's pretty much just a matter of like being plug and play. You have a couple other like different like mount points and whatnot to go over. So first of all, well, at the bottom, you can kind of see here. Well, actually, we have a question. Oh, let's see. We have a question here already, and kind of jumping the gun here. What is the cold shoe for? Stephanie, do you want to take that one? This guy up here, these two slots.
Yeah, absolutely. So, here we go. Oh my God, I don't have a
If you
cold
don't
shoe
have
on
one,
me.
that's fine. That's
Oh,
fine.
yeah. Yeah. So cold shoe is just another really great type of photography equipment that's going to be not only plugging in there, but helping with additional mounting. A lot of people use cold shoes for lighting. So if you've ever been kind of out in public and you've seen someone putting on a special light, this case, Phil's got one that's going to be a level
Oh, did I
because you
put it
always
on
want
the
to make
wrong
sure when you're
way?
out in level. That's what the
Yeah.
cold shoe's for. It's for attaching attachments to help with your photography journey. Ooh, you know, I
Yeah,
need one of those because I feel
I
like
know, right? This is
my
super
stuff is
cool.
always at an angle.
Sean just came in clutch and sent it and gave this to me. So yeah, this is actually just a well, so the cold shoe is essentially an attachment point that you can plug many different things into. It's called a cold shoe because there's no power. On a camera, what you'll typically hear is it's called a hot shoe. Because there's actually, you know, like power connector here, but in this case, you know, there's no power, so it's cold. But you can, of course, connect things like a light to this, a shotgun microphone, this nifty little leveler thing here. That is so cool. uh, and various other accessories that also just like could give you even more like 1/4 inch threaded points if you wanted to add a light or something like that. Oh my God, that is so zoomed in. That is gross. I'm sure everyone's making that comment. So we're gonna like do this in a way where you don't see my
Enhance.
hand. Yeah, it just kind of goes in. Oh my God, please. It's so
Your hands are fine.
it's so gross.
Someone get this man
I'm
a
typic
manicure.
yeah, I'm typically not self-conscious, but when it's that, when you can see individual atoms, yeah, it kind of is. So yeah, that's what the mount points are at the top here. These are the cold shoe mounts. You get 2 of those. And then what else you got? Well, before the question, there was I was talking about the bottom. So mounting the prompter, you get these 2 mount points right up here. These are you get one that's more centered on the screen, and then you get one that's more centered at the back of the prompter. And these are going to be just 1/4 inch threads. So, your kind of standard tripod mount points. And this is where you'll actually connect the prompter to whatever you are, well, going to mount it on. There's 2 different options here for you can choose between essentially weight distribution, right? Like if you have a very heavy camera on the back, like a DSLR, you might use this forward point here because that way, it's going to distribute the weight a little bit more evenly. However, if you're using a lighter camera, say like a webcam, then you can just attach it to this point here, and it's going to stay a little bit more even. So those are the 2 mount points there for the prompter. And then last but not least, well, there's kind of 2 things really on the back. There's this piece right here, and this is where you attach the L bracket. Now, it should be called a W bracket because it holds all of your camera on there. But in this case, it's an L bracket because it looks like an L. And you attach that there, and we'll go over that in just a second. And then finally, you have your back plate here. Now, this back plate is actually where kind of all the magic happens because what it's set to right now is the ring back plate. And essentially, this is the one where you'll use your DSLR. So you'll take your DSLR camera and you'll slot the prompter onto that. However, this backplate is interchangeable. So I can take a different one if I'm not using a DSLR, take this off. For example, magically a Facecam Mark II backplate has appeared, which this one's actually 3D printed. And I can simply take this because I'm going to be using a Facecam Mark II and kind of slot it in there like that. Did I put it in? Yep, that's the right way. And attach that with the screws, and that's how simple it is to essentially change the camera type that you want to use with your prompter. Oh, trying to do this one-handed and like still be cinematic is a little difficult.
You're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. Chat would
You're
let me
doing
know
great,
otherwise for
sweetie.
sure.
Let's
Um,
see.
but yeah, so then now it's like, okay, I've got, the backplate for Facecam Mark II set up, but now I want to actually attach the L bracket. So that would be this piece right here. And like I said, it's literally an L, or I guess an upside down L, right? And this bracket is where you're going to mount your camera, and this lets it move forward, backwards, and up and down. And the way this works is you have 2 sides. Now, you do want to pay attention to which side you attach to the prompter. You want to make sure it's the right one. It's going to be this wider one here. Okay, I'm signaling with the prompter. This piece here attaches to the prompter. And then this piece at the top is where you actually mount your camera. Now, when you get your prompter, it's going to have a little yellow sticker here that says like, put your camera here, because believe it or not, there's enough people who kind of got confused between where to, how to attach this to the prompter. So we just put a big yellow sticker there. It's super easy to do. You just kind of pop it on, align it, and then there's a little bit of fidgeting just to find the hole where essentially the screw goes in. But once you found it, you can simply tighten it, and there you go. Now the L bracket is attached to the prompter. If I loosen the screw, this can go up and down, and this is essentially the camera adjustment. This is where, if you have a camera that's a little bit larger, it might go down. If you have a camera that's smaller, then it'll go up like this. So I'm just going to leave this there. And now it's time to get the Facecam Mark II. Now, did I mention Facecam Mark II is on sale? In fact, well, I guess, Stephanie, question for you. What camera are you using right now? And if it's not a Facecam Mark II, that's totally okay.
It's
It-
not, and it's one of our end-of-life products, which means we're no longer selling it.
Is it a Facecam Pro?
Ooh, it is. It's the Facecam Pro. In fact, I was
Okay.
talking after the last stream I was with James about like, hey, we know I need to upgrade it because obviously this is an older camera, and his suggestion was the Mark II. So You heard it here, like tech marketing suggesting the Mark II, guys. It's a great camera. It's fantastic. A good all around use. The controls great. It's the color. It's just such a vibrant camera.
It looks really, really good. So cool. Okay, we've got the Facecam Mark II here. I've taken off the monitor mount for it, and now I'm going to go ahead and attach it to the prompter. So let's see here. What you'll see is that I can simply kind of slot it in, adjust it, and actually to lower the plate a little bit here to make sure that it's kind of fits in there nicely like that. And then I'm going to attach it again. And then the last bit here is finding the where the screw is. Well, okay, so this is an interesting one. Check this out. So in this case, the screw doesn't go forward enough to actually mount the Facecam Mark II here. So what you can do is we actually include these different sections, and I forget the name. There's an official name for them, but you can essentially take out the screw and place those in those various sections. So all you do is you move it to the back there. There's a little groove there, a little thread so it can come out, and then you place it where you need it. So in this case, it's going to go right here. And then you just kind of screw it in again. It might be a little tight. There we go. All right. Now you can move the screw forward and back like that. And now I'm just going to put Facecam Mark II in there. Oh, I adjusted it like that. And it should just, yep, there we go. Will it catch? There we go. Yep, and it caught. So I just adjusted the Facecam Mark II, and that's it. That's the kind of assembled prompter, if you will, right? You've got the L bracket, you've got your camera, you've got the Facecam Mark II backplate. Now, what this does is it makes sure there's no light coming in, right? Because you do not want, and now it's a little bit harder to see, but you do not want any light coming into the prompter because that's actually going to create glare and a whole host of other issues. The next part here is actually just connecting the prompter to some sort of stand. In this case, what I have here magically, a Wave desk stand. And I'm going to use this to demo, again, like we talked about earlier, and I think Stephanie mentioned. You can, of course, also mount this on a Wave mic arm, but in my case, I'm just going to mount this on a desk stand. And let's see. In this case, I need to actually tighten it and then rotate it to lock it in place, which also goes very quickly. Don't worry, I'm a professional. I do this a lot. Whee! Oh. Don't worry,
no.
I'm a professional. I do this a lot. I repeat. Okay. All right. And at the bottom of this, there's also going to be, I don't know if you can see it there, but there's actually a locking nut because right now, if I let the prompter go, it can kind of just freely spin on its own. But there's a locking nut here, this little spinny disc. That's the technical term for it, spinny disc. And what you can do is you can just rotate this up, and it'll actually keep the prompter from rotating. So now, if I tighten this, see, it doesn't really move. And there you go. I've now mounted the prompter on the Wave desk stand. Really, the final step at this point is just plugging it in. So how do you do that? Well, what's really cool is Prompter comes with a USB cable, and it actually comes with a 90-degree angled one. I'm not sure if we've already switched now in the latest models to a C-to-C cable. I believe we have. So I've got a C to A cable here, or rather an A to C cable. You might get this in the box still. You may also get a C to C cable. One end is going to be this 90-degree, let me see, this 90-degree ostrich-looking connector here. And this is really just for cable management. It just makes it look nice because what you do on the prompter is, let me fasten this up a little bit. There we go. You simply connect it to the USB port. I don't know if we can get a better angle on that. Let's see. Burrito, better angle. There we go, a little bit higher. Yep. So let's see if I rotate this, and now I'm actually doing it via the video preview. So yeah, you get this nice 90-degree connector, and then you can, oh god, this is really trippy. There we go. It's now connected, and see how clean that looks? Like it just comes kind of off and down. And then of course with the desk stand, you also, well, in this case, it includes some silicone silicone ties here, so you can attach these and keep your cables nice and organized. And then you connect prompter to the computer. So let me go ahead and do that in a very awkwardly close manner. Oh, there we go. I'm just bullying our director right now, our technical director.
Let's see, real quick. Is the
Oh yeah, we could take
backplate
some
for Facecam
questions.
Pro compatible with Facecam Mark II? No, they are two different sizes. So this is a great example of the backplate for the Pro. This is the backplate I currently have on my prompter because it matches my Facecam Pro, and the Mark II is just slightly different. So we do have 3D print files available for them online, but the universal mount will work with all cameras. So if as you know, new cameras continue to come out, if one of these doesn't come to work with it, the universal will always work because it's just got the big open space and the shielding.
Whoop. All right, let's see here. Again, trying to do this all like cinematically, but it's, that's when you try too hard, that's when things fail. All right. And we are good. Okay, so we've got prompter connected, we've got Facecam Mark II connected. And yeah, this is kind of what the setup looks like. And let's see if we can actually display what's on the front of prompter here. So if I angle it a little bit, look at that. It's already got, well, I need to tighten that a little bit more. It's already got some text on there. And if I go into Camera Hub here, can we zoom in on that text like really, really close? Let's see. Okay, I'll delete it. I'll delete it. Okay, I'm putting it back.
It's like Burrito's like in
Sure.
there hacking, you know. 6-7. Oh. You say it, Phil. You just say 6-7.
I think you've been saying it. Your eyes? Okay, yeah. So that's what's on the prompter, right? So you can see the camera is looking through the glass there. You can see the text that I've got is on the prompter. So if I wanted to, I could change up the script. I could say something else. I could say, hey, during Cyber Monday, there are some crazy Elgato deals, right? And that shows up. If I could type correctly, there we go. And now I could read that. The other cool thing that I can do is set this to just display mode. So if I want to use the prompter as a display, for example, I could put a YouTube video on that, a PowerPoint presentation, whatever it might be. I can simply set it to display mode, and now the prompter acts like just another display. In this case, what I'll do is I'll actually take this Mario Kart gameplay and move it onto the prompter. Like that. And
Ooh.
now I could be, well, for those of us that work, I could be in a meeting playing Mario Kart and look like I'm very much paying attention to this really important thing that's being talked about. So that's one way of doing it. And again, it's just another monitor, like literally. Let me move that. I can just take this and just move it over there, right? I could open, let's say, Discord, and I could take Discord and, pop out a chat. I could just move that onto the prompter. So it literally is just another monitor. If you've got one monitor connected, now you have two. If you have two monitors connected, this is your third one. So that's the monitor mode, or essentially the display mode. We already talked about text here a little bit. Text is really cool. This is where you can put in your scripts, your notes. This is what we use internally. By the way, we're using a Prompter XL right now. And this is also whenever we record videos, this is what, the kind of setup that we have. So we have a camera looking through Prompter XL. It's very much the same experience with Prompter. It's just a little bit smaller, obviously, because this is more like a personal teleprompter. And ooh, let's see, can we get a cool angle going? Burrito's
Ooh.
cooking. There we go. And there's
Yay! Hi,
actually our
Burrito.
tech
Hi,
director,
Burrito.
Burrito. And you can see the Prompter XL there. We've got quite a chunky camera on there as well. So for a studio use, obviously Prompter XL is really great. And we're talking about its smaller, is it cousin, brother, sister, something like that. So yeah, and then the final mode that you essentially get with Camera Hub is the chat mode. So in this mode, it'll actually just show your Twitch chat right on prompter. So we'll get that lined up again, and then chat. Right about now is a really good time to spam messages. It's one of those like, "Hey, mom, look, I'm on YouTube" type moments. So you'll want to You'll want to type something in chat right about now. Actually, do Gritty Goose. I see a Gritty Goose. Everyone should do Gritty Goose.
Yeah,
Look at
Gritty
that.
Goose for Brito. For those of you who don't know, Brito is the creator of Gritty Goose. We have a living legend in the house.
I'm sitting in the presence of a certified Gritty Goose operator. It's a forklift meme. I'm on Reddit too much apparently. But yeah, so that's the chat mode. So you can put in your own Twitch channel. Heck, you could put in other people's Twitch channels, and the chat will just show up. Now, one thing to note is if you're like, okay, well, I stream on Twitch, but I also stream on other services, or I don't stream on Twitch, I stream on YouTube. Well, the cool thing is if you just swap it back to display mode, you can just take your, your YouTube chat or Twitch or TikTok or whatever you've got, and you can just move it over onto the prompter, right? Because it is just another display. So you can just pop out the chat and move it over there. And then you could use something like Control Plus or Control Minus to adjust the size if it's running in a browser. Pro tip there, if you have, you're like, oh, well, my Chrome, affects all windows, we'll just open a different browser, install like Firefox or install Edge. And then you can, or, if you've got Safari, then you can use that. And then you can set the size. So what else do we have to talk about prompter? Well, there's a ton of settings, of course. Let me just switch this back to text mode here so there's something on there. In the text mode here, you've got a ton of different options. We can change the font here, anything that'll help you read. I'm, of course, a Comic Sans enjoyer, so this will
Oh,
really help me read. Let's see, we've got Courier New, and there's also
you
something
know, you
really
should really
cool.
mix it up.
Oh, yeah?
Get Papyrus.
Do we have Papyrus on here?
No, that would. I feel like Peter Jackson owns Papyrus now. I think it's the official avatar font.
Oh my
Oh.
gosh, that old video. Yes. No, you can't just do that. You can't just take text and apply all styles and
Ooh.
yeah.
Phil, we have a really
Uh,
great question from
we
Violet
do.
Jester. They ask, can we use an iPhone camera on the prompter?
You can. So remember how earlier I was showing, let's see if I flip the prompter here around. So I was showing earlier these different mount points that are on the L bracket, right? Well, it's just a 1/4 inch threaded screw at the bottom here. So what you can do is you can take a iPhone or really just like a phone mount, and then attach it to that, and it'll hold your phone in place. So for example, just as a little demonstration here, you can basically take the phone mount and then you just have it, looking through the back like that, right? So imagine it's replacing the Facecam Mark II. Now, one thing to keep in mind, though, is unlike the Facecam Mark II, there's no iPhone or, Android device backplate. So in this case, what you'll need to do is actually use our universal shroud. So that's what this is right here, universal shroud. No, not the streamer. This is actually a piece of, it's basically cloth. And what this does is it hangs off of the back of prompter like this, and it covers any kind of odd shapes or camera that maybe it's a PTZ camera, right? Maybe it's a webcam that doesn't have a custom backplate for it or something like that. Then you can just use this shroud and it'll cover the camera for you. And so that's what you would use with the iPhone as well. I do see in the chat there 3D print one. Yes, so you can actually 3D print your own backplates. And in fact, Stephanie, do you have one of the cool ones, or do you
I
want to tell
do.
us
I
about
actually
that?
I have a couple, which are really exciting to show off that I've printed. You guys probably see my Bamboo Labs 3D printer behind me. I have quite a few 3D printers, some resin printers as well. The really fancy resin ones I've unfortunately sent to the office, so Phil probably has them a little handier than I do. But if you look really close, you can kind of see those 3D print lines. And this is just a quick file that was specific for backplates. So this one here is for Facecam 4K, which we released earlier this year. And we've also got some for some proprietary non-Elgato webcams that was made by one of our makers. So if you are a person, you don't want to use the universal shroud, you want that kind of click, clean, a plug and play. I don't know. We won't bring other cameras on stream, but it's a really great way to just ensure that great fit into your prompter. And as you can see here, once I take it and the 3D printed one, it will actually, I can do this one-handed. Oh, it's backwards. That'll be it, Stephanie. There we go. and then go right back in, and it still matches with the threads that exist with your prompter. So we
Super
check and
cool.
measure all 3D plate prompters. We've actually got some coming for the Prompter XL as well that we've worked with our product team. So we'll have those up on the marketplace pretty soon. But if you're a 3D printer, if you're a hobbyist that likes creating 3D prints and you want stuff like this to go in the marketplace, message me, shoot me an email. There's some information online on becoming a maker. We'd love to talk more because it's so exciting. Finding extra solutions, right, for really specific problems. And the prompter, I saw the mention earlier about printing a phone mount. You absolutely could print a mount that's specific to your
Sure.
phone case, or your phone size.
But you can't, and I see there Hollywood says 3D print an iPhone. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. Uh, if we
Maybe
could
one day.
maybe. Ooh, that would be pretty crazy. If we could direct our attention over to our demo system here, I've actually got Marketplace up, and this is where you can find some of these files that we have made and that creators like yourselves have made. So if you're proficient in creating these 3D models and you make your own backplate for a camera that you use, please, reach out to us. We'll get you all set up and let's get that up on Marketplace. It could be free, it could be paid, up to you. And let's make sure that we get even more backplates on here. There's obviously other great sites like Thingiverse boy, blanking right now, but there's other sites
Yeah,
that you can also share them.
Instructables.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
make Bamboo Studio as well. We're yeah. We love and support all 3D printers that want to print stuff for Elgato products. So
That is is that my only job? I'm here to 3D print things.
it's funny too, because like I'm seeing all these photos and I'm like having flashbacks. So the ones with the wood desk, Brett took those, but we 3D printed them using our resin printer. So that's where the gray came from. And it was really fun to see because they just came out so clean. But even without a resin printer, with just a failing, almost dead 3D printer, it still will make really
Yep.
great mounts.
Check this one out. This is actually for the Facecam 4K. I haven't even seen this yet. This one has this cool like holder mechanism, so that way you don't even need to use the L bracket. You just slot the
Ooh, I
Facecam
like that.
4K
Just a
right
little
into it.
pressure clip.
Yeah, right. That's super cool. Totally like so cool. And yeah, you can absolutely just, print this at home. Or heck, if you have a friend, we all have that one friend with a 3D printer, then just hit them up and be like, hey, can you make this for me?
You guys might even notice a lot of libraries offer 3D printing services. So
They
check your
do?
local library because you'd be surprised. Sometimes they'll just charge you for the time or the filament cost, but it's pretty inexpensive. Definitely cheaper than buying an expensive 3D printer. Ask me how I know.
I'm imagining how that conversation went. First, we had 2D printers, and now, coming to a library near you, 3D printing. Next thing, 4D printing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There's no reason to, yeah. Printables, things, Maker World, and so on. Those are good recommendations, Apple Freak.
All right. Do we have any questions about Prompter? I think we covered most of the hardware at this point. There's still some stuff I could show in the Camera Hub software, but I don't,
Oh, we
are
do.
there
We
any
have a
questions?
question from Frozen Alaskan. Is there USB pass-through for the cameras?
USB pass through how? Because the camera just connects directly to your computer. I guess, yeah, I'm not really sure on what the
Yeah.
question is there,
Think of
but
this
yeah,
as this is not acting as a computer. This is acting as like
a
an
monitor.
extra device for your camera. Your camera's kind of sitting inside of it, but ultimately the prompter plugs into your computer and the camera will also plug into your computer. So each will have their own separate connections. You're not plugging your camera into the prompter. You're placing the camera in the prompter, if you will.
That would be a nice improvement though for the future. I could see that. You've got a couple USB ports on your prompter and you might plug your camera into that and then you just plug the one cable into your computer. So hey, you never know, but that could be pretty cool. I've got a question here that is totally real, and the question is, how much is the discount for Elgato Prompter during Cyber Monday? Well, fictitious person, I'm glad you asked. Let's take a look. All right. Wow, that's a crazy question. Let's see here. So, if you go to elgato.com right now, like literally right now, we have a couple bundle deals going on here. So first of all, if you've been seeing this live stream and you're like, whoa, this is really cool. I want a prompter, but again, I'm not really sure about mounting it, that sort of thing. Well, don't worry. We've got you covered there with two incredible bundles here. First is the prompter boom bundle. It should be more like the LP bundle, but Hey, this one includes a prompter and a Wave Mic Arm LP. Now, what's really neat about this is that not only is it just discounted, but you also, because it's a Wave Mic Arm, you also get 50% off voice focus. Now, we've done a lot of talking about voice focus already. I'm not going to go into the whole spiel again, but basically, it just makes you sound better. And you just get 50% off. So you'll get a code in your email. You can use that then to purchase it on Elgato Marketplace. The other bundle here is the prompter mounted bundle. It's also mounted on both bundles, so hey, we'll take it. And this one, you can get a prompter together with a master mount L. So it's very similar to, say, like the key light mount. In fact, I believe it's the same one. Both of these clamp to your desk, by the way, the Micarm LP and the master mount L. And you can get this one for $199.99. So this is actually a really crazy deal because we just discovered something together. Like you and I, where this is like some what is it, national treasure type stuff. Because check this out, right below that, if you're like, I already have a mount, I don't need another one. Well, you could just get prompter for up to 33% off for $199.99. But then you're like, hey, wait, that's the same price as the one for the Master Mount L. Indeed. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You can decide to just get the prompter or get the one with the mount that has the same price. It's Cyber Monday. I can't force you to do anything over the cybersphere. And of course, well, you also need a camera with that prompter. And so there is also, let's see, somewhere here, is that under video also? Oh, there we go. Facecam. So if you're like, okay, well, I've got the prompter, I've got the mounting solution. Now, what about the camera? Well, it's really kind of an all-in-one thing, right? You do want to upgrade all of it. And so you can also get Facecam for up to 21% off for just $110. Now, for $110, this camera is really, really darn good. The colors are immaculate. It's super smooth. It's high resolution, like 1080p. I mean, that's what most people are still streaming at today. You know, if you're on Discord or, you know, a Zoom call, something like that, most of them are even like sub HD. Now, why would you then want a 1080p camera? Well, the higher the resolution, or basically the better the quality you start out with, the better the end result of the video is going to be. Think of it a little bit like cooking. If you start with really good ingredients, the end result, the food is going to taste better. If you start with like moldy, bad ingredients, maybe ones that aren't, you know, they don't uh, taste really good and they're a little bit stale, well, your food at the end is also going to be like that. No amount of salt and pepper is going to help there. So Facecam Mark II is 21% off for $110. It is really, really awesome. And there's also Facecam Neo. Listen, if you're like, okay, you know, 110, a little bit much, I'm looking for something a little bit less, we got you for $50. You can get the Facecam Neo. It's also a 1080p 60 camera. It's still got great color. It's still super smooth. It's still got a lot of the same features as the Facecam Mark II. In fact, on Camera Hub, it's almost entirely the same exact features. Obviously, there's, you know, some changes and some differences on the hardware, but both of these are really great 1080p 60 options. So yeah, pick up a camera as well if you've got a prompter already, or if you're looking, you know, looking at these bundles. Hey, here's a way to think about it. You know that money you save by getting the prompter mounted bundle here for just $199, right? Because you're like, okay, I could get just the prompter for 200. I could get the prompter mounted bundle for 200, but then the money you save by getting this, you could then spend it on the Facecam Mark II. It's almost like win, like you win, we win. There's a lot of winning happening around here in these deals right now. I don't
I
know if
mean,
the
you're
math is
giving the
mathing,
Facecam
but
Mark II its home. You know,
yeah.
it needs a little house to live in. Nice little sweet spot. But real quick, I think I saw a question, and this is a really interesting one that we're gonna have some caveats to this answer. The question is, oh no, we've
Oh.
lost it. Oh, we lost the question. Oh, there it is. All
Oh.
right. Sorry if someone asked, but is it easy to use the prompter vertically? I feel like it'd be better for chat display. Technically, yes, you could mount it and put it sideways, but the issue you're going to run into, and I'm going to kind of show it, is this is angled in a way for the reflection, right? And it's also to kind of protect against some of that light from hitting on this. The moment you turn this 90 degrees and you're reading it, you're affecting kind of your view. So now you've got to make sure you still got the angle to see, but then you're also not letting too much light in that's going to hit your camera. Have you ever, turned your phone and realized you're getting light from a room from your phone camera, or maybe even in your office, a ceiling light is just too bright and it's hitting your camera? That you want to be really mindful of when using a prompter. And so when it's angled like this, you've got this shrouding a lot of that light. And then same when we're talking about back plates and we're talking about on the back, we're talking about light leak from the back. So it's just something you want to be mindful when you turn it 90 degrees, is you're losing that light protection from the top. So I would just mount something up here. Technically, you could do it.
Could you 3D
But
print
again, there's no
something
bottom
to
mounting. So you're going to
like
have to do a 90-degree mount from one of these.
could you 3D print something there to kind of give
I
yourself
think
that
so.
that would be
I have
cool.
a phone tripod that articulates. So when I mount my phone on it, I can then move it. So I think if you did an articulating photography mount that allows you to move, and even some of our master mount collection allows you to do some of those 90-degree turns, you could absolutely look at that being an option for turning your prompter. But you will want to find a solution, even if it's just put a magazine or a piece of paper on top to prevent some of that light coming from the general room, because otherwise it's going to reflect and your webcam's not going to look really clear.
I like Okatak's comment here. Or you could do like Harris and buy an extra prompter just for the screen and mount it on the side of your monitor. Yeah, I mean, with the amount of savings that you're doing, you might as well buy two. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Uh, I did see an actual other real question, which was if we scroll up a little bit, I think it was
Oh, whoops.
Mr. Confucius. There we go.
Yeah.
Can I buy the prompter boom bundle with mic arm LP in white or only in black? Let's take a quick look together because I'm honestly not sure myself. Uh, oh yeah, by the way, if there's something that you don't see on sale that you want to get, you can just use code Black Friday on pretty much everything on Elgato.com, even if it's not on sale officially. There are some exclusions: Stream Deck Studio, Embrace, and Prompter XL. Terms and conditions apply. All right, let's go back up here.
It's not a weird question at all. It's a good question because we all have, our preferences. We're all curious on how to do things. And to be honest, I think some of the coolest things that we see from our community are people that are using our products in non-intentional ways to create really cool, awesome
Yep.
results. So if you find a way to mount the prompter sideways to view chat better, take a video and send it to us. We love seeing that thing.
Yep. So I'm just looking at the prompter boom bundle here, and it looks like it's going to be only the Wave Mic Arm LP in black. I don't see a way to add that in white. I'm just going to add it to cart here. How big is our cart, by the way? Oh, it's actually kind of respectable. I thought we would have more stuff in here. But yeah, it looks like it's always going to be the Wave Mic Arm LP in black. Of course, if you are, you could consider, and I know it's going to be a little bit more, but you could just get the prompter and then you could just get the mic arm on its own. Yeah, Wave Mic Arm LP here. So it's actually interesting because check this out. So it's $70 for the Wave Mic Arm LP. It's 200 for the prompter, so that's 270. So for only 20 bucks more, you can kind of build your own bundle there if you want to. So yeah, there you go. You could do that. And you still get voice focus because that's part of the Wave Mic Arm bundle, or rather the Wave Mic Arm. So our team
It's a
did
good
some
deal.
really cool stuff here. Yeah, I mean, we're making all these bundles, but we're also not locking you out of some other options there. So yeah. Just buy two of everything so you can have a spare in case the first one fails. Yeah, I generally include, suggest doing that. Maybe cars, phones, kids, whatever. Just always have a second one just in case. All right.
I know. I feel like this is my kid right here. Somebody asked about it earlier. This is the Fallout edition that we did last year, and it sold out in 3 hours. And then I think we did like one more day where we had a few extras, and it sold out within an hour. So sometimes you might want to buy two because you don't know when you'll be able to get it back ever again.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. It's the Overseer edition that we did. So I love our collaborations that we get to do with a lot of these great brands. Phil, I know we did Doom this year. We've done some pretty stellar collabs, but I'm a
Yeah.
Fallout fan, you guys. It's my favorite.
So speaking of all these cool products, I have a question for chat. Have you picked up any Elgato gear during either now Black Friday or Cyber Monday? And if so, uh, first of all, give yourselves a hand. Congratulations. Second of all, please type in chat. What did you get? Well, I would love
Yeah.
to know. Stephanie would love to know. Everyone here at Elgato, we want to know, what did you get?
Yeah, give me some ideas because it's the holiday season and yeah, I'm buying gifts for other people. I'm actually buying some stream decks for some friends that
Ooh.
really, want to get into it, going to get started. But I need to know what to get myself. And sometimes, it's just helpful hearing what everybody else is into.
All right. I'm not hearing much from the cybersphere. That's okay though. Maybe our connection isn't good right now. There we go. What is it?
Can I
Frozen
be your friend?
Alaskan.
Everybody suddenly wants to be my friend.
Nico, cousin, how are you? You have Stream Deck for me? All right. We've got a Stream Deck Plus. Oh my gosh, now it's moving fast. Stream Deck
Yeah.
Plus and something in white. Stream Deck Plus LP, two Neo white and already had a pedal. Wow. Okay, so Dara Hayden, I hope I'm saying that right. That is awesome. You've got the full setup now. The next step, make that content. Seriously, that's it. You just got to do it. Uh, let's see.
Ooh, what else do you see?
Frozen
Shave me good.
Alaskan.
What Oh my goodness. An XLR bundle, a Stream Deck Plus, etc. This is good. I love my Stream Deck XL. And I love my Stream Deck XLR. I switched to this 2 years ago and it's been one of the best things. I actually changed from a very well liked and well universally loved microphone and I actually found the gain to be stronger on this one where I didn't need a cloud lifter. I didn't need all sorts of extra resources. So it's a great being a part of the Elgato ecosystem, you guys. Like all of these products interact together. One thing we haven't touched on much with the prompter is actually the fact that the Camera Hub plugin can control prompter. So if you have a
Yeah,
Stream Deck and you're doing
absolutely.
things with the Camera Hub, you can move windows in and out of prompter with one button click. You can change scrolling if you're reading text. You can change certain modes. All of the stuff that we showed you with prompter today, you can control with a Stream Deck. So if you've been on the fence about getting a Stream Deck, definitely check one out. If you are big into broadcast and broadcast production, the Stream Deck XL is a fantastic addition for you. Goes great with the prompter. I love them both. I used to work in esports, and it's the two toys that I wish I had. Like prompter came out after I retired from esports, and Phil, the second it happened, I thought, oh my god, it would have made reading all those CTAs and doing all that public speaking so much easier because sometimes it's really hard and you've probably seen me
Mhm.
now. I'm looking around. I don't have the prompter on. You know what I'm doing, guys? I'm looking at all my monitors to read everything. Do you know what the prompter does when I have it? Is it puts everything right where my camera is and I can read it right then and there.
Indeed. In fact, again, I'm also using one right now, so I can read chat. Frozen Alaskan. Have you compared the mics along with Shure mics? I can read that while I'm looking at you guys. And I mean, I don't know if we've compared it, maybe internally, but I'm sure there's many YouTube videos out there where you can hear the difference between various different microphones, of course, including ours. I did see a question come up about a wireless Stream Deck, and hey, check this out. You want to know if you right now uh, check it's either going to be your left or your right pocket, you're going to have a Stream Deck right there. Don't believe me? This is your Stream Deck. Yep, that's right. You can turn your phone into a wireless Stream Deck right now. Like literally within the next 5 minutes, you can have a Stream Deck up and running. And it's wireless and it uses Wi-Fi and you're good to go.
And and for those of you who want a truly crazy wireless solution, I've got another really great offer for you. If you had
Ooh.
not seen earlier this year, we released Stream Deck modules, which are housingless Stream Decks, great for crafting and DIY projects. And one of our amazing partners, Finite Singularity, actually built a wireless Stream Deck with it. I'm going to share the YouTube video in the comments for those of you who are interested. You like seeing DIY make projects. Maybe you've been curious to check out the modules yourself. This is a fantastic project to take on, and Finite's continuing to share not only the workflow that he did, but helping people make their own. So uh, give him modules a check too
Actually,
if you guys are into that.
Stephanie, we haven't really touched on modules yet. What are modules? Like, how's that different from, say, okay, I've got a Stream Deck, XL here, and there's a Stream Deck XL module. What's the difference there?
Yeah, modules are great. So if you're a person who you've probably thought to yourself, man, I love this Stream Deck. I wish I could take it off of its stand and put it in a table, put it into a computer, put it into a toaster. That's a real one. We saw somebody build a PC out of a toaster this year and put a Stream Deck in it. What the modules does, we've removed the housing, we've exposed the PCB, we've got hardware documentation as well, and it kind of gives you just a little bit more control on the hardware integration into whatever solution you're building. This is great for people who might be doing sim rigs. We've seen a lot of big kind of tech corporate solutions, a lot of homebrew, really, really cool build projects. So I know a couple of our partners are also doing some integrations. And earlier this year, we actually saw somebody put one in a guitar. So an electric guitar
Oh yeah,
controlled by
that
a
was
Stream
super
Deck
cool.
module.
All right. In fact, I just got the word from our producer that we may have the guitar here. It'll take a minute to grab it. In the meantime, though,
Ooh.
this is a module right here. So if you're wondering, this is literally what it looks like. So it's basically the Stream Deck, just without the housing around it. You get the USB port there. You get the, this is the back PCB here. Don't worry, it, can't really shock you. Obviously, though, all of this is, do it yourself, basically. So then you can build it in to whatever you kind of want, as long as you provide your own, data, power, computer, that sort of thing. You've got the real Stream Deck here. You could 3D print a case for it. You could build something out of wood. Oh boy. All right, let's see. Can we do this live without destroying something? Let's do it like one, you ever know those like Instagram videos where it's the food that they open with the gold and it's got like stuff coming out of it? Help. I thought somebody was gonna actually open this. Help. Help. All right. Okay, this is totally gonna work and totally not gonna end up on live stream fail. Did I get them all? Think so. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay, you guys ready for the reveal? This is super cool.
It's so beautiful. It was so fun seeing this at TwitchCon 2. We got to have it at the event. We had it around for partners to kind of play around with and see. I think each and every one of us wanted to maybe sneak it home, but oh, Phil's about to shred some sick chords.
I wish. I wish I was as like. Imagine giving this to like Mick Gordon and he's doing the Doom soundtrack, and then like triggering sound effects, like Doom
It'd be
Slayer, and
so great.
something like that. That would be so cool.
Who
Maybe we
plays
can
guitar
get
on the
a.
team? Does anybody?
I don't think so, but can we get a zoom in on this? I think that would look so cool because this is all
Yeah.
custom painted, custom made, and this thing actually works too. Check that out. How
And
cool
you
is
can see as
that?
well, that's the mini. So that is the 6-key module. Modules are named after the keys. It is the Stream Deck Mini. So it's a 6-key device, fully integrated into that. They custom not only cut out the housing for the guitar itself, but you can see the special mounts for it, fully powered on when the electric guitar powers on. It's fantastic. And yeah, I mean the options are limited. If you've ever just thought I'd love to stick a Stream Deck in that, I mean that's what the modules are for, and these are a great addition. So if any of you guys have been on the fence about some cool projects to DIY, get it. Tag us in it. Let me every step of the way. You could be updating it every single day on Twitter. I don't care. Tag me. I want to see it.
And a huge, so I mean, this is super inspirational. Makes me want to learn how to play this. You guys don't want to hear me play this, so I'm going to put it back. And this is, typically when you have guitars, you'll hear of like, the Stratocaster or something like that. Well, this is the Streamcaster. And this is its own little product pamphlet here. It is so cute. It's so well made. We can just go through it here together. You can see a breakdown of all the components. It's like a little user manual there of everything that you would need, the tonal configuration, as well as the specifications on the back here. It's got offset mahogany body, hand finished with custom psychedelic art, maple neck with two-way truss rod, and 24 9/16 scale length. Indian laurel fretboard, TU SQXL graphite nut, serialized Elgato Streamcaster neck plate. I mean, this is so cool. So this came with the Streamcaster guitar. And if you've been thinking, I have some cool project ideas, I could be, I might want to do something like this. Now's your time. If you've been inspired, this was created by Joystick Nick, so huge shout out to them for creating this. If are inspired to build something, do it. Maybe we'll feature it on the next Cyber Monday stream here. So that is Stream Deck modules.
Yeah. We've had this question queued up for a bit. Celtic, I see you. So I actually have been double checking in the background because I needed to know how much this weighed before I told you yes. And the answer is it will. So is the Elgato Wave Mic Arm Pro compatible with the Asus Republic of Gamers Carix? Yes. So that is a 648-gram mic, which is about 200 grams heavier than the DX, but still within the weight limit of the Mic Arm Pro. So if you're looking for a great arm solution, that will work. They do support the same thread types. So this is a potential good mic arm for your mic.
Yeah, you said it was 648. Anything between 6'7", that'll fit on the
Oh
on the mic
no,
arm.
Phil.
Haha. It's not the last you've heard of me. And it's because I have to be here. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Uh, but but yeah, you can attach many different microphone weights, from lighter ones to heavier ones, to both the Mic Arm LP, the Wave Mic Arm Pro, and the Wave Mic Arm Mark II. So just before you do get it, just do a quick double check. How much does the mic weigh, or maybe the teleprompter that you want to attach to it. We have all that information on our site, and yeah, you can find out there. Okatak, am I too much of a boomer to not understand that? Listen, I don't either. I'm just trying to be like, what's the
Okay,
what's the
we
line?
had
How do you do,
ours.
fellow kids?
We had ours. We had what's up? We had
True.
I'm a younger kid. We had the Triple X WWE. For those of you guys who don't know, we had some really dumb, embarrassing things. And then 10 years ago, it was all Vines. Everybody was quoting Vines. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's
Yep.
we have all in our own era
Don't
been
worry. Next
cringed.
week it'll already be gone already, anyways. All this stuff is just you just got to stick
Yeah.
with it. You just got to bear. Let all the companies do all their
6'7".
marketing.
6'7". See,
Let the pandering happen, and then it'll all be over soon enough, and the next thing will happen. All right. Do we have any more questions about either prompter, Stream Deck modules, or just generally any Elgato product? Or actually, yeah, let's see. Da-da-da. It looks like no. I think we also have another person waiting, if I'm looking at the stream schedule correctly. As
yes,
we
I
are coming
believe
up.
we've that's awesome. We've also got a community video by Cosmic Quartz about the prompter. So
Awesome.
some in case you guys didn't think we were done talking about prompter, we still got a little bit more for you.
Yes, and it is 4:30, so I think we got about another half hour left of the live stream. I believe there may be another giveaway coming up. I'm not so sure, but at this point, Stephanie, thank you so much for joining us. If there is, do you have any wisdom that you want to leave with everyone watching the live stream? Anything on this Cyber
Ooh.
Monday?
You know what? My wisdom is this. If you guys love our products, y'all are always around, you're thinking of really great ways to use them. Think also about great ways to create with them and come create with me on Marketplace. Put your profiles, put your icon packs, put your really cool solutions. Vix put Lutz on here. I'd love to talk to you and just continue to grow our community because I think it's what makes Elgato so great. But Phil, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being a part of the stream today.
Of course. And with that, we're going to go into a awesome community video, taking another look at Prompter, I believe.
Hey, you there. Listen. Do your streams look like this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! Wait. Do you ever buffer in real time because you forgot what you were about to say? Yeah, me too. Corner desks are great for saving space, but when your camera isn't mounted to your monitor, it can be tough to keep eye contact while streaming. And if you're neurodivergent, well, good luck, babes. That's why I love my Elgato prompter. It not only transforms content, but it's basically an extra monitor to do whatever you want with. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Courtsy, an autistic and ADHD artist and streamer on Twitch. Last year, I shared how I use my Elgato Stream Deck to make my streams more accessible, and now I'm here to gush about my third monitor. I mean prompter. Whether it's reading messages, checking to make sure you don't have anything in your teeth, or capturing the best view of your gameplay, Prompter has you covered, all while staying connected to chat. Setting up traditional prompters isn't easy, but with Camera Hub, you can adjust settings like scroll speed, font, and even opacity with the click of a button. Drag any window from your PC onto the display. You can even connect your Twitch chat so you don't have any more excuses to miss those messages or redeems. Save multiple scripts simultaneously and quickly switch between display styles. For Stream Deck lovers, you can even program your scripts to pause or play from there. Prompter is easy to set up, connects to a wide variety of cameras from Facecam Pro to DSLRs and mirrorless cameras with multiple adjustable lens rings. There's even a universal shroud in case your camera doesn't fit the many faceplates provided. And now, with the addition of Prompter XL, you can also utilize Prompter for larger scale productions with a detachable bottom tray. Still, the original Prompter works perfectly for my personal setup. I knew there was a reason I asked Santa for a prompter last year, so don't miss your chance to snag one this year during Elgato's Black Friday sale. Whether I'm singing karaoke on stream, pre-recording a video like this one, or just testing out my vocal impressions, I know Prompter has my back. Like, how many of you would have guessed I filmed this all in one take while watching Netflix this whole time? Say it with me, chat. We listen and we don't judge. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a movie to finish. You're all I can think of, every script I read up. My Elgato prompt, my Elgato prompter.
Wow, what a fantastic video by Cosmic Quartz. Thank you so much for that. Listen, I can only hum the songs. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. All right, we are joined by Jasmine once again. Hi, Jasmine. Welcome
Hello,
back.
I am back. Hello, everyone. I have some good news for you guys. I'm sure you guys have been waiting for a
What's the good
while.
news?
Giveaways.
Oh,
Lots and lots of
I thought you
giveaways.
were gonna say these Cyber Monday deals, but hey, giveaways for free is even better than like a percentage off.
Well, of course, Cyber Monday deals too, but the chat's been waiting. Come on, they've been very patient. We do have 3 more giveaways to do and to host at the stream, and the stream is almost
Yeah, I was
over,
gonna say
so
we have like
stay
20 minutes. We gotta
tuned.
rapid fire these a little
Yeah,
bit.
we got a rapid fire, a lot of questions too. But before
But
that, we have a lot of giveaways across all socials. We have 3 giveaways for the stream. We're still giving away a voice focus code, a Wave Mic Arm LP, a Stream Deck Plus for just the stream, and then we also have an Elgato Neon Light giveaway on Twitter, so you should check that as well. Actually, I have that here linked here. Here we go, and a Discord giveaway. So there's 2 voice focus codes being given away in our Discord server as well. So don't miss out on all those giveaways here. But we'll be starting them soon. For now, Phil, what were you saying before I cut you off?
I think I think we have I'm getting a word from the producer, something on Threads. We have a neon light giveaway on Threads. That's
Oh,
right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. 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 Yep, got it. Yeah, so chat has now been informed. Chat, please register that you have been informed that there is a Threads giveaway for an Elgato Neon Light that you can enter at this very moment in time, if you so please. But before you do that, folks, quick word here, just you and me, just us right here. We got some really cool Cyber Monday deals, and you should go buy Stream Deck XL, Prompter, and what was the other one?
Facecam Mark II.
Facecam Mark II.
Which is actually what I'm using right now, guys. If you guys are wondering like what I'm using to track my VTuber model, I am currently using Facecam Mark II with NVIDIA Broadcast. So I can give you guys a side eyes.
Just buy it. You're literally
No,
watching a
okay.
live stream from a company that is selling products. What do you want me to say? We have a deal on the product, you buy the product. You win,
No, okay.
I win.
Okay, I love my okay, I can kind of go on like a little tangent, right, about my
Just like
face
a wee
cam.
tangent?
Just a wee little tangent, right? Because I love face cam so much because it's kind of like the best of both worlds, right? Because like I'm a VTuber, but also, sometimes put on my camera for stream, webcam, and it makes sense, and it has really nice quality photos. I do have a photo, I believe, somewhere here that I can show you guys. Some of you guys might have been in our Discord Q&As before in our Discord server, and I've sent you guys a photo of me just taking a selfie with my face cam, and that is just raw quality right there. There's no Photoshop, no editing. It's just straight from face cam, screenshotted, boom, sent. Looks amazing. The quality is great. And once again, lighting is very important too. You can have the best webcam in the whole world, but if you don't have good lighting, it can still look bad. So remember, lighting is very important here. um, does the face cam let you stick out your tongue? So I haven't tried out. There's this software called what was it, VBridger, right? So Phil is laughing because he doesn't know about VTubing.
No,
So
I'm
there
just
is a
here for the ride.
VBridger, right? So I haven't gotten around to trying VBridger with using a webcam. So there may be a possibility there if your model is rigged for that, and if it's rigged for VBridger, then I'm pretty sure there is a possibility. Not 100% though, because I don't use VBridger at the moment. So this is just webcam, me talking. I have toggles, of course, right? So if I'm like toggle my little wave high here, it's really
Oh,
cool.
hi.
Hi. Um, yeah, without light, the webcam can't see you. Exactly. That's very, very important. Yeah, VPreacher is a good software for VTubers. And I know it works really well with iOS devices too. You can definitely you can definitely stick your tongue out with using VPreacher for sure. But once again, it's this whole like this technical aspects of VTubing where it has to be rigged for it, and all this other stuff that's not related to your webcam. It's just more software based and VTube Studio based, for example. Um, yeah, VTuber ever loved. Let's see. Ooh. Was it X says 7 Hicks? Says, I wish I could afford to get prompter, although I got other things in the sale. Where'd you buy?
Oh, let us
Where'd you
know,
buy?
yeah. Even if
Yeah.
it's
And
not
also,
Elgato, that's okay. We're just here to
yeah.
celebrate Cyber Monday with you.
And also, I just do want to mention, guys, don't forget that even if you don't see a product on sale, majority of the products, not all, by the way, guys, there are some exceptions, terms and conditions may apply. You can click on the link for more information, but you can save 20% off site ride with code Black Friday, excluding sale items like Stream the Studio, Embrace, and Prompt XL, and a few others that's listed in terms and condition, using the Black Friday code. So if you guys are looking for like, for example, use BHub with Stream Deck Plus and XLR dock, that's a great way to get that 20% off. Same for any other products as well. So go check that out.
That's a
But
crazy
yeah,
question by Nightbot. Like,
Nightbot, what was it?
that's a
Oh,
wild question. Like, save 20% site-wide question mark with code Black Friday?
oh my gosh. Oh, quick question from Zinc here. Is the Threads neon light different from the Twitter one? Like, can I enter both? Yes, correct. It is a separate giveaway happening on Threads. So we are now gonna try to be a little bit more active on Threads, guys. Make sure to go follow us. Maybe one of the mods can link our Threads channel or Threads link in the chat, please. That'd be amazing for us there. Um,
What happens if you post the link in a thread that takes you to Threads?
do you just go to the
You
link to
just
the Threads?
you
No.
just it's just an infinite loop. No,
Yeah,
but of
it's just
course, our goal is to be where you are. So, we wanted to make sure that we are on all the social platforms, and
Mm.
Threads was one that we weren't on yet. So, if you are on Thread, then definitely give us a follow. And remember, we are doing a giveaway there right now. Uh, so we hope to see you there. And hey, good luck to you. You may win.
Sorry, I had to sneeze. But okay, back to Facecam as well, right? I do also want to mention that you guys are seeing me use Facecam right now, with my B2 model, and then it's also the privacy shutter that I love. So this is me, just closing the shutter. So now I'm still at my PC desk. You guys can't see me, but I'm still talking. She is now sleeping because she has nothing to track at the moment. So when she loses tracking of a person's face, she goes to sleep.
I always think it's a Vision Pro. I don't know why, but for some reason, I always imagine like you're putting on a Vision Pro, and that's why there's the big eyes there and stuff like that. It's supposed to
No,
be what, like a sleep mask that has a face on it?
yeah, it's just a little silly sleep mask that has eyes. It's just eyes and a little
Mm,
bubble, for like snoring, right?
I guess, yeah. Oh, and you're
Yeah.
awake again.
Yeah, I'm back because I pushed open the privacy shutter, that's why. But yeah, Facecam is one of my favorite webcams. I want to know what webcams is everyone using now, or what camera webcams. Drop them in the comments. I want to see what webcams are you guys all using. Out of curiosity.
At
Frozen
home,
says,
oh, sorry, I was just gonna answer as well. At home, I use a Facecam 4K,
mm,
which that one's not on sale. But if you want all of the quality when it comes to the colors and just that really crisp 1080p quality, then Facecam Mark II is right up your alley there.
mhm. Let's see. Cosmic uses regular Facecam. Modern, oh Martin, hello Martin, uses Facecam Mark II. If you guys don't know who Martin is, he's one of the people who created a amazing community video for us. So make sure to go check him out. 4cam cam, so Facecam 4K. Let's see. Sweden uses iPhone 17 Pro for or
All right.
Vibridger.
It's a
Valid,
pretty good
valid.
camera too, not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah, Facecam Pro, Facecam Mark II, Facecam Pro, Facecam Mark II.
That's a lot of
Oh my
face
gosh.
cams. I love to see
That
it.
is. That is a lot. Oh my gosh. That's awesome. Sweet. No, that's great to see actually. You guys are pretty set then. You guys are chilling. I see some of you guys may want to upgrade. Wink, wink. All right. With that being said, let's go ahead and talk more about I do want to talk more about Stream Deck, because I didn't get a chance to go on my little tangent about Stream Deck, guys.
All right,
So,
I'm just gonna sit back and let Jasmine take the wheel here.
alright,
I
I'm taking it real, guys. I'm driving now. Alright, guys. For those of you guys who are in chat, how many of you guys know me? How many of you guys know the amount of stream decks that I use for my streaming and my production and everything? Raise your hands. I know we have some regulars in here. I want to see some new people in here. How many of you guys don't know me? Jesus, aka Jasmine, take the wheel. Attack. Only a few hours left to upgrade with new Elgato gear. Yes, 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 guys. Today's the last day. So I do. Sometimes I lurk. Okay, I don't use 20. Okay, Hyra has not seen me before. No worries. Perfect.
Could
That's what
be
I want to
between
hear. That's what I want to hear. If you guys haven't seen me, I currently use Stream Deck 3 Stream Deck XLs, a Stream Deck Plus with USB hub, and a Stream Deck pedal. So I currently use 5 Stream Decks at the moment, and I can tell you guys, basically how I use them for, what I use them for, basically. And I use my first Stream Deck is to kind of control all my toggles for VTube. What's it for VTube Studio? Mainly because like for me, I like real time interaction. So instead of like juggling through all my folders and stuff like that, because don't get me wrong, you only need one Stream Deck because you can have infinite amount of folders for Stream Deck, right? But for me, I have like almost 32 toggles for my model here. So I like to keep one Stream Deck XL just dedicated solely to my toggles. So when someone's here, they're saying hi, I immediately just, zoom in, boom. I'm saying hi back to you guys. You guys have an achievement, I'm clapping. You just bought a product, yo, look at me. I'm excited for you guys. Like, let's go. Clapping here. Let's go, guys. Upgrades for everyone. Whoop, whoop,
absolute cinema.
whoop. So, yeah. Doesn't sell me hard on the pedal. I'll go about the pedal very soon. Don't worry. Stream Deck pedal is underrated, let me tell you guys. But okay, so that's my first Stream Deck base, right? You guys get just my first Stream Deck XL just for real-time interactions. But once again, you do not need more than one, but it's just nice to have if you really want like that real-time interaction, stuff like that. So now for my second Stream Deck XL, this is what I've been using to kind of control the commands in Elgato. So in Elgato Stream, for example, I'm gonna bring up the giveaway, right? Boom. This is me using my Stream Deck XL key, and then the terms, boom. So I have a full folder filled with commands to moderate the Elgato channel. So this is how I basically get all the little commands out really fast. I don't have to keep typing them because it can get really tedious. Sure, you can do them manually, but I enjoy just being able to kind of just, look at my Stream Deck, press one key, not have to type too many keys, and go about my day basically. So yeah, you do the same? Yes. So I like to use my second Stream Deck XL to kind of control my commands, control my changing my scenes, maybe recording, controlling my ads. There's like a lot of great plugins that you guys can use. That is on Stream Deck. And there's always more too. If you guys
Can
didn't
we
know, you
show it,
guys
Jasmine? Can we show some of the ones that you're talking about here? If I head over
if
to
yeah, if you want to switch
Marketplace.
oh
Oh, let's see here.
let's see. We need to go to Marketplace here.
Marketplace.
Yeah.
All right. And then we go to Stream Deck. Okay, hit me. What's a plugin that you're using?
So obviously VTube Studio. So that's for sure. Let me
VTube.
open. I actually made a YouTube video for and this actually gonna be a help article for this as well. Let me go to my YouTube channel because I have it
Oh.
listed all my Stream Deck plugins. Like I can also drop in chat for you guys here as well. Let me see. Because from the top of my head, there's quite a lot that I use, but there's also so many more too. So let me go here, and I'll also drop it in chat for you guys too. If you guys want to go check it out, this is like my
You could do
little
the funniest
showcase.
thing if you say off the top of my head, and then like something like your head comes off your body for like a second, or something like that, or I don't know. There could be something funny there, some sort of animation.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So for all the plugins that I use OBS Studio, Control Center, VTube Studio, Soundboard, Twitch Tools by Barrator, Discord, Twitch prediction buttons. If you guys didn't know, there is a plugin for Twitch predictions. So if you guys, you basically all you have to do, you can just set up your regular predictions in a Stream Deck key and set up questions, and you can, set up a key that says yes or no. So perfect. Thank you. Yes. Twitch predictions buttons. This is amazing to use. I like to use it for example, am I gonna win this game? Right? If I'm playing Valorant, will I win this comp game? Yes or no. They vote, and then if after the game, if I win, I lose, I put yes or no.
Don't
Boom.
ever play
That's all
against
from Stream
Jasmine
Deck.
because the answer is always yes. Like she will always win, like no matter what.
I don't know about that one. But this is really nice to control because that way you don't have an alt tab, or if you don't have any mods available at the time, say like you're streaming really late at night or super early in the morning, or not your usual time, no mods available, then you can easily control your stream yourself, your streamline, all that cool stuff. There's also Windows Move Red Bar Raider, but also our latest one that we released was I think it's
Yeah.
just Windows. Yeah, if you want to show that.
Let's see, window
Window
mover here.
mover.
So this one's really cool. Remember how earlier we were talking about prompter and how well you can move windows between the prompter? Well, with this plugin, you can simply tap a key and it makes it makes the window go over to prompter. Or you can change layouts or recall layouts. So this makes it incredibly simple. You just press a key and you've all these different. It's kind of like on Windows 10 or Windows 11 if you're used to the snapping. It's almost like that, but it's just whatever window you have. Boom! It just snaps it into that position. Super nice.
Agreed. And then there's also Wavelink, there's Twitch chat. Guys, you guys are sleeping on
You're
Twitch
so
chat.
fast.
Twitch
I
chat is
can't
amazing. Sorry,
follow.
I'm a fast talker
Oh,
and like,
ooh, look, and not only that, but there's the Wavelink 3 beta one that has some new
Ooh.
designs in it. Hint, hint, wink, wink. You should all go check out the Wavelink 3 beta. Yeah.
I
Take
use a
command of
lot.
your
I use
sound.
a lot. And then there's also Twitch chat. Oh my god. Thank you for pulling up my photo. That's my my desk right here, my home desk at the moment. That's just my 3 Stream Decks XLs that you guys can see. And on the right is a little bit cut off. Is also Stream Deck Plus. You can't see the dials right there, but that is where I have my Stream Decks. 1, 2, 3 on the bottom, and then on the very right is Stream Deck Plus with USB hub, and it's my little Sage. My little Sage, what do you call it? It's a plushie, but it's like a knitted, I forget the name of it. I think it's a amigurumi?
Crochet?
Crochet,
Like that?
yeah.
Yeah.
Crochet, crochet.
Thank you.
So,
I totally knew that and wasn't told that.
and
By
then at the very
our
bottom would be my Stream Deck pedal, which I don't take photos of. My
You-
cable
you-
management is really bad. I do not want you guys to see my cable management. It's terrible. But there's a Stream Deck pedal at my feet.
Sorry, it's I feel bad now. Brito did tell me it was crochet, and I just relayed the information.
But yeah, that's my little. You guys can kind of see, right? My little profile there is pretty cool. It's my first one. First one's usually in my folder for my VTube Studio. Thank you, Brito. Second one would be like the scenes. There's a folder for my soundboard too, because I do use soundboards. Actually, I wonder, do I have this routed here? I don't know if you guys can hear this. Let me do this. Can you guys hear this?
I'm chat, and no, I can't hear that. I don't know
Okay,
what
you
you're
can't hear.
doing.
Okay, maybe it's not routed correctly. Okay, you hear silence. Okay, never mind. It's not set up then. I need to reroute this here. But basically for my Valorant games and in games like that, I will just do like fun little soundboards, or like I'll troll my friends with like the Discord notifications of people joining or people getting Discord notifications. So I have a folder for that. I have a folder for my Twitch commands. I have a folder for my supers. I have a folder for the Elgato streams, ads,
Do
and
you have a
clips.
folder that starts the giveaway?
I do not. I do not, but I should. I
We
should.
should we should do we should do hint hint wink wink one of those.
Okay, this is where Phil's telling me to shh, Jasmine, you're going on this long tangent. It's time to start the giveaway.
Remember we talked about just a little side tangent?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm very passionate about Stream Deck. I love my Stream Deck XLs, all right? They're like my bread and butter. They like, I don't know, they just make me so happy, okay? I didn't even get to talk about Stream Deck
See,
panel, Phil. Okay,
I'm
anyways.
just trying to be passionate on chat's behalf for these giveaways to give them free stuff. I mean, the deals that we have are almost like they're close to being free, but now we actually have some real free stuff.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, yeah. Phil's ready to go at 5 p.m. sharp. We love the passion. Thank you. Well, okay. So let me go and stop yapping. Phil, you take over. That way I can go ahead and start the giveaway. There's gonna be 3 giveaways. We're gonna be doing the voice focus code giveaway first, then Wave Mic Arm LP, then Stream Deck Plus.
I'm so confused. I'm being told something off camera. Oh, okay. Phil's ready to yes. Well, I didn't really sleep well last night because I was just so excited about all these deals and to tell you about them. So I got no sleep. So I'm running on fumes here. But yeah, so I think we're gonna do a giveaway or 3 because we've been doing so much yapping this entire time that they've kind of piled up. So we have 3 giveaways for various different things that are gonna happen, for various different things that we're gonna give away. However, you know what we're also giving away? I mean, we're essentially giving away our products because for Cyber Monday right now, we've got up to 30% off various different Elgato products. If you just go to elgato.com, I believe the deals are live until sometime tonight, as in like, you know, the usual like 12 a.m. kind of situation. I'm not 100% on that one. So if you're like kind of waiting and you're kind of like, uh, don't, you know, just don't. You're already here. You're already watching. You might as well click the add to cart button. You might as well click the checkout button, and then whoops, you hit the finalize button, and next thing you know, you're the proud owner of a Facecam Mark II, or maybe a prompter, or maybe a Stream Deck XL. It's super easy. It looks like the keyword is also going to be Cyber Monday for the giveaway, if I'm seeing that right. So,
That is correct.
and
This
what are
is
we
gonna
giving
be
away?
the voice focus code giveaway. So it's gonna be the second giveaway of the stream. But don't worry, stay tuned. There's gonna be even more giveaways. But I'm gonna mess around with the keywords. We're gonna have some fun before we leave. And Phil's gonna be like, Jasmine, it's gonna be 5 p.m. in 3 minutes. Please hurry. But I'm gonna keep him here for a little bit longer.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be here for a little bit longer running these giveaways. We've got Cyber Monday in the chat. Cyber Monday, been doing a lot of training throughout the season, but you know, they come around once a year and we're really looking for big plays, you know, up to 30%. We even saw some 33% hitters on Cyber Monday from Elgato. That's absolutely wild. Yeah, tell me about that, Bill. Well, thanks, Joe. Yeah, no, that's been absolutely crazy. I couldn't imagine it any other way. You know, we were looking for plays in the off season, and we saw some of those happen. You know, we saw some Prime Day deals, we saw some other deals, but really, Cyber Monday is where it really kicked off. Yeah, absolutely, Bill. You know, we've been thinking a lot about you know, how the deals have been going on. And, you know, at first we were thinking just 29%, maybe 28, but now we're at 33%. So you know, we couldn't be looking for anything more, and we're really happy with the outcome here. So thank you so much. All right, anyways, folks, that's right. It's Cyber Monday. That's the keyword. Put it in the chat. You might win something.
He's losing it.
that
Okay, so for everyone in chat, if you guys are watching from YouTube, make sure you join the Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/Elgato. The giveaway is only happening on Twitch. If you guys are on Twitch, make sure to hit that follow button because that is a requirement. Make sure to read the terms. You must be 18 plus, following the Twitch channel, and present when the winner is drawn. Winner has 60 seconds to respond in chat to claim their prize, or we will re-roll.
we could also do like 67 seconds.
Oh my god. Anyways, open to US, Canada, UK, Europe residents only, and 1 entry per person. So, with that being said, I'm going to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2,
2, 1,
1. Who
and the
is the
winner
voice
is
code winner? That is Mr. Confucius?
Oh, yeah, I saw that they had a they
Question,
had a
right?
question. Yeah, they had a
Yeah.
well, congratulations. Thank you for asking a
They're here in
question,
chat. They're here in chat.
Mr.
Congrats on winning
Confucius.
a voice focus code. So I'm gonna go ahead and just grab your name here and put you over
Their name might be
here.
Confucius, but their voice is
Voice
not going to be
focus
confusing at
code
all thanks to
winner.
voice focus. It's going
All
to sound
right.
crystal clear.
So give me about like 30 minutes after the stream ends to reach out to you. Make sure your Twitch DMs are open because that is where we'll be reaching out to you to give you your voice focus code. So stay tuned, guys, because we still have more giveaways. More giveaways. Wowie wowie. Next giveaway is gonna be Wave Mic Arm LP. So while I get the keyword ready, Phil, do you want to talk a little bit about our Wave Mic Arm LP?
It's a mic arm. It's LP. What are you gonna do? You know? No. So Wave Mic Arm LP. I don't have one around me, but it's basically very similar to what you see here. This is Wave Mic Arm Pro. It's metal, and so it's metal, and it also comes with cable channels. Uh, I'm so tired. It comes with cable channels, and those cable channels will hide the cables in the channel, and that way, you get a nice, clean aesthetic setup. In fact, on the Wave Mic Arm LP, they're going to be at the top, not at the bottom. Oh, there we go. I've actually got it in white here. So this is going to be the Wave Mic Arm LP in white. So you can see there's the cable channels here. They've got metal covers. It's magnetic. It has a clamp mount that goes onto your desk, and then you have the mic arm that actually kind of inserts into that. Like, let me see if I can show that here. This is the clamp mount here, so you just want to make sure when you get it that your desk or wherever you mount it is wide enough, then or not wide enough, I guess. Not too wide, and then you can attach this to your desk and insert the Wave Mic Arm LP in there. And then at the end, you have, of course, your 1/4-inch threaded mount point, and you get the locking nut here as well to make sure that whatever you attach to it does not move around. So that's the Wave Mic Arm LP, which, Jasmine, do they get a choice if they win of white or black?
Yes, they will.
Ooh, so it's kind of a gray area thing. All
Do you
right.
like the
Also,
keyword, Phil?
this is, hey, you, what is it? You, something, comes around, goes around, or, that kind of thing. So, it's all happening together here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm being told off camera to do this. I was set up. This is a setup, and I will not stand for it. But what I will stand for is this giveaway that we're doing right now, which you can get a Wave Mic Arm LP. I hope someone else that asked a question wins, because there have been some fantastic questions. In fact, we've been live streaming since, I believe we started at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So we've been live for 7 hours right about now. That's a long time. So
All right, I'm ready to draw our next winner, guys. As usual, same terms apply. Make sure to hit that follow button if you guys haven't already. And we're gonna be drawing the winner in 5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2, 1. And the
1.
winner is, ladies and gentlemen,
Criano! Congrats, Criano! I've seen Criano in chat so many times. Criano, congrats on
Huh?
winning a Wave Mic Arm LP. And they're here. They have claimed the prize.
There we go. Creono. Yeah. Congratulations.
Oh no, let me just like before, all giver winners, I'll be reaching out to you via Twitch DMs on Elgato's account. So give me about 30 minutes after the stream ends, and then you should receive a DM. Make sure your
I'm
DMs are
imagining
open.
it's a little bit like Mission Impossible, where it's like, should you choose to accept this giveaway, and then after 5 minutes, if you don't respond, it will self-destruct, and then you don't get the product anymore.
All right, next giveaway on the list, guys, is a Stream Deck Plus. So, Phil, you want to go ahead and talk about Stream Deck Plus a little bit? Well,
It's Stream Deck with a plus on it, folks. That's what it is. You heard it here first. No, so I have a Stream Deck Plus right here, actually. So this is it. So what you get is, well, you have 8 LCD keys here that do literally everything that a Stream Deck does. You've got 4 dials here. Here, let me just put that. Of course, the moment I lift it up, the camera is now looking up here, but now I can actually set it down. So I'm going to do that. There we go. So yeah, you get the 8 LCD keys here, which this has been our demo system, so it's not fully set up right now. Then you have the touch display here. So this is actually, you can literally swipe on it to switch between different profiles. And okay, let's talk about this for a second. That's super boring. Let's put something on there, shall we? Dials, 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 dials. You know, we'll do camera hub, adjust camera. Let's do control center, adjust brightness. We'll do Discord, volume control. There we go. Get a little bit of something on here. Maybe a wavelength input. Oh, we don't have wavelength. Oh, this one's kind of cool. Let's do weather. There we go. Ooh, it's cold in Portland. Let's do where we are. Ta-da! Okay, now we have some stuff on our touch display here. And so this touch display always shows you what basically what the dials are controlling or what the status is of the thing that the dial is doing. So for example, here, you know, obviously you have the weather that I just set up, but if you want to, you can also scroll and you can even then tap in on a specific day and, you know, you can see it feels like and the rain percentage temperature. So I don't know, it feels like 6-7 right now. Anyways, let's see. Boo. And you can swipe on here to switch between pages. And then, of course, below that, you have the 4 dials. Now, these dials are kind of cool, too, because, well, not only do they rotate a full 360 degrees, that's like a lot more Ds than like 4D, you know, that's 360 degrees. But they also click in, and so you can do the secondary functions that way. So for example, you can mute, you can turn off a light, on a light, that sort of thing, all with Stream Deck Plus. So yeah, that's Stream Deck Plus, and we're giving one away. We're giving one away right now. Jasmine yapping time, sorry, Phil, is apparently the keyword. I feel sorry for chat because that's a really hard keyword. If you're on mobile and you're like trying to copy paste that, Jasmine, why would you make this like the Dark Souls of giveaways? What are you doing?
Hey, this is great. Yeah, longest keyword ever. You know, we're going out with a long keyword. So, anyways, before we draw the winner, guys, we're gonna have a little yapping time. Sorry, Phil. So, a little yapping time, right? I do want to mention before we start this giveaway. Let me go ahead and get rid of this here. Perfect. So before we start giveaway, we do have 3 other giveaways happening outside this live stream. So if you don't win, do not worry. Join our Discord server. We're giving away 2 more voice focus codes and just a little leak, you know, guys. You know, if you guys have been
Wait,
in our
what?
Discord servers for a while, we do be doing those 5 days of giveaway. And let me just tell you, those 5 days of giveaways are coming back soon in December. Or I guess this
Why
month.
5?
Near the end this month. So if you guys know, make sure you join. Don't miss out. There's gonna be a lot of giveaways for you guys to win more Elgato products.
Why just 5? Why
Anyways, you didn't
5?
hear that from me. You heard that from like a little birdie, right? I'm just like a little fly on the wall, you know, buzzing around, you know. Anyways, next giveaway is gonna be on Twitter. We are giving away a Elgato neon light. So make sure you go, you know, check it out. Go enter there. There's a link right there that I just posted. And then we're also giving away another Elgato neon light on Threads. So if we can get one of the mods, I didn't get a chance to make that command for it. So one of the mods to link in the threads for that. Make sure you go follow the rules, and you have another chance to win an Elgato neon light. So make sure you go check those out. Those are all the giveaways that will be live. And then stay tuned for more giveaways during the holidays. You know, Christmas is coming up, guys. If you guys celebrate, so wink, wink. And don't forget to check out our deals because once again, this is the last day that you guys can save up to 30% on our Elgato products. This is perfect for holiday gifts, birthday gifts, to treat yourself. I'm a firm believer of treating yourself, guys. Like, treat yourself to something nice. You know, we all work hard. So, yeah, and guys weren't here and didn't know, you guys can also save 20% site wide with code Black Friday. Obviously, terms and conditions may apply, excluding sell items, Stream Deck Studio, Embrace, and Prompt XL. But make sure to try out that code because you get to save money on some products that are not that weren't currently on sale. You know, so
So if
Check
you
that
wanted to
out.
get like a Stream Deck Network dock or you wanted to get the XLR dock for Stream Deck Plus, that's where you could use that code.
Exactly, exactly. All right. With that being said, before we go, one more thing. Can you hear them laughing in the background? Can we get some hearts in chat for the team, guys? Like the live streams this week and last week has been crazy. We have been going ham on the live streams. Everyone's working really hard. The team's been going at it. All the assets, everything. Like W team, W community, W everyone,
And
right?
not
All the
just here in
W's,
the
all the hearts.
US. We had
Yes.
our teams in Munich, in Japan, is it Spain, in where else? Brazil? No? We had teams from everywhere live streaming. So if you want to go back and check out those VODs, you absolutely can. We also had incredible creators come on. Thank you so much, as well as just community members. And, we wouldn't be here without them and we wouldn't be here without you. So in fact, chat, give yourself a big round of applause because really this is all for you.
Thank you, chat. And then one last thing. One last thing. I want to go on a quick little tangent about Stream Deck Pedal. All right, guys. I know I saw some of you guys in chat.
Every minute Jasmine goes over, we're giving away another voice focus code. And it's on Jasmine to do the giveaway.
Anyways, Stream Deck Pedal, right, guys? If you guys are sleeping on Stream Deck Pedal, if you guys have not gotten it yet. Because Stream Deck Pedal is great for voice chatting, Discord, collabs, in-game comms. I love using it for Valorant. Like, this is my bread and butter as well. I love my Stream Deck, guys. All right, check out Stream Deck Pedal. Anyways, they're timing me, so I gotta go. I'm sorry, I gotta go on a longer tangent. But let's go ahead and start this giveaway. It's party time. We're about ready to leave. So 5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
1.
And the winner
Congrats to Miss
is
J. Are you in chat? You have won a Stream Deck
Miss J.
Plus. Miss J.
Miss J, congratulations. You know
And
those like
they're
airport
here.
things.
They have claimed their prize. So perfect. Let me go and just type this here. Stream Deck Plus winner. Just like the other winners, I'll be reaching out to you around 30 minutes after stream ends. So look out for a Elgato Twitch DM from make sure your Twitch DMs are open basically. All right, Miss J. There we go. All right, I am done yapping. Take away the mic from me before I start yapping even longer.
Just can't you delete it from your PNG? I mean, it's that easy.
Anyways, chat, thank you guys so much for tuning in to our Cyber Monday live stream. This is a whole 7 hours, 7 hours and 11 minute stream. But it was great. It was really fun. All the love to team, all the love to everyone. Enjoy your Cyber Monday deals. Don't forget, last day to save. And we'll see you guys next time. We're gonna go ahead and play a quick little video for you guys before the raid goes out. We're gonna be playing a video from Neko Mickey, where she talks about how she uses Stream Deck XL.
Looking forward to that. Thank you, everyone. See you next time.
Bye-bye.
Did you know you can produce an entire professional grade concert on your stream with just a few simple tools? Hi there, my name is Neko Mickey. I'm a full-time content creator, VTuber, and classically trained singer. I've performed live, on virtual stages, and even on stream. And I'm here to tell you, you can too, and it's easier than you think. In this video, I'll walk you through how to put all of the pieces of a performance together using Elgato's Stream Deck, specifically Stream Deck XL, though any Stream Deck can work. As a VTuber, Elgato Stream Deck XL is essential whether I'm performing or simply streaming. VTubers use models that move based on facial tracking, but some of our best expressions come from toggles. I have all of those toggles set up on the main page here using the VTube Studio plugin from Elgato Marketplace. These toggles can come in handy for a concert. For example, your model might have a microphone toggle you want to use. For me, I have a dedicated dance toggle for instrumental breaks. But Stream Deck XL is more than just model control. We will also be using it to set up our entire concert. For this portion, I'll be using OBS, but feel free to use whatever stream software you prefer. Okay, we have our model, our OBS, and our Stream Deck XL ready. Now it's time to create all of our key concert actions. First and most important is sound. I always use at least 2 microphone sources in my OBS, my regular one for speaking and one with added effects for singing. After setting up your filters, it's time to create seamless mute and unmute toggles. Go to Elgato Marketplace for the OBS plugin. Drag an audio mixer action to your Stream Deck XL. Select the mic source and choose mute as the function. This lets me instantly switch between my speaking voice and my singing voice with 0 delay. Next is scene switching. We will likely have different scenes, like a starting soon screen and a main stage. Instead of searching for the correct scenes, put each one as a labeled button on your Stream Deck XL using the scene action. Now, what's a concert without a little mood lighting? VTube Studio has a built-in feature called visual effects. You can make different presets, like a subtle aura or a more vintage vibe, and save them as hotkeys. Making these hotkeys toggles on our Stream Deck XL means we can smoothly change the vibe of our stage to match any song. If you have other stream widgets you don't want on during a performance, like sound alerts or emote walls, you can turn these on and off at your leisure with the source visibility toggle from the OBS plugin. Finally, always have pre-recorded assets in case something goes wrong. Set each segment of your concert as a scene. To help save space on Stream Deck XL's menus, create a dedicated folder labeled Backup Videos. For my final setup, I've used the VTS and OBS plugins, plus the Twitch plugin, so I can run ads exactly when I want in between songs without having to open a new window to do so. I recommend checking out the rest of the Elgato Marketplace for plugins I didn't cover as well. All right, you've got your mic settings, your scenes, your lighting, and your toggles all set. And no external audio mixer or complex routing is required. Stream Deck XL can handle it all. Good luck and break a leg at your show. And be sure to grab your own Stream Deck XL using the link below.